Good afternoon, everyone. We are back with a new game. We decided to take a break from Final Fantasy for a little while and start a new series, this being Golf with Your Friends.
Hold up, you buffoon. What is that monstrosity of a username? What in the world is a she-boogle? And why is some of that censored?
I made it when I was young and dumb, unlike now when I'm old and wise. I didn't want to change it since I'm not sure how. Everyone else if named appropriately, so it's less confusing.
I would still say you are dumb, but that's good to know. Are there any other details we need to know about this game?
Yes, actually, Collision is on and we will be doing 12 holes per map.
I have to say this will be a little unfair. Donald clearly has the advantage due to golfing more than any of us combined.
Just because I'm better at games doesn't mean you can't get better. You absolutely won't get better than me, of course, but that doesn't mean you can't at least come in second or third.
I look forward to improving my golf skills, but I did want to ask, are there any alternate versions of us also making a series about golfing as well? I can't imagine we're the only ones who thought of this.
In the grand calculus of the multiverse, there are bound to be other president groups that are also golfing. But since this is a fairly popular game, that is pretty easy to be expected.
The only thing I'm expected is to keep getting par like I just did.
Easy for you to say. I also have par for my turn as well.
Give it some time. It definitely will not last longer than a few holes at most.
Joe, how did you manage to miss that shot? You had nothing in the way and yet you still failed.
I had my glasses off when I took that shot and I somehow missed.
Don't get too critical of him. You missed your shot as well. Did you also have your glasses off?
I also had my glasses off, yes.
Finally, I managed to get it in.
I'll be able to catch up very soon. This is only the first hole.
Yes, Barack, it's already the first hole, but somehow you and Joe have managed to fall behind. This is clearly a sign to come, and you shouldn't even humor the idea of a comeback.
Relax, there are still 11 more holes to catch up. Just because we fell behind in one hole doesn't mean we're going to stay behind.
Especially when I'm about to get a hole in one, because that is what I do when I'm dead set on my gameplay instead of you three distracting me.
You better believe I'm also going to get a hole in one because there's simply nothing I can't do when I put my mind to it.
This is literally the easiest hole in the game, and you would have to have 0 IQ in order to fail something like this.
And I'm not going to fail because I have never failed in my life, and anyone who says otherwise is fake news.
Looks like we all got a hole in one, so nothing really changed that time.
Thank you, Professor Biden. Are you going to be teaching us anything else today, like you should aim for a lower score?
If his score ends up being anything like his approval ratings, then I might actually have some competition after all.
Hey, Donald, do you keep claiming you won the election because you think it's like golf where the lower number wins?
No, it's because it was rigged, and I intend to prove it in the 61st court case that will be looking into this, which I'm doing after this game is over.
Hey guys, I thought of something that might save us a bit of time. If we ever have a course where we all get the same score, do you think it would be appropriate to skip it if nothing entertaining happens?
I think that would be fine. In fact, we'll do that right now since this is one of those holes.
I guess that would keep the pace up as long as we don't skip any holes where the score changes between us.
Yeah, I can't imagine it changing in a bad way for me.
When you hit it like that, it definitely will go badly, and I hope you do it many more times.
Let me show you how a real golf expert does it without getting out of bounds.
It appears you won't get a hole in one, but it was way better than illegitimate number 46 did.
It happens to everyone. I'm not out of the game yet.
You will be when I get my perfect shot and destroy all of you with my golfing practice.
What do you mean?
It means I bounce off Barack's ball for the hole in one, which you could never do in this round, so get wrecked.
I have to admit that was really good, and I don't think I can replicate it, but I'm still going to be better than Sleepy Joe.
I suppose you did fine enough. Now let's see if Joe can stay in a mile radius of the hole this time.
I'll be fine. I learned my lesson. I just have to not hit it as hard, and I'll make it in 2 more shots.
I'm glad. Otherwise, this will be a much longer video for all of us, and nobody wants that. Can you imagine this taking twice as long or something like that?
I wouldn't want that, and Joe, your ball is in my way, so now I have to fall behind. Typical Democrat behavior, bringing down the hardworking conservatives.
I couldn't have planned that, but now I'm not in your way, so you have a clear shot ahead.
Yeah, I do now, but that still means I am losing my lead. Nothing I can't overcome, though. There are still a lot of holes left, yeah. Nobody can stop the Shapiro when it gets going.
I have no idea what that means, but I'm in the lead, which is to be expected. You all can just exit the game and do something else. There's no way you'll catch up at this point.
Especially when Joe Shebugle gets more garbage shots like that.
LOL, let me show you how the real golf master does it by staying near the hole instead of the ground.
It's not my fault I go first and don't know what's ahead of me each time.
More Democrat behavior blaming other things when clearly they just have no hand-eye coordination when it comes to simple games anybody can play.
I know I'll get better one of these days. I'll just take off days every week to go golfing instead of being an actual president.
Somehow I think that was directed at me, but that's fine since all of that is paying off while the others are just trying to stay afloat.
Another good shot. I'll get this in one more when it's my turn.
All right, this is time for my redemption. You all will regret the day you heard the name Joseph Robinette Biden.
I do regret it, but not for any reasons related to golfing.
I also regret it, but not as much as Donald, probably.
I also regret it, but more because of what he was doing in between 2009 and 2017 in the White House.
Guys, I was just kidding. It was an expression.
Oh yeah, I was just messing with you. I don't necessarily regret meeting you.
I wasn't messing with you at all, but I think it would be better if we focused on golfing instead.
Another round where Joe falls behind, nothing new there. Maybe he will somehow move back to 5th place by the end of this.
Hey Joe, here's how an expert really does it.
Do experts usually fall into the water and not make it into the hole?
Shut up.
Let the better player do this.
When is this better player getting here, Barack?
Shut up.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Let me just get myself a hole-in-one and prove my superiority to all of you since you're all much worse players than I am.
That looks pretty good. If I get one, I can start with my comeback and maybe even get close to first.
Ain't no way you're getting a hole-in-one this time.
That's kind of weird since I see one of those on my screen right now.
Doesn't matter, I'm getting across this time for sure.
I'm sure if you messed it up again, you would never hear the end of it, so you better be thankful you got it this time.
Yeah, let's see if you can catch back up or if you fall in again.
At this point, I think I'll be okay, as long as I don't think about how far I am behind. That will only mess up my focus and prevent me from getting back on top.
How can you get back on top when you were never on top to begin with?
Nobody cares about that, Donald. How did you mess up that
Shut your
shot?
mouth.
LMA O'Donnell is falling even further behind and will keep doing it continuously.
I cannot fall behind. I am the Donald. Nobody is going to stop my success. I will get the top score, and nobody is going to ever think about messing with me ever again once I show them what I'm made of.
What are you made of? Twinkies and orange spray tan?
Nobody asked you, dimwit.
Would you look at that, Donald getting another shot out of bounds? Nobody saw that coming.
You better get this, otherwise you'll sound like an idiot after saying that.
Didn't you do something like that last round when you both went swimming? I'm not that forgetful.
Besides, Joe will look like an idiot regardless, but I will admit he is doing better than he was earlier. Maybe I am letting my ego get to me a little bit.
I suppose he is doing better. I think I'll take the same strategy, and even if I end up further, I'll stay in bounds and I should be okay.
That's good and all, but let's see how a real expert does in this game.
You say that so confidently, and yet your results are so much worse.
Okay, maybe I overstepped that one a little bit.
That's okay. If anything, I can take what you did and apply it to myself so that I'm able to be more successful. So I appreciate your contribution, even if it didn't help you.
What's going to help me is getting this hole in two. That's right. My comeback is feeling so great right now.
On that exact same note, I'm about to do that same thing, which is going to feel really good since I won't be falling behind at all this hole.
That was a pretty good shot. I'm going to take it down a bit so I don't go too far away and mess up again.
Even if you did go too far again, it could still be really funny, so I wouldn't mind either way.
You could also do the same thing. I'm sure you could somehow get it out of bounds from here.
What is that supposed to mean exactly?
It means you find new ways of failing never before seen.
You mean like missing the hole entirely and making a worse angle for yourself than before?
That isn't what he meant, but it is what he did. And it is amazing how much he's falling behind.
If I don't focus up, I'm going to fall behind even Joe. I have to keep myself in check before I wreck myself.
The moment you insulted my skills is the moment you lost.
This has to be tough to go through, but it's really funny for everyone else involved.
And of course he has to take yet another stroke, because why wouldn't he at this point?
Just because it's hole 7 doesn't mean you have to take 7 strokes.
That was really bad. I managed to get from first to last in one hole. That isn't reassuring, but I can come back just as quickly.
I doubt you would on a hole like this. I have no idea what we'll do here.
I'll just have to hit it and hope everything turns out well.
I wouldn't say that went especially well, but it could have been much worse. You can probably get it in 2 more shots, I'm guessing.
I'm going to try staying on the platform this time if I can.
Doesn't look like you will, but then again, you didn't really do any worse either. This seems really difficult to get a hole in one if it can even be done.
Yeah, we know time to show you how I get things done this time.
You just fell in the same area as the other 2. Nobody is getting ahead or falling behind right now.
I'm sure that will change when you take your turn.
I can't imagine this goes well.
Joe, please tell us in the deepest depths of your mind what you thought would happen that would benefit you.
I thought it would go in the hole.
That went nowhere near this map, much less this hole. I'm surprised it didn't go into the desert course at that point.
And unlike Joe, my shot benefited me, which means I'm pretty safe to get the hole done pretty soon.
It looks like I will be in the same general position. Glad the serious players get to be successful here.
Nobody is a more serious golfer than me. Time to show you all how it's done.
Honestly, it looks about the same as the other two. None of you really have any advantage over the other right now.
We do have an advantage over you since we're not at the very beginning, actually.
Yeah, Joe, it's best not to gloat when you are clearly behind. Thank you for staying back there so we can get further ahead of you.
Anytime, Barack, I want to be sure I give you all a chance, even while I'm making the comeback of the century.
We all know the real comeback of the century is going to be me coming back to the White House in the next election.
And then if you're elected, you'll be coming back to Mar-a-Lago to golf even more than you did before.
Can't we continue focusing on the shot I just made that Ben also did that finishes the hole for two of us?
No, but we can focus on the one I'm going to be doing right now.
That's weird since it looks like you got it next to the hole instead of inside of it, which is not the same thing at all.
At this rate, even Joe is going to be catching up to you, which is saying a lot since he is still behind you.
Guys, I'm not even that far behind. I can make it to the hole very soon.
We know you can, but it's just you won't make it soon because you are an inferior golfer compared to literally all of us. But that is to be expected of you by now.
Now watch this. As soon as I get my shot lined up, well, you are all going to see me finish this up, and nobody will ever disrespect the name of Joe Biden ever again.
Congratulations, you did worse than all of us. Sorry I didn't get you a prize.
Actually, the scoreboard says you're doing worse than all of us. But my beautiful smile should suffice as a prize for you.
No time for that. It's time to watch the Donald do his masterful shot and get back to first place.
That actually wasn't so bad. I will try to maintain first place as well, but I'll have to do that or better to keep up.
Contemplate it during your own turn. This time it's my time to shine.
Get your ball away from me. You don't deserve to be in my presence within 50 miles, much less right next to me.
I do wonder what happens if I manage to get my ball into the other part past the windmill instead.
It looks as though it brings you closer to the hole, but not actually in it, so it wasn't much of an advantage.
I couldn't tell what was happening that whole time, so thank you for your masterful analysis.
It's not like you could get any better, even if you did get into that same hole.
I would recommend next time you'd be very careful about assuming, because you're definitely wrong this time since I'm getting that hole in one after all.
Joe, you should leave it to the masters to assume because I'm getting this in right now.
Okay, fine, I get it, but the Bidenator is coming back just like he always does when he needs to.
This comeback of yours needs to happen soon, since I'm not seeing it happen right now, which is evidenced by you throwing away your chance to stay afloat in this game.
I think you've mentioned this idea of a comeback, but I think it would be best that you save your comeback in a different course, since this one is clearly not doing you any favors.
That's right. Actually, if you all accept defeat, then I can get myself ahead and prove myself as the true golfing master.
I'm only 3 strokes behind. I can do this, and I'm not letting any of you tell me that I can't.
Guys, how are we supposed to do this hole? I'm not sure how we're meant to get to the end when these blades or whatever they are keep moving us.
The answer is to just copy exactly what I do and you'll be perfectly fine, as I will demonstrate right now.
I'm not sure how I'm supposed to hit my own ball and throw me off, but I'll see if that helps anything soon.
Another piece of advice is to do the opposite of what Joe does, and you'll also find success that applies to life in general, not just golf.
Or you can be like me and sabotage Donald's placement while making myself further ahead than anyone else.
If you would actually pay attention to my gameplay, you're still slightly behind me, so perhaps you'd step up your game if you want to catch up.
Aren't you last place on the scoreboard now, though?
That will be changing very soon, since I doubt everyone else is also going to get it in 2 shots like I just did.
Ben is actually making a comeback, which is that thing Joe keeps saying he will do without any actual proof behind his words.
If you keep missing the hole like that, then I will be making my comeback after all.
Joe, you are definitely not going to make it anywhere close to the hole on this shot. So Donald is actually right about this.
And you barely made any actual progress on that shot, so you need to remove your idea of getting anywhere near first place, since you are not making any progress on having it actually happen.
Oh man, just barely missed that one. Unlike Joe, I can get it in one more shot.
Yeah, this is how you make real progress if you need a visual example.
Yeah, I got it now. Let me do the special Joe Biden ultimate angle shot of success.
Joe, how can you actually be this bad at the game? I could literally have no arms and still make a better shot than that.
Who else would mess up a shot that is otherwise so simple?
Evidently you, since that was the easiest shot you've had and you still undershot it greatly.
Yeah, how could you even mess up shots that are so easy to get correctly?
I was thinking, what would Joe do? And then it came to me, I would simply mess up, since that's all I tend to do anyway.
Guys, maybe we shouldn't be too harsh on Joe. Sure, he has no chance of doing his fabled comeback like he thinks, but we don't need to insult him so badly.
I suppose you're right. I apologize if I was out of line at all. You may not be a good golfer, but I'm sure we'll find a game you're at least passable with one of these days.
That's okay. Perhaps you all are right. I'll try to do the best I can for the rest of the holes, but I think my comeback will have to be done another day after all.
Good to know you're finally coming to your senses. If you could just also surrender your chance at victory towards the end of 2024 as well, that would be fabulous.
No chance on that at all. I don't even need to make a comeback since I know I'll always stay on top in the votes.
I don't think talking about the next election will really improve anything. So I'm going to try this strategy and see how it plays out. I'm hoping I can stay ahead and finish this in 2 shots.
You honestly have a very bad angle, and it's nearly impossible to get it in unless someone hits your ball closer by accident.
Actually, now that Donald's made his shot, Barack, you no longer have the worst angle now.
Shut up, fake news.
I think I can get this in 2 more shots since there's no decline in the ground to make the ball go into the hole more easily.
That's all right. At least since my angle was better to begin with, I can make this just slightly ahead. I'm sure you'll make it next time.
It's interesting that Joe actually did the best right after he said his comeback wasn't happening. That's a bit ironic.
But it looks like you won't be making it this time, unfortunately. It's time for the Donald to show you what a real comeback is supposed to look like.
I predict this shot will be average at best.
When I want an opinion from you, I'll ask Kamala Harris, since we all know she does all the critical thinking for you.
Haha, that's right, Barack. I'd apologize that I have to do this, but I don't feel bad at all, so I'm not gonna get wrecked.
LOL, that was completely unnecessary, but also really funny. It's nice to see some actual strategy by getting Barack put backwards.
Oh, you think that's strategy? How about I strategically put my ball right up against you like this and see how you like it?
LMAO. I'm glad I got done earlier so I don't have to be a part of this sabotage going on right now.
I actually feel just fine since I have a good angle right now. Seems as though Barack's sabotage didn't pan out quite as intended.
And just like that, I'm also in without too many issues. Glad to know I got through without any payback that round.
Maybe I did get a little carried away that time, but you better watch out, Ben. The game is still going, and I have more chances to get you back for that attack you made against me.
I think you should instead focus on staying ahead of Donald since you two seem to have the same score, and there's only 1 hole left.
No, by all means, Barack, you should focus on Ben trying to knock you out of the game on the last hole. I'll stay ahead and finish the hole while you do that.
I'll try not to sabotage anyone too much, but since I'm already a bit behind, I can't make any promises.
You say that, and you hit my ball anyway, though this time I'm inclined to believe it was an accident since you didn't see me, and it didn't really hinder my progress.
I don't have much chance at coming up top, so I'm just trying whatever I can to get ahead now, regardless of the risk.
And yet you're almost in the exact position Ben is. Time for the Donald to get himself in first place now.
That does not look first place, though. If I mess this up, then I could get much further behind anyway.
If you get this, it's almost a guaranteed victory for you.
I made it, and nobody is stopping me from getting ahead this time.
No, I can still find some way to salvage this if I get a good angle.
You'll have to find a good angle after my shot is done. Mine will be very successful, so I won't be in your way.
Oh yeah, that looks really successful if you were trying to get back to the same place you started at.
But now it's time for the one and only Joe Biden to make his way across to the next section.
I somehow don't think that was the right move to make. Glad you abandoned your quest to get first place a while ago.
Instead of watching Sleepy Joe fail more, it's time to see how the superior golfer gets across and saves the game.
Save the game from what exactly?
You winning it, I'm taking a slower but steadier strategy this time.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to win this right now, whereas you will take 2 strokes at a minimum to get over here at your angle.
Yeah, even I knew you had no chance at making it. Now it's just a race for second place at this point.
I certainly hope that will be me since I am taking a similar approach as Donald did to where I'm not making any extreme shots while making incremental progress.
I suppose Joe's strategy is shoot his ball to the neighboring country at this point since he's not getting anywhere near the hole.
And now he's blocking my path, so I have no chance of making it over now. Thank you very much, you Neanderthal.
Donald is absolutely falling apart, giving me an open opportunity to get right past this hill without any distractions.
Miss, bet you won't make it. Heard you wouldn't.
I'm sorry, what was that you were saying?
I was being very encouraging to you so it wouldn't be as pressuring to make it to the other side.
I didn't hear you giving me any encouragement this whole game. Meanwhile, I'm finally making it across.
Maybe it's not you who needs the encouragement, Joe, but rather Donald, as he has a really bad angle and still needs to make it across.
And with this 1 trillion IQ play, I have made it across after all.
Wow, that was a really good shot. It would be a shame if something happened that inconvenienced you after all that.
What is that supposed to mean? Oh no, why would you do that to me?
Because it amuses me, and you were kind of in my way.
You two keep fighting. Meanwhile, I'll slowly make my way to the hole and show you what second place looks like.
It's going to look like me when I make my shot.
What a surprise Donald gets second place just like in 2020.
That was rigged just like this game is when I'm not winning it suddenly.
Somehow, I don't think that's how winning or losing actually works, but okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with accepting the results, even if I don't win, which is okay since there's always more games to play besides this one.
Especially when you miss a clear shot to the end.
That's fine this time, I'll get it in for sure.
And finally, the game is finished after Joe slowly made his way to the last hole. Looks like I got first, followed by Donald, Ben, and Joe.
Thanks to all the people watching our gameplay.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to see more golfing content.
That was fun. Peace out, people. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back to play another match of golf with your friends. In case you didn't watch the last episode, Barack won the match, and now I need to make my comeback.
We will be playing the desert map, and we'll be playing 12 holes. I think it's time I win 2 games in a row just to show you all who the master of golf really is.
Actually, it's called the Oasis map. Make sure you say the correct name of the map instead.
How about you watch me get first place like last time?
Are we ignoring the fact that this video is somehow 45 minutes long? I mean, I understand wanting to make it the same number as the best president, but I think that's a little bit much.
If we can instead make it about half a minute longer, we can get it to the real best president.
I am willing to bet money most of this video is watching Joe constantly fail while trying to claim he's making a comeback.
It is way too early to assume that's what is going to happen. It probably will, of course, but there's no way to say that for sure.
Also, since it wasn't mentioned earlier, Collision is on, and Joe's username is stuck as P-She-Boogle, whatever that means.
Oh man, I missed my shot and I'm falling away from the hole.
Yeah, if you planned it well, you would be ahead of us right now, but maybe you can catch up later in the game since you're definitely falling behind now.
I think at this point, since there's really nobody in the lead, I'm just going to play it safe and not risk anything like Ben did.
That's nonsense. I couldn't get myself a victory last time, so this time I'm taking the more extravagant path of using my special Biden brain blast and calculating the best way to get ahead of you all.
Despite the absolute nonsense of your Biden brain blast name, you actually did pull ahead, so you're finally proving yourself as someone who isn't completely out of the game to start.
Yeah, after thinking that through, there really was no way I was making the safe strategy work when now I'm the third furthest from the hole. I have to step up my game this time.
That's good and all, but now I have to just watch as everyone else gets ahead of me. This is not a great start by any means.
Speak for yourself. Most of us are already one shot away from the hole, but I suppose you're right that your specific start has been really bad. Nothing impossible to come back from, but still.
You know what? I'm going to make this interesting. I can't merely just progress. I'm going to have to make a sabotage move right from the first hole to show I mean business.
I mean, that really didn't do anything to me. I'm still right by the hole and can get it in. That wasn't a very good sabotage, at least to me.
And in my current position, I also am able to get it in right now. It was helpful in us knowing now that you're willing to sabotage us and not make any actual success. We'll be getting back at you if you keep that up.
I would like to say the same, but I've been out of it for quite a while now, so I'll let you three sort it out.
With shots like that, I can see why this video is taking so long. I shouldn't have been so quick to assume Joe would have been the reason.
That's still not an unreasonable conclusion since he was last in the first course, but it looks like Ben is going to be taking that position this time.
No, I'm going to get this in. I just need a small amount of time before I can finish this up. I just have to focus and not throw myself off. Oh no, am I already in last place now?
That is correct. Although to be fair to you, you're not even that far behind. It must not feel good to be last so quickly. You're only a few strokes away from catching back up.
Wait, how is it that Joe is on top of the scoreboard, even though him and I have the same score? This game is already rigged, and I can feel more sabotage coming soon against me in particular.
That is nonsense. As long as you stay ahead of Joe, there won't be any disputing the scoreboard. But I'm also trying to stay ahead, so I'm optimistic I can get this in the hole soon.
The only thing you should be optimistic about is me getting ahead of Joe, which is going to be happening very soon.
What makes you so confident in that exactly?
I have this special golfer's intuition that allows me to see in the future sometimes, and about 50% of the time it is correct. So that's how I know for sure. Sometimes
I don't think those words put together like that make sense, but I can't argue with results. I'm aiming to get the same done right now.
my golfer's intuition tells me that you will be making up from your abysmal previous hole and find your way to a hole-in-one. Next time I charge for my intuition reading, so you better have a spare $10,000.
Do we each get one for free, or were you only giving one total reading away?
Just that one, but I don't need it to know you're not making this one.
That is absurd. You're just making this up and hoping they're correct while charging money. That cannot possibly be legitimate.
It is, and my charging for it is simply a good business strategy, something I am undoubtedly better in than any of you.
Barack, are you going to hit the ball today?
Yes, I'm just trying to aim this really carefully so I don't keep falling behind at all. I will mention there actually is a time limit of 2 minutes per player amongst their strokes, though it wasn't worth bringing up in the previous course as nobody got close to running out of time.
That's nice and all, but Joe, what was that shot? Do you need me to guide you with my readings at all? You look like you need it.
No, I don't need your readings. I can get the ball in myself if that's all right with you.
Your gameplay suggests that you do need it after all, or at least you'll need it to stay away from last place at this rate.
And with that, I am catching up while Joe returns to last place where he rightfully belongs.
That's pretty confident of you to say when you were in last place literally one hole ago. If you keep saying things like that, you're going to fall behind and it will be really funny for everyone else.
Yeah, I'm on Barack's side. You can't get too confident, otherwise you're going to crash and burn really badly.
Says the guy who is charging 5 figures for predictions that are only half accurate by his own admission. Is that also not overly confident in itself?
I'm not charging based on the success, only the prediction itself. That's good business. Maybe you should learn a bit from me. I have signed copies of my book, The Art of the Deal, available for $20,000 if you're interested.
Sorry for knocking into you there. I couldn't really see where I was going. That is absurd of you to be charging that much when it was written over 30 years ago.
Hey guys, has anybody noticed Joe hasn't said anything in quite a while now? I was too busy ordering Donald's book off of some
That's
third-party
right.
seller, so he doesn't get any money to
Stop
notice
right
until
now.
now.
Sorry, I was just too focused on my gameplay. Plus, I only had a full 24 hours of sleep last
Wait,
night,
what?
so I'm very tired still.
Donald, why did you attack Ben's ball instead of just going to the hole?
He was trying to rip me off by getting my book without giving me the money I deserve. That's worth me falling behind.
You were trying to rip him off by charging absurd amounts, so that's what you get.
Okay, now you're just sabotaging for the sake of it, even if I was ripping him off, which I wasn't. I don't know why you're involved in this somehow.
This is getting a little out of hand. I'm just going to focus on getting it into the hole now. Otherwise, Joe will be in first place for sure.
Yeah, perhaps you're right. I'm going to have to get back in the game. Otherwise, Joe really will be back on top. And I'm not sure if I can really continue playing this game if he starts winning.
I don't think my sabotaging days are over quite yet, though. As much as I'm still considering it, I don't think it's worth falling behind even further than I already have.
We can't let Joe just win silently while we're all fighting just to stay near the top of the scoreboard.
Actually, I don't think I even caught up that much. You were all sabotaging each other for a minute, but it didn't really make much of a difference right now.
It looks like I will be on top, and I don't anticipate any of you to be changing that. If anyone wants to just leave the game and do something else, then that will be a more productive use of your time.
Nah, I think I'm going to get this hole in one.
Something tells me that didn't really go as you planned. It was probably it going out of bounds that gave it away.
I think it's time I catch up a little bit when I actually get a hole in one.
Wow, you actually did it. I didn't think you had the precision to make that kind of shot, but you got it in.
If Sleepy Joe can make it in, then surely this won't be a problem for me.
Yes, it will, and don't even think about calling me Sleepy Joe when you can't get it in yourself.
Alas, Ben makes his slow descent down the hill to reflect on his failure.
Not like you did any better when yours went straight out of the course entirely. At least he made progress closer to the hole.
But it looks like yours is going down too. If only your golfer's instinct could have told you how hard to hit the ball.
Okay, I'd like to see you do better then. Come on, it's not that hard. Just make sure you're not too far right or left, and you can get it in without having to worry about hitting it again and again and again.
I got the point. Let's see what happens.
It looks like what happens is you missed and have to hit it from a much closer part of the hill instead of just from the same distance as the beginning of the map.
It does feel good to have the hole done for me. If this is going to take a while, do you want me to tell a story to make this go by more quickly?
There is nothing in my life I would like more than to not hear one of your stories. I would sooner call off my campaign for president than to hear one of your childhood stories before electricity was invented.
Donald, can I give some advice on this course if you don't mind?
I don't think it will be that useful, but sure.
Have you considered getting it into the hole yet?
That did cross my mind for a moment, not like you're going to take your own advice or anything.
This is the last chance for me to tell a story. Otherwise, I probably won't remember it later on.
I think we'll be okay without your story, but thank you for the offer regardless.
This is seriously not easy to get this into the hole at this point. We're really falling apart and giving Joe the lead.
Don't worry, I'll make it easier by getting it in. That just leaves you two before we can move on to the next hole.
I'm not seeing us making any progress for quite a while, Barack. Are you sure we can't cut any of this out? I mean, I know that the score will be changing during this course, but if we're both just not going to make it, then can't we just take the loss and skip ahead at all?
If the viewers don't want to watch this, They can always skip to 10 minutes 32 seconds into the video, but no, we are not skipping this. Donald, when you went to Mar-a-Lago, did you ever skip any of the holes with your friends because you weren't being successful? Joe, did you ever stop walking up the stairs at Air Force One? Ben, did you ever quit doing something important in your life that I'm not aware of since I don't know what you do? No. We keep going regardless of the hardships we encounter. That's why we are the presidents and Ben. We don't skip ahead when we struggle. We power through it.
Wow, that was actually really inspirational. If only it were over something that wasn't us messing up at golf, then it would be even more impacting. I think you're right. We do need to keep going, which is easy for me to say since I finished the hole way earlier, but the point still stands.
And just like that, I finally got it in. I was hoping to get it as I was finishing with my speech, but I guess that works too.
I'll get it in too now that you mention it. I could have gotten that at any time, but I just wanted to give everyone else a chance to get further ahead.
No, you didn't. You definitely struggled as much as Barack did, but we shouldn't have to do that anymore since we're on to the next hole, finally.
Yeah, Donald, that definitely wasn't on purpose. And I think if we hit that wall-looking thing just right, we can all make it up top. But that still leaves some distance before we can reach the hole on the other side of this gap.
You don't need to worry about me. I am the Donald, and there is no task I can't accomplish, especially when it comes to golf.
How about finishing that wall by Mexico or getting a second term?
One of those was delayed by Mexico not paying for it like I thought they would, and the other was rigged, so those don't count.
Nah, Joe is right. You just need to focus up on your golfing skills. Otherwise, you'll be falling behind even further than you did the last hole.
Any further than we did, you and I had the same score. Let's not ignore that small detail.
If we could focus on my gameplay instead, it looks like we all made it up. So I don't think we really made that much progress in our first shot, but I imagine we're going to have a lot of variation coming up now.
I suppose you're right. I certainly hope I don't struggle too much and can get it relatively quickly.
I think you'll do okay. That does look like a good shot. That could have been much worse, especially if you missed a lot instead.
That was pretty good, but let me show you how the Donald gets it in just as easily.
How exactly does the Donald get it in when the ball is so far away from the hole?
That was rigged. The wind made the ball go astray when I had it otherwise lined up perfectly well.
The wind also caused me to miss my shot too. Otherwise, I would have had it in just the same way Barack did.
Hey, Joe, I don't want this to sound bad, but I need to hit your ball out of the way since I have no realistic angle to work with. Hope this doesn't inconvenience you too badly.
Oh no, hard feelings. I'm already ahead, so I don't think this will make my score go down that much further, really.
Wow, you took that much better than I thought you would. I thought you would be much more upset that I made things worse for you due to my actions.
No, I don't think it's worth getting upset over. There's still a lot of time left in the game, so I can't promise I'll stay that way. But I'm not upset at all.
I don't want your sappy understanding and feelings. It's time for me to show you what I can do.
And what's that? Miss the target entirely. We already knew you could do that. It's what you've consistently done best, so we're not surprised.
Hey, Ben, turns out I'm in the same place as last time after all.
And since you missed yet again, you'll stay in the same place. No surprises at all.
Okay, this is getting us nowhere. I have to try something different. Otherwise, we're just going to be in the same spot the whole game.
I do find it interesting how none of you made any actual progress. Meanwhile, I'm already done and watching my lead increase the whole time.
With shots like that, it's not hard to see why we can't get any further. We just can't get the ball into where it should be. I have the excuse of the wind, but the other two are just bad as to be expected.
We all know that the wind cannot possibly explain you missing the general vicinity of the hole 3 times now. It's okay to admit that you're making mistakes. There is simply no wind at all.
Joe, please get it so we can finish more quickly.
I got across. I should be able to finish on my next shot after all.
The wind finally calmed down enough to get Joe across to the other side, and now he's not in Ben's way anymore.
I believe in your skill. You got this. Or maybe you don't, but that doesn't mean you can't make it next time instead.
I appreciate the thought, Joe. Perhaps you do deserve to stay ahead. I think you're doing well, and I'm glad you managed to get over, even if half of us haven't.
If this wind would stop blocking me, I would be able to get through one of these days.
Joe, you were so close. How did you manage to miss that at all?
I was too distracted by what Donald was saying about the non-existent wind to focus on my own shot and messed up. I definitely did not mean to do that and won't continue to mess up from here on out.
You not messing up? I didn't know you were a comedian because that was the funniest thing I've ever heard you say.
Oh, really? It's not like I see you doing any better. You just keep missing, and I hope you keep it going until you are solidified in last place for the whole game.
If all of this wind would stop, making me lose, then
Hold up, Donald Joe. You actually managed to miss that again? Are you trying to be in last? You literally have nothing stopping you and you still can't make it in. I cannot believe this is actually happening.
I can't even think of a good excuse for that one. I underestimated how far it was, and I deserve to be falling behind if I keep acting like that.
No, Joe, you need to keep your head up. You can still win this. Sure, you are struggling, but you are no less capable than any of us in your abilities to golf with your friends. I believe in you despite your failures.
I appreciate that, and I'm finally through, even if I messed up a lot at the end. I'm glad you're here with us to give support despite the competition.
if only you could apply that to yourself. I adjusted my shot earlier so I could use a different angle, and I anticipate this to be much better than before.
We can only hope so.
No, it actually looks like you made it significantly worse for yourself. Joe's issue was much more embarrassing, but yours was more destructive to your actual progress.
I did notice something interesting. The timers for both of you, Ben specifically, seem to be very low. I'm not sure if you can get it in, even if you make it across.
Honestly, I don't think I can make this one. I'll have to just make up some points in the later holes since I can't seem to get into this one.
Meanwhile, I have to make my way back up top because the game simply won't allow me to actually get into this very simple section of the map and succeed since it is biased against the Republican players.
How many excuses have you come up with for why you can't make it in? Is it possible it's just your fault?
No, I don't think it's it. It's obviously outside factors that I can't control that are to blame instead of me.
I don't actually think that is correct in any possible way, but if you really think so, then I suppose we aren't able to change your mind at all.
You cannot change my mind, and just like that, I'm finally here.
What do you mean just like that? You spent most of the past 5 minutes nowhere near the hole at all?
Thankfully, we can finally look past this and move on to something different instead. It looks like Barack caught up to me, but we're still ahead of Donald and Ben, who took a significant hit to their scores.
I know I was trying to be inspirational earlier, but if all of the holes keep ending up like that, then I'm not sure how we can handle that. This is going to be a long game, not that it hasn't been already.
Thankfully, this one looks much easier, or at least there's no gap we all have to get over that I have noticed.
There is a gap, and that's the amount of shots I've taken compared to Joe and Barack. I need to catch up fast, otherwise there's no coming back from the failure I've put myself into.
I also need to catch up. I have almost the same score as you do.
Yes, but I was really hoping you wouldn't, is the thing. I'm rooting for myself at the moment, not really you so much.
You both have to accept it's Jover for you two. Maybe in the next course you can make a recovery, but I don't see how that's remotely possible right now.
Hold up, did you say Jover? What does that even mean?
It's my new catchphrase. It's like Joe and over. It's what happens when somebody else is at a significant disadvantage compared to what I'm doing, I think.
That makes no sense, but I don't know what else I'd expect from you.
And after that shot, I wouldn't expect you to go anywhere near the actual course, so thank you for proving my idea correct.
If you want to see a player that isn't in dead last, just watch me, and you'll be sure to be much more satisfied by the gameplay.
When you take so long to aim your shot when it can fall into only 2 slots, then I can see why this video is so long after all.
Last time I checked, it wasn't me who spent 5 minutes in the last hole. It was you and Donald. I got it done so much more quickly. And if I wasn't, then it would be over an hour-long video.
Okay, fair point, but this time it's me getting the hole done very quickly, while the others try to just catch up.
Sorry I have to do this, Barack, but you're in my way, so I have to mix things up by hitting your ball.
Honestly, I don't know if that will affect me all that much since we're both still relatively close to the hole as it is. You just made us slightly further away.
My golfer's intuition tells me I'm about to make an actual comeback, and you two will be the ones trying to catch up with Ben and myself.
That was a pretty good shot. I'm going to try getting it in now so you can stop gloating so much.
Donald cannot be gloating when he took so many tries last time. Sure, he had a good recovery this time, but he is nowhere near us when the scoreboard shows up soon.
Yeah, Donald, I don't think it's best to be overly confident. It's not something that we should be doing that much, even if you were ahead. It's just not great sportsmanship.
I will absolutely gloat since I'm going to get myself up to first place in no time. You're going to be wishing I fell behind even more because of how badly I'll be beating all of you.
If I remember right, you seemed to be confident I wouldn't make a comeback in the last golf course. What makes this so much different?
It's the fact that I am the Donald. I have my golfer's intuition, and I have years of experience in Mar-a-Lago to enhance my abilities to a far greater level than any of you.
I can't possibly imagine this level going well. It seems like we have to bounce the ball off one of these pillars, but there isn't a very clear angle on how we hit them and where exactly they will be going to after we hit them.
Can you actually hit the ball today, please?
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. I'll do that now.
How did you even forget to hit the ball? I thought I'd hear something like that from Joe if it was any one of us.
I am perfectly capable of hitting the ball easily enough and not forgetting. Don't doubt my ability to succeed.
I do actually think it's rather unlikely that you will succeed, and I can prove it. Despite the scoreboard showing me as very low, I actually am the superior player due to my age alone, and it is precisely the reason why I would also make a better president than all of you. I have a superior speaking ability, and no left-wing crisis actor could ever catch me off guard. Plus, my age makes me less likely to become as senile as some of you already are, which gives me a clear advantage.
There are so many things wrong with that, I can't even count them. But you did make it across, so perhaps you are correct on some level after all.
What was I even wrong about? I'm factually younger than all of you, and all of you have some sort of speech issue that comical YouTube compilations have shown, such as Donald going completely off on nonsense with no proof, Joe's inability to construct a proper sentence, and Barack having significant gaps in many of the words he says, as if he thinks the sentences he says as he is speaking them instead of planning ahead.
How does that even relate to golf in the slightest? Even if that would make you a better hypothetical president, you still aren't a better golfer than us just because of that. Plus, I made the shot right after you did anyways, so it's not like I'm even that much further behind.
I'll show you how I'm better by catching right up to you by making this difficult angle shot.
Hey, Ben, I thought you shouldn't be gloating. Isn't that what you told me? But then you went on this tirade about how you're a better possible president and golfer while also being in last place? That seems hypocritical of you.
Yeah, maybe it is, but just because I'm hypocritical doesn't mean I'm not correct.
I just got the ball in. I'm glad that went by without too many issues.
Nobody cares about that, Ben. I don't understand how you can put me at a higher standard than you do while expecting me to understand. I would like you to explain why you get to gloat, but I can't.
Because, Donald, I have a secret that I've never told anybody. I actually have been honing my skills at your golf course that you live at and have developed my own golfer's instinct. After failing spectacularly 2 holes ago, I unlocked something inside myself, and now I have a third eye when it comes to seeing what's going to happen. That is why I'm gloating. You were confident up to 50%. I have 100% confidence in my abilities.
Is that why you just missed the hole there? Or did you predict that would happen too?
Can I just say I have a golfer's instinct too, or do I have to provide some sort of proof of that? Like, what are the requirements for that kind of thing?
I haven't said anything in a while, but I think they're just making it up as they go along.
That silence from you was the most peaceful experience I've had this whole game, despite Ben's constant talking.
Hey, though he may have been much more confident than he should, I don't think it was excessive. We all need to remember that we are golfing with our friends, not golfing with our enemies. Although we may have different political values, we must always remember that we are here to have fun and not worsen the companionship we could otherwise display.
If only your golfing was as good as your motivational speaking, that would be great, since that shot did not make any progress for you.
I suppose you are right. These complicated angles are not my strong suit, I'll admit.
It's one turn you'd have to make. What is so complicated about that?
He was at a difficult angle, so that made it so if he wanted to get around that section he was at, and near that hill, he would have to hit a few angles to reach over. It was riskier than just hitting it straight forward, but could have brought him closer to the hole by the end of it.
I was about to say the same thing, but this time I'm not being as risky. I need to make this more carefully, otherwise I'll be falling behind again.
Enough about that. Watch the Donald get his ball in flawlessly.
If by flawlessly you mean 3 over par, then yes, that is a great description, but I don't think that's what that word really means.
And with this, I have finally got this done. That took much longer than I thought it would take.
And with that, I have caught up to first, as Joe took a major fall into second place, while Donald and Ben are slowly catching up while being tied.
Is there any reason you called me Donald as my full first name while only calling Ben and Joe as the shorter versions of their name compared to Benjamin and Joseph? Not that there's any issue with it, just curious if you noticed.
I'm not really sure. For some reason, it just sounds more natural, but I can't really explain why.
You can always call me King Donald if you'd prefer. I don't mind that one by any means.
I'm not sure we should do that, since some nicknames and phrases are common amongst other versions of ourselves that are also playing games like this, so it would be best to avoid it, so it doesn't sound like we're copying them or anything.
Kablamo, I almost got a hole in one.
Oh wow, we almost made it a full 1 second before Joe used a phrase from a different video series.
So should I come up with a new phrase of my own instead? Is that something I can copyright so others can't use that?
That's not exactly how copyright works, but if you want to come up with something for yourself, then feel free.
Okay, I've got one now. It's Bidening time.
I'm so afraid to ask, but in some feeling of morbid curiosity, what does it's Bidening time mean exactly?
It means when somebody like me has the last name of Biden and where I'm succeeding at something like getting the ball into the hole, for example, I can say it's Bidening time. I watched a movie and it had a line like that.
Unfortunately, I can explain this delusional phrase that's based off a line said to be in the movie Morbius where the character allegedly says it's Morbin time, which in itself is based on a line from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers where they actually say it's morphing time. This has so many levels of unoriginality that it's funny and also sad.
You are correct in that it's sad, but I think we shouldn't ignore the fact that this hole is already almost done. And I don't think we've mentioned anything happening in it yet.
Yeah, Joe and I already got this done a while ago, so we're just kicking back and watching you two eventually get it in if you can soon enough.
These circular sections really make it difficult to get a good angle. That's why this is taking a little longer than expected, but I think it'll be done soon.
I'll get it in now. That was way easier than some of the other holes we had already. I can only hope they will stay like that going forward.
I promise I'll have this in soon. Don't look at me missing.
Good to see you're getting it in. I don't think any of us are completely out. We do have time for any of us to make a difference. Despite some of us being much further ahead, anything could happen.
You're right that anything could happen. Aside from my gloating, I do need to get a hold of myself, otherwise I'm staying behind, which is not my preference right now.
Glad to know you're finally coming to your senses. I also really have to catch up since I'm 9 behind first place, and there are only a few holes left before it's over.
I can only hope I get a shot as good as that, otherwise I'll be falling behind when I really don't want to.
All I have to do realistically is play it safe and let everyone else worry about catching up to me, and I should be able to maintain my lead, especially if they fall like Joe did just now.
Yeah, how would you even fall there?
Based on the shot you just did, apparently it's pretty easy to fall down, which is strange since I got my ball across with no issues whatsoever.
I don't think this is all that hard. As long as you get the accurate angle and speed, then making it to the other end is actually quite simple. You two are just making it look much harder than it really is.
No, you two just got lucky. As always, my golfer's intuition is telling me that Ben is going to fail spectacularly and give me a chance to get where he is without fail whatsoever.
That can't be oh wow, you actually were correct on that one.
Donald just guessed he was right. It was basically a 50% chance because I would have either failed or succeeded. There weren't that many possibilities.
That is not actually how probability works. Just because there are two outcomes does not mean that they are equally likely. For example, if someone like me were to make that shot, then I would have a 100% probability of getting it in. Meanwhile, if Joe or Barack were to do it, then it would be much closer to zero.
I didn't expect an observation that thoughtful to be coming from you, but
Excuse me?
how is it that you ignored the fact you missed the shot at the beginning a second time while everyone else is ahead?
My superior mind was too busy coming up with a rationale that could be understood by all of you, and it took too much of my brain power, so I couldn't actually hit the ball the way I was intended to. I would have made it if it were otherwise silent.
That's weird since we all made it when others have been talking throughout the entire video, but I just think you are making things up as an excuse yet again. Perhaps that is why you are so far down on the scoreboard.
It also might be the fact that he is used to golfing physically in Mar-a-Lago, compared to here where it's a video game and the same inputs don't apply. Not trying to defend him falling out of bounds a lot, but it's not unreasonable for that to be the case.
Thanks for having my back this time. I'm going to prove I'm coming back right now and make sure you all don't get any sort of lead this time.
That was a much better shot, but unfortunately for you, it is not going to stop me from going forward, as I'll be getting in right now, and it will take you one more shot at a minimum to get across, and you'll still be at least a little bit behind.
Yeah, I won't be gaining any lead. But at least I shouldn't fall behind much this time, if at all. So it could have been much worse in my case.
And now watch me get this in. It's Bidening time.
That really didn't have any actual impact by you saying it. Maybe if you got a really good hole and one that nobody else could have expected, then it would be a lot better.
That's enough from you all. It is time to show you once again what the Donald can do after all.
You mean finish last and get 2 over par? Is that what you meant, or was it something different?
I meant something different. But despite not doing well there, I am still not in last. That's good to know, even if I still have more catching up to do.
Okay, hold up a second. How are we supposed to get into the hole here? I have no idea where to even start since there's like 4 different paths to take.
We can all try whatever we think at this point. This could really change things depending on which way to go is the best.
Everybody knows my way is the beauty.
No, Donald, your way is not the best. I may be in last, but you are right next to my score, and your way is clearly not the best. It's not the wind or your intuition that you made up, or anything else besides you not getting through the game as well as you'd like. So get wrecked, plus I'm younger, plus ratio, plus L, plus I'm better than you.
Guys, we're so close to the end of the map. There's only like 15 minutes left, so if we can just hold it together without arguing too much longer, then we'll be finished. For now, I'm taking the less risky path to make sure I can get my shots done relatively quickly.
I'm going to get up above instead, so I have more options than just going straight forward. But Joe is right. We can't keep getting mad at each other. I know the length of this map is getting to us, but we can hold it together. Plus, I don't know how many more inspirational speeches we have left in us before we'll be totally out.
Sometimes I wonder how I hold it together when I go at my own golf course, especially when those games usually take a lot longer. I think we can do this while staying competitive in a healthy way.
Perhaps you all are right. I guess being in last doesn't help so much, along with this shot in particular not being very helpful for me.
Good to know we're all doing better. It looks like when I make it across here, I will be the closest to the hole since I didn't fall down at all. Maybe I can make a comeback since I'm still in second place.
Since I am in first, you do have the most realistic chance of catching up, and I don't think I can get a good angle. So that may ruin my lead a little bit. I guess that's what I get for not playing it safe, like I said I would earlier.
That's all right. There's no harm in taking a risk sometimes, unless of course it doesn't work out and then you fall behind, thus losing first place after all. Then there is some harm sometimes.
I did not mean to do that. Now I fell behind with you two while Joe is comfortably ahead of us.
Okay, you know what? I can't possibly give up now. I just have to hit it really hard and hope this works out. Otherwise, last place is going to be my new home, and I don't want that to happen.
That doesn't sound like a good idea, but it can't really inconvenience me, so by all means, see what happens.
It looks like you knocked me into a spot that gives me a much better angle than I was at before. I appreciate the help, even though I don't think you meant for that to happen.
And just like that, I make it right to the hole like I was aiming for. Now it's time for everyone to catch up to me this time.
I just have to do this like Ben did and hope I get myself at a decent enough angle to get it in sooner than later.
I don't think you'll have the best angle to work with, but given where you were, that was the only really good option, so I can't blame your decision making.
Thanks to Ben accidentally making me at a good place here, I don't think I'll get it in this time, but I'll be able to make it in very soon at this rate.
I think that also applies to Barack and myself in the same way, since we're right around the same area as you were.
Not exactly. My always accurate intuition tells me that you're not in a good angle, so you will try getting it in, but instead will simply fall out of bounds, thus causing your last place status to be even stronger than it was earlier.
I do always question how that works, but despite it sounding like complete nonsense, you are typically correct when it comes to other people's strokes. How do you do it?
I just analyze every possible outcome of the situation and pick the one that comes up the most often, so I hope that makes sense.
That's just what Dr. Strange did in Avengers Infinity War. Now I know you were just making it up all along, but I can't really be all that surprised.
Wait, Donald, is what Barack said true? Did you really just make it up this whole time?
Okay, fine, I admit it. I have been just guessing this whole time. I wanted to keep this going for a few more episodes, but I didn't think any of you would catch on so quickly. I'm surprised it took some of you as long as it did.
That's all right. I never really believed you from the beginning, so I'm not that surprised. Does that mean you really did try to scam us when you were charging us money for your predictions, though?
I wouldn't call it a scam, more of an alternative business avenue that relies on deception instead of truth, so yes.
Oh goodness, I am finally glad to be done with this hole. That took longer than I thought, but that's been a running theme throughout this video.
Glad to hear it. I'm so close to first place, and since I'm only one behind, it is too close for me to take any risks. But I might do it anyway if I need to.
Based on a detail I noticed on the other hole, the sand will slow you down. Not sure how the water is supposed to work, though.
I think we have to make our way into the water, and it will lead us to where the hole is, but I'm not very sure at this angle.
Don't worry. I'll figure something out and see what I can accomplish.
That was good. I sure learned a lot there, mainly that the sand stops you, which Ben already said.
I'd like to see you doing better here sometime.
I will. Just watch and learn. First, I angle the ball in such a way that it just barely gets it in the water. I am able to jump based on the X button prompt, so I know I am able to bounce out of the water. By timing my jump and the angle, I can hop over to the right side and get very close to the hole all in one shot.
That was actually really well planned of you. I don't think I'm able to replicate anything near that. Nor will the rest of us, I'm guessing.
No, though, it's good to have you admit that I'm getting much further ahead. If anyone else wants to try, then be sure you don't bounce out of bounds or otherwise miss your chance to get ahead. Otherwise, you'll probably have to take a much longer path.
Okay, I am making some progress over here. I think I can do it. It doesn't look like I have as good of an angle, but I still am at least closer to the hole than if I did get up here.
You did fine enough. You'll likely make it in 1 or 2 more shots.
Being stuck in this sand is really not doing me any favors. It makes it much harder to figure out how hard I need to hit it, since it takes a lot of my initial speed out to start with.
That wasn't so great. Thankfully, we're about to switch over to me getting this finished very quickly. So that means I can just watch you all struggle to make it in.
If anyone is going to be struggling, it's definitely not me. I don't have any practice bouncing in the water, but I'm pretty sure I can get myself up to that bridge-looking section.
It would really be a shame if someone else on that bridge were to accidentally hit your ball away since he already got there first.
What is that supposed to mean? I didn't do anything to you all that recently.
Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm going down the ramp. I just wanted to mess with you. I don't think I have the best angle, but I can still make it next time.
Good work, Joe. Now I just need to get to that same area so I can maintain my lead and finish strong. I don't know if I need to hit it hard since the current will keep me at a decent pace, so I'll be fine here. I can just go forward and get up top.
Mess up, do it. Heard you would. Failure.
No, I'm going to make it. You can't distract me from my victory. All I have to do is jump up here. No, this isn't what I meant. I have to go back, not forward, back. Stop taking me this way. No,
You can stop jumping now. It's only delaying the inevitable, which is you not succeeding.
No, I was in the lead, and all I had to do was jump somewhere over there, and now my lead is falling apart with Sleepy Joe going to get ahead of me.
In all fairness, you did win the first game, so it's not unreasonable that someone else would win this one. You probably won't even fall that far behind.
I'm not complaining at all. It's fine that you're letting me get ahead now. I'm happy with that result.
At least you're not out of bounds. You can still make it over here. Just like I will now.
Speaking about out of bounds, what was that? You could have just safely went down the ramp and made it much closer, but you still failed.
And now I get it in because I didn't make any unnecessary risks at all.
Yes, though despite Ben's failure to know how hard he should hit the ball, it's Barack that is much further behind still.
I get it, point taken. I did just make it a lot further, though, and I can make it in 1 or 2 more shots for sure.
I think I also learned my lesson. I'm going to have to hit it less hard so it stays within the range of the course.
You should have figured that out quite a while ago, but evidently you did not, which is very strange. You'd think it would be a more obvious lesson.
I'm sure he can make it soon. I don't think he can get out of last at this point, but he made a good effort and took a lot of risks this time, which, although it didn't go well, is a commendable strategy regardless.
I appreciate the good thoughts, and you did significantly better than last time. You are actually in first when you were last for most of the last game entirely.
That's right. If it weren't for me messing up earlier, this would be a lot closer. But I will accept that I need to practice my bouncing abilities in order to stay ahead in the game.
You know, with all of this positivity, this would make a great end to the game, so why are there still 8 minutes left?
It's because there's still one more hole we have to complete, so we're still not completely done, and the score can change drastically at this point.
Even still, I can't imagine what you'd have to do that would cause one hole to take so long.
Not sure, but since I made it across in one shot, then it looks like I'm starting off well enough.
Okay, what is that thing over there? Usually the bridges we have to cross aren't spinning like that. How are we even supposed to get across to the other side?
I'll find out soon when it's my turn coming up.
I will as well since I got across. I didn't mean to fall down, but maybe I can bounce out and make it over. Or I can restart too, that's nice.
That is strange since the last hole was showing how the water can be helpful, while this one is giving the opposite impression.
Barack, what are you doing? What did you possibly think you would do there?
I think he was trying to deliberately get into last place since he's already made it down to second, but I can't think of anything reasonable. Instead, how about I show you how to really improve and get it across?
Today would be nice.
Sorry you can't rush perfection here. I need to focus, otherwise I'd fall down like you and Barack.
To be honest, I'm not really sure what to do, so I'm going to try to get an epic angle and make it all the way over from here.
That worked perfectly except for that part that didn't, which was all of it.
Okay, that's enough of Joe failing as to be expected at this point. So let's see what the real master of golf can do.
You actually made it. That was much better than it was last time, which was very entertaining how you fell down.
And I think it's time to redeem myself from last time since I made a really bad shot.
You didn't fall down, so that's already making progress. It looks like we're all in the same general spot now.
There's a few different ways we can go about this. My idea is to just try Joe's again, but with more success involved.
I don't really know about this.
Neither do I right now.
That worked perfectly except for that part that didn't, which was all of it.
Hey, you already said that earlier. This time I'm going to play it safe and go right up near where it rotates and make it across more safely.
That is the smarter strategy, but I'm going to try this at least once myself to see if I can do it.
That worked perfectly except for that part that didn't, which was all of it.
What's going on? Barack hasn't said anything new in a while?
I think losing his lead fried his brain.
That happens to me too.
That worked perfectly except...
We get the idea, Barack. Come back to us now.
Wow, oh, what happened? I must have been in a trance or something since I lost my lead.
That happens to me when I don't take my medication. There have been videos made online making fun of me for it the past few years.
I would love to make fun of you for that. But Ben, what was that garbage shot? What were you hoping to accomplish there?
I wanted to see if I could get a straight shot to the other side. Evidently, that didn't happen.
And just like that, Joe also makes a garbage shot. You didn't plan that one at all, did you?
I was so excited to get to the other side that I didn't focus on the timing at all, which caused me to miss entirely. I really should have planned that one better.
And just like that, the Donald has made his way forward and has a clear shot to the end with no obstacles.
I think I can try angling this shot and make it look cool at the same time.
Nobody has gotten it yet. It's not really worth it at this point.
Bet you won't try. You're too chicken to make it.
Okay, fine. I'll do it just to prove you wrong.
This can't go well.
That worked perfectly except for that part.
Nobody asked, and also you tricked me.
I didn't trick you. I just influenced you to fail, and it worked very well.
Time to get my redemption now.
That was better than before, but still not enough to actually succeed, which is a shame since nobody has made it across at all yet.
Another close one, but just barely off. You may make it soon enough, I hope. I understand why this is taking a while now.
With that, I don't think I can afford to keep angling this shot. I'm going across the normal way this time.
I believe in you. That is the most specific failure I've seen in a long time. That's actually impressive, how that didn't go well at all.
I might as well go for it. I don't have much to lose now.
Finally, someone actually made it across. Maybe this won't take much longer after all.
Joe, please do the same so we all don't have to stay here for the rest of the match.
Don't you worry about me, I've got this.
Something tells me that's not what you had in mind.
You are right, that is not what I meant, but believe me, I'll get it one day.
My golfer's intuition tells me I'm going to make it.
You mean that golfer's intuition that you already said was not actually real, and you didn't make that, and so you are wrong on both counts?
Oh yeah, I forgot I already admitted to that earlier.
This time I can make it across for real.
You did the same thing as earlier, and even though you didn't fall in the water again, you didn't accomplish much there.
Speaking of accomplishing, I'm about to make it in, unlike all of you.
That's weird since you just missed the hole, so I'm thinking you're not making it in now after all.
Okay, for real, now I can do this. It's Bidening time.
It most certainly is not Bidening time, and I think you need to retire your new phrase since you haven't effectively used it once.
Not like you're doing any better at all.
At least I don't go around saying it's trumping time right before I mess up.
Just for the fun of it, before I make my next attempt here, it's Obaming time.
Is that what you said right before the drone strikes were sent out?
No, though, I should have known you would say something like that.
This time I will for sure get this and no more mistakes at all.
I'm so thankful one of us will actually make it in. Now I think I have a good idea. I have to change my placement just a little bit since I don't have a great angle right now.
I'm not used to your ideas going well, so I hope for your sake you are right.
I'm right. You just have to trust in my skill.
Your skill is currently 4 over par with no signs of improvement despite being in first.
And it looks like Donald is having a tough time making it anywhere near the hole as well.
It's part of an epic strategy. You will see it soon.
The only strategy I have now is winning.
Let's see it then.
Now it's just kind of sad how often you're hitting that part of the bridge and falling backwards.
We all knew that would happen. Let's see if my new angle will help me.
I'm going to bet no.
That worked perfectly except for that part that didn't, which was all of it.
Yeah, okay, we got it the 4th time. I thought you were out of your trance.
I'm just messing with you.
This is my new strategy. I hit the water at the speed optimal to bounce over and get over without the bridge.
You actually did it. That's great.
No. Why am I back here? I made it across. Why is this game punishing my epic ideas? This game is actually rigged and doesn't want the Donald to be on top.
For once, Donald is actually right about this being rigged. He should not have been reset there.
What do you mean, for once I've always been right about rigging?
Wrong, but that will just get us nowhere. I need to make it across here soon. Otherwise, the time will expire for my turn.
I have less than 10 seconds left. There's not much of a chance for me. You two can maybe do this.
I'll have to try something else since my great idea was deemed bad by the game for no reason.
I haven't said much in a while, but I feel so great not having to worry about timing out like all of you are right now.
Point taken. That's it for me. Let's see me finish this. That worked perfect.
I'm so glad you're out so you don't have to say that anymore.
I'm really losing hope that I'll make it across by this point.
To be fair, none of us did well on this hole, so you're not alone.
I was doing well until the game decided I wasn't.
Skill issue.
You'll probably still be in last even if we all run out of time.
Can we just skip to the end now, please?
No, remember my speech earlier. We're going to the end.
Then I'll need full concentration, please. Wait, do I run out of strokes?
I think so.
That was not good timing.
That's it for me. Goodbye, everyone.
And finally, the game is finished.
That was fun. Peace out, people.
Everyone else got 14 there, and I still lost.
Yes, you did.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to see more golfing content.
Bye-bye, people.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Golf with Your Friends. We are back yet again to show who is the superior golfer, this time in the Candyland map.
Joe somehow pulled a victory last time, but this is my opportunity to show I am much better than any of you today.
Sounds pretty confident for someone who hasn't won a game here yet, but since you're very experienced with eating candy, I'd imagine you do have a natural advantage.
We can also mention that this has collision on 12 holes, and the winner becomes the president of the country.
Wait, I didn't agree to that.
We don't need you to. Those are the rules now.
After I win, you will be all calling me President Shapiro. That does have a nice sound to it.
That sounds terrible, and I'll make sure you don't get that victory.
How is falling into the water going to stop my victory? We're 40 seconds in, and you are already throwing away any chance at a lead.
Ben is right. You can't be falling behind now. It'll just make it much harder to catch up. Just do what I did, and you'll make it across easily.
Yeah, even Sleepy Joe got it in. What is wrong with you?
Why did you call yourself Sleepy Joe? It doesn't work as an insult if you call yourself the same thing. Now I have to come up with something different.
First place winner of golf is a good nickname, also accurate.
Hey, Ben, I bet you'll miss like I did, and then we'll both be trying to catch up.
I'm making it over right now.
Yeah, right over into last place. Who would have guessed that would happen?
Hey, it's too early to be overly confident. There's still over 30 minutes until the game is over, so that leaves a lot of time before we'll know who won.
Perhaps you're right. I apologize, Ben. It's not like I'm any further ahead, so I don't have the room to criticize.
It's all good. I'm sure you'll make it in this time.
My golfer's intuition tells me
This
you're
again?
going to miss and watch us all get a better score.
I thought we established last time that your intuition was just made up.
It was, but since then I developed it for real and will be 100% accurate in my readings.
Did your readings tell you that I would be the first one in making me in the lead?
Yes, I just didn't want to spoil it or admit that you were going to be ahead of us. I can handle you being ahead of Ben and Barack, just not me.
Ben, it looks like you're missing. We have to focus up. We can't be tearing down each other, as that'll just distract us further from our comeback.
You're right. I think that if I act like the ball is a liberal, and me, the golfer, is the master of owning liberals, Ben Shapiro, then I'll be able to destroy this game and achieve first place.
That was kind of strange for an uplifting message to yourself, but if that's what ends up working for you, then I suppose that will have to do. Personally, I'm going to be making it further without the messages of confidence, though.
Congratulations, I'm glad you get it in finally. Don't worry about falling behind too much as long as you're making progress.
Let me just get out my 6 octillion IQ strategy and get much further than I did before.
Is a 6 octillion IQ strategy to only make progress after you've reached par for the course? Seems like it's a little flawed.
Okay, maybe I overestimated myself a little, but I'm still getting through here without too many issues, and I'm sure Barack is going to be doing just the same.
What are you on, some sort of team all of a sudden? If you're trying to sabotage myself or Joe, then it's definitely not happening.
Hey, does that mean we're on a team against those two now?
I would rather go bankrupt than team up with you against the double bogey duo.
You've already gone bankrupt like 6 times, so that doesn't sound like anything unusual.
That's enough arguing. It's time for me to show you how a comeback happens.
Where are you coming back to, last place? You can't come back there if you haven't left at all.
That was just an accident. I know I'll get around to catching up on one of these holes.
You have as much chance getting to first place as Donald does winning in 2024. Now, if you don't mind, It's time to watch me actually get a hole in one, because that is what I do best.
As much as I don't appreciate that personal attack on me that was a very good shot, it looks like you might actually have a chance at winning this too, if you keep it up, or at least don't fail spectacularly like Ben has been.
I don't want to try anything special. I just need to maintain a safe amount of success each shot so I don't fall further behind. I think I can make that work.
It looks like you did fine. Now it's time for the Donald to show his true expertise at this game.
Guys, what about me? I'm here too.
You're here technically, but your gameplay isn't here at all. That's why you're in last place is the thing.
That's a little bit harsh. Sure, he is in last, but have you already forgotten after just a few minutes that we still have most of the game for the score to change? It's never too late for him to catch up.
Thank you, Barack. I'm glad someone here has my back, unlike a certain other two people here.
I have your back. It's just that I want to see you fail because it's funnier to make fun of your failures. Joe doesn't, but it's nothing personal. He's just not awake most of the time anyway.
I'm awake enough to see that Barack just missed his chance to catch up and has to hit it in again, soon get wrecked.
Oh, sure, now you're suddenly awake after saying nothing since you got your ball in.
You two can get at it some more, but for now I just am going to casually loop my ball around this hill just enough to get right back into the hole, catching up even further.
Okay, that was epic. I think I can do the same if I angle my shot in just the same way.
My intuition tells me that you won't be getting it in.
I do kind of wonder, does that intuition of yours tell you what anything is going to happen or just for golf?
Just golf for now. I'm honing my abilities to predict the future of different sports such as basketball. I think Barack might have that already.
Can you explain why you think I, of all people, would be very good at basketball? I want to hear a very clear answer on that.
Let's be real, Joe would break his hip just watching a game. And Ben isn't someone interested in sports from what I can tell. No other reasons, really.
Somehow I don't believe that, but I don't want to get into a comical yet insane argument. So I'm just going to make progress if that's okay.
No, if you could just cement yourself in third place, that would be fine. Or maybe even battle out fourth with Ben. That would be nice.
I can just tell there's no way Ben is making it in this week. He has trouble making it into one hole, much less two or three here.
Nobody asked you, plus I'll be proving myself once my turn comes up. I'll be posting it on my Daily Wire front page to show my superiority this time.
Are you going to show the past 5 minutes where you've gotten double bogey each time, or is that not going to make the cut somehow?
Obviously, I'm leaving it out. When your term is up, are you going to put the average gas and grocery prices in your exiting speech? I didn't think so.
No, though I am putting in this clip of me making it through and moving on to the next section, something you won't be doing anytime soon.
I believe in you, Ben. You're going to make it further than anyone else this time.
You'll miss.
I guess you were both right, depending on how you look at it. But that means Ben is going to fall even further behind than he already was.
Ben, I'm trying to defend you here, but your shots are making it really difficult sometimes.
Don't worry about me, I'll make it in. If you're focusing on me too much, you won't make any progress.
Okay, you were right. I need to get a grip on myself. I can't end up in third, but at least I won't be getting into last.
I think my golfer intuition is giving me a vision. I won't be making it in, but I think we can actually go around and avoid going into the second rotating hole instead.
That wasn't really a vision. It was just showing you what was happening on screen, but I suppose you were right. Good to know.
And it looks like you all took it so far, meaning nobody made much real progress this time around.
That'll be changing with me.
Oh, here we go again.
Please get through it. Come on, that isn't what I meant.
Ben, I'm going to fall asleep waiting for you to actually get past that hole properly.
We all knew you were going to fall asleep anyway, but Joe is right in concept. We don't want to be here all day if that's okay with you.
Just believe in me, I'll make it in soon, you'll all see.
While Ben spouts nonsense about him doing well here, I'm going to actually get closer to the hole, which none of us have done in quite a while.
Yeah, I have to get through a little more carefully, so I might make some ground against Joe.
That's good and all, but I think I'll be doing something a little special to get closer than all of you this time.
This can't be good.
Wow, you actually made it. Ben, can you replicate that soon, or are you going to shoot above the map 3 times in a row?
No, I'm putting in less power to make sure I'm not going too far this time. I've got this in the bag.
My intuition tells me that
I'm going to start winning. Yeah, that's right.
Is that what winning looks like? Because to me that looks like you failed yet again, but nobody's surprised at that one.
Are we going to talk about anything else besides my slightly subpar shots? Or is that the main focus for all of us today?
We'll focus on my actually winning, which I'm surprised took this long to actually make it in.
or we'll focus on my expertly crafted angled shot that brings me right to the end because I'm the best.
This actually looks pretty good. That was a nice recovery.
If only Joe's son could make a nice recovery from the white lines on his table, that would be nice.
Yeah, that would be great, but what can you do?
You can watch this instead.
I'd rather not at this point.
I'm with Donald, just stop.
For real, I'm making it.
You'll miss just like you have every other time.
Ben, how are you actually this bad?
Shut up right
than
now.
Any other hole I've seen from us yet. You are in no position to be confident when you have consistently proven you will not make progress if you tried.
Your discouragement will not stop me. I am the Shapiro ruiner of liberals' lives, and
The only thing you are ruining is our patience. It looks like you finally might make it past the starting area after only going 3 above par. Way to go, Ben.
oh, really now? I bet people have to be really patient to not get a speech of yours without you rambling about nonsense halfway through. But I guess some people just have more patience for Donald, ruiner of the Big Macs he eats for every meal of the day.
Hey, I eat an occasional Whopper instead. No, I only eat the healthiest of foods.
There you have it. Ben has made it nearly impossible to do as badly as he did. I guess that's what happens when you're being confident that you forget to be good.
Perhaps I got a little carried away there. I'm sorry, Donald. I think I'll be more realistic this time around.
Yeah, I apologize for losing my temper. The whole campaigning for president thing takes a lot out of me. Though with Joe's performance so far, it's not that difficult to seem good by comparison.
What do you mean about my performance? I'm first place so far.
I think he means your performance as a president, not in golf.
Oh yeah, that makes a lot more sense, fair enough.
Glad you're in agreement with me on that, and glad Barack missed, so that gives me more time to catch up.
Wait, how did you know I'd miss before it even happened?
Golfer's intuition, remember? I've only mentioned it like 6 or so times today. It's not a secret.
Yeah, you'd have to forget things more often than me, and that's a pretty difficult task.
I suppose you're right. I don't want to fall behind. It looks like going with less power is the way to get ahead for this hole.
As I always say, just follow what I do and you'll be just fine. Ben, if you just copy me, then you might get out of the 4th place position you've dug yourself into. Maybe you'll get 3rd if you're lucky.
Okay, maybe you're right. I won't make it a goal to copy what you're doing, but I don't have that many options as of yet, so I'll do it.
I'll only keep giving you advice if you buy my signed copy of Art of the Deal for $30,000.
Hold up, you already tried ripping me off during the last golfing session with that, but you bumped up the price even more. And your advice is just to copy what you do. It's not that hard to follow. Anyways, I don't want to win that badly.
That's exactly right. You don't want to win that badly. That's why you're in last. If you really wanted it, you'd be asking me all day for my book, but instead you're not willing to. Whether or not you buy the book is separate. The important part is the interest and how far you're willing to go to get it done. That's what you have to apply yourself here if you want to do better.
Wow, that was actually very thoughtful. I didn't know you were capable of being that motivating when you chose to. What do you think, Joe?
Did someone say something? I was sleep golfing this hole and wasn't listening if someone said anything.
Way to ruin the moment. At least I took something from it. Thank you, Donald.
Anytime, but seriously, my book isn't selling well anymore, so if you want to buy it for real, just hit me up.
I'll buy if Ben makes this easy shot.
Well, there goes one sale. Way to go, Ben. Now who's going to buy it?
Oh, that's not fair to me. It was too far a shot to make accurately. That wasn't my fault.
Really, since I'm making it in from further away, but I suppose I just got lucky or something.
Yeah, well, I can get it in this time. It's not like I even fell behind by that much, so it made very little difference.
And just like that, Ben finished last, just as expected, meaning there wasn't much difference between our placements on the board this time, while Joe, who hasn't even been awake most of the time, is somehow first, which is really sad.
I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what to do. I am just hoping this works out well.
And it looks like it did based on you getting right to the end. It'll be hard to top that without getting a hole in one somehow.
Oh boy, Ben is up. I can only imagine how this is going to go. My guess is he takes a year straight to aim his shot, and he will still fail after even Sleepy Joe managed to get a good shot, even if it was pure luck.
And what do you know? Out of bounds, Ben is back at it with missing yet again.
Okay, everyone, we get the point. I'm not doing well. Is there anything else we can joke about besides that, or is that the main content for the next 20 or so minutes?
If it makes you feel any better, I'm about to use my infinite intellect to get a hole in one, which is nice to see, especially when I'm the one getting them.
How is that supposed to make me feel any better?
I thought that you watching me succeed naturally brought happiness in your life since you look up to me and want to see me doing well. That and the game won't be an hour long because I don't keep missing.
If it makes you feel any better, I'm about to use my infinite intellect to get a hole in one, which is nice to see, especially when I'm the one getting them.
Hey, I already said that. Why are you copying me?
Sorry, it just came to me naturally. Joe isn't getting a hole-in-one, but he at least is going to make it in now, which is nice.
Oh, hey, did someone say my name again? I'm just about to get in the hole. I've got this.
That's nice and all, but you know what? I'm going to take a bit of a risk this time. Instead of going in the front, I'll try this path to make things interesting.
I believe in you. Maybe this time you'll get it.
Oh, what? No funny remarks like, hey, Ben, you missed again, you suck, and we hate you. Or, you are trash and don't deserve to play this. I was expecting something like that by now.
No, Ben. The truth is that we don't hate you, or at least I don't. You may be bad at this game compared to us, but that isn't anything personal against you. Truth is, we've all gone golfing a lot, so naturally we're more experienced. After all, Donald has gone golfing more than any president in history for his term. And while myself and Barack aren't as high up because we don't live at a golf course, we do like you. There was a famous quote that said something to the degree of, if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will spend its entire life thinking it's stupid. You are the fish, Ben, and golfing is your climbing. You are still valued despite your failures.
That was the most beautiful thing I've heard during a golfing match, and it came from Joe Biden, of all people. This is definitely unexpected. Thank you for your support. I feel better about how I'm doing now.
And your shot at the beginning even went well. As long as you keep your confidence up, then you can always stay ahead or at least on par with the rest of us.
But not like so confident that you'll start catching up. I'm aiming to get first, so I don't want you to feel so good about yourself that I fall into fourth.
With a shot like that, you'll be going to fourth in no time. What were you hoping to accomplish there?
My goal was to get a special angle by bouncing into the air and getting a hole in one. Evidently, that did not end up happening.
That's all right. Some of us don't make good decisions when we try to get ahead. I, of all people, should know.
You are correct, but you're in a good place. You'll be able to get it in next time at least.
Ben, I would like to apologize ahead of time for this, but I don't think this is going to go well by having you go
Wait, what?
in. So I need to get you out of the way.
What was that about? I didn't even do something to you this time? I wasn't even going to get in at first. What is your insane logic for how you thought that was a good idea?
There was nothing specific about it because I just thought it would be funny. You're already in last, so I didn't think it would make that much of a difference after all.
Oh, it certainly made a difference. I'm keeping my eye on you. I don't think you'll be happy when I get my reverse sabotage moves on.
You better all be worried about my moves since I nearly got it in one shot like I was planning the first time.
Barack, you better be careful they don't sabotage you. If they can do it to me, they'll definitely do it to you since you're further up on the scoreboard.
I promise I won't be doing any sabotaging. I want to at least try and maintain peace here for as long as we can so it doesn't devolve into meaningless arguing. Not that it hasn't already, of course.
If this helps anything, I won't be doing any more sabotaging for a little while. Or at least not in this hole since I'm so close to getting it in.
Oh, thank you, Donald. I appreciate you saying you likely won't be doing any sabotaging after you already sent me back further away. Very helpful. And now I'm completing the hole last, although this time it isn't my fault.
Don't worry, we're not blaming you this time. We know it wasn't your fault. I probably will not be sabotaging you, or at least it isn't in my plans for today.
I'm not sure if we've discussed this. What do you do now that you're not president? I have my successful show Daily Wire, which I don't think I have brought up at any point before. Donald is campaigning to be president again, and Joe is the president, but I'm not sure what you do.
Well, I post things on Twitter sometimes. I've done some interviews, supported Joe on his presidency, added some artificial votes in 2020. Not that last thing. Don't worry about it.
Barack, what have you done? You weren't supposed to give that away.
I was sure this whole time, but never had any actual evidence. Now I have your admission in audio recording that the election was rigged. This is the best day of my life. Well, third best, really. The best was when I won the election, and the second best is in the future when I win again, but this is pretty close.
Aren't there any other things that are more important, like the day you got married to your wife, or the day you got married to your second wife, or the day you got married to your third wife, or the day your children were born? None of those.
First off, your shot missed, loser, and secondly, no, I said what I said. I'll be reporting this to the authorities, but mainly Fox News, so I can get my rightful presidency back.
Isn't there a way we can work out a deal where everybody ends up happy by the end of this?
I can think of none. I already got the admission I wanted, and I'm going to be winning this map since Barack is falling behind ever so slowly. No deals need to be made, although you can learn about them in the art of...
Yeah, we get it. The art of the deal, you already mentioned it. Nobody is getting it for free, much less paid for.
I can't see this going any better now, so I'm sure if we have a calm discussion after the game is over, then we can figure something out so that nobody goes to jail or loses the presidency earlier than intended.
I have no real stake in your argument, so I'm just going to be happy that I finally got the ball into the hole in a reasonable amount of shots without anybody Donald messing me up.
Hey, Barack, make sure not to overshoot again unless you want to lose in that case. Please keep doing it.
I'll make you a deal, Donald. If you hold off on showing your evidence to the authorities and Fox News, I have this proposal. If I win, you have to not show anyone that Barack may or may not have rigged the election for me. If you win, I will rewrite the Constitution to say you are the president forever.
You're about to miss this shot again, failure also. I accept your deal. But what happens if it ends in a tie between both of us?
Then I will be declared the president instead of either of you.
That doesn't make any sense. You said it yourself. You have no stake. And so you shouldn't benefit anything. If there is a tie, then this will continue into the next video.
Deal.
That sounds good. And maybe one of us will actually make some progress into the hole because none of us have made it besides Ben a while ago.
I am happy to finally not be the last one in. Granted, I'm still not getting out of last place because of this, but I can still enjoy it while it's happening.
And I'm for sure set to make it next time. I'd like to see one of you beat that.
If you say so. I'll make it past the cone-shaped thing or whatever it is and make it right into the hole. It seems like I have my own sort of golfer's instinct.
Instinct more like luck. My instinct says Barack will also make it in just the same way, which I don't appreciate, but I can't argue with the truth.
Well, thanks for being confident in me, even if it was reluctant. I don't think I did especially well at a few points, but don't think I fell behind by that much.
That's all right. Just leave it to me to finish things off with style and finesse, like I always do.
I wouldn't say you have style or finesse often, much less all the time, but more importantly, I caught up by 2 points after getting sabotaged before, so nobody else really had much of a change, unfortunately.
That's all right. And leave it to me to start this round off. I imagine this donut is about to meet its untimely end when Donald eats it in one bite.
What is that supposed to mean? That I eat a lot? Or that I like overly large donuts with eyes, arms, and legs?
I was going to the first one, though. I wouldn't be surprised if the second one were also true.
Guys, I'm about to do an epic shot through the donut's mouth. This will be so great to see.
That wasn't any different than what I did, but I guess the shot was fine enough.
In that case, you also need to all watch me do the exact same shot as the two of you already did. Isn't that just so exciting?
That does sound exciting, Ben. I'm about to get my jimmies rustled by what's happening in front of me.
Literally nobody this century has ever said that, but nobody is as old as you are, so that makes sense.
Hey, there are a few people older than me. There are my good friends Barney and Fred. I met them back in high school, and they're only a little younger than I am.
So wait, are they older or younger? You just said both of them? Which can't be true. Are you okay, Joe? Did you happen to take your pills this morning?
I'm pretty sure I did, but even if I didn't, I don't think it's been detrimental to my performance on the game.
Joe must have, otherwise he could never say a word like detrimental without stumbling at least 6 times in different places. But now it looks like we have to make it across a gap to reach the hole, or otherwise reach a section on the left side to make it easier.
Sorry to interrupt you, but Joe, you completely sabotaged me too.
Your ball was in the way, so unfortunately I had to knock it out, otherwise I couldn't make it around you.
You could have just aimed to the right and gotten nearly the same result, so now I have to take another shot just to get back to where I was.
You probably would have just missed it if you went anyway, so it's not like it made a huge difference.
Just like you missed your shot to the other side too?
Joe, I'm just letting you know I'm doing this for my own
Wait, what?
enjoyment. And because I need you to lose, otherwise I won't become King President Donald PhD.
You getting a PhD and king title wasn't part of it, only president for life.
Despite the clear sabotage that I can't endorse, that was a well-angled shot by Donald, which gets him in a good position.
Looks like you missed. Now let's see Joe at the beginning again. Hey, how are you there?
Your sabotage got me across in such a way that gives me a good angle to make in the hole without needing to go across like you have been trying to. Thanks for the help.
Hey, Donald, that worked perfectly except for that part that didn't, which was all of it.
Okay, I'll admit I deserve that one.
Ben, is there any reason why you knocked me away, despite the fact I haven't done anything to you, and you already said you were against sabotage less than a minute ago?
I was sabotaging you as payback for the sabotage you are probably already planning to do to me in the future.
What you're punishing me for something that hasn't even happened, that you don't know is going to happen? How can you actually put your head around an idea as insane as that?
You're already sabotaging yourself with shots as bad as that, so I don't see why you're complaining. Plus, it's the real critical thinkers like me that can tell what you're going to do, so that's why I did it.
Oh, really? Now, hey, everyone, look, it's critical thinker out of bounds, Ben Shapiro, in last place, telling me that I'm taking shots badly, while he speaks really quickly to sound smart and struggles to get into the rides in the local water park, since he's too short.
Come on, miss, do it right now. You know you want to fail 0 IQ strategy, you'll be right in 4th place with me. Soon get wrecked.
Wow, you two are really at it. I didn't expect this to fall apart so quickly. I wish it would happen to Donald instead, since he's closer to my score. But this works too.
Yeah, I think we all need to chill out soon. Otherwise, we're going to be playing in complete silence so we don't argue, which is better for the editor, but not as fun for everyone else.
What do you mean by editor exactly?
Oh, nothing. It's fine. I just need to have you both calm down so we can finish up this game without our friendships breaking apart.
You mean we're all really friends?
Think of it like this. If we were on the Titanic and I needed to get onto one of the boats to save us, I wouldn't push you overboard so I can get on there, but I'm definitely not saving you a spot.
That is an interesting way of putting it. Hypothetically, let's say we were all in that position where we would all have the chance to reach one of the safety boats, and let's say there was a way for us to all survive. I would definitely save each of you a spot, though I do have a hierarchy of whom I'd call out to help first.
What do you mean a hierarchy to call out? What does that mean?
So, if I were the first person in the boat that was filling up with people to escape, I would first call out to Donald to let him know that I was not only safe, but to allow him a chance to escape as well. Then I would call out for Joe, then I would call out to my editor for the Daily Wire, who puts together the videos and blog pieces I upload there, then the chef, assuming it was a good meal that I would have eaten earlier in the night before the ship hit the iceberg, then my wife, who is also a doctor, the random guy on the street I met last week, the barista that took my order at Starbucks. Then after about 3 hours of calling out names, I'd tell Barack that he can come on board.
You would let me die on the Titanic after calling out to people for 3 hours straight before letting me know that I could go on the same boat as you, all because of this game of golf?
Can we focus on the map now?
No, this map sucks. We're not making progress anyway. I wouldn't let you die. I just simply have other people I would try to save before you. In this case, it would be quite a lot of them, but I would get around to it. Besides, this is only a hypothetical situation, so you shouldn't worry about it.
Glad to know you'll get around to it. Anyway, why is Donald your first person you'd call out to? I'm sure there are more important people you'd bring up first.
Oh, I see. No, I just know he would carry spare copies of his book with him because of course he would. So I'm going to need the pages as toilet paper for me to use on the way back to land.
Okay, I changed my mind. If we are on the Titanic, I am absolutely pushing Ben overboard to get onto that boat. I might even do it just for fun.
Guys, why are you all talking about a movie in all this detail?
Oh my goodness, Joe, do you actually know the Titanic sinking was a real event and not just a movie?
No, I never heard about it. I just liked watching it a while ago.
Joe, you are an actual idiot, but we already knew that, so that's to be expected. Ben, how could you treat my book like toilet paper? It has so many more valuable things within the pages.
Oh, that's easy. That deal you made earlier really sucked and you should have gotten something more realistic, considering if you really had proof that the election was fraudulent, you wouldn't jeopardize that on a game of golf. And Joe's side of the deal was to rewrite the Constitution to make you the permanent president, which is not something you can just do. So half of the deal is impossible, and the other half is unreasonable. I imagine your books should have told you to make realistic deals instead of stupid ones.
It is not a stupid deal. It is a genius deal, because that is the only kind of deal I can make.
I haven't read your book, and I'm sure that based on your deal earlier, you haven't either. But, while yes, it is disrespectful for Ben to say he would do that to your book, it would have you be the #1 person he would reach out to in a tragic event, which has to mean something, even if his motivations are incredibly strange.
Perhaps I was being a bit too harsh. Even if you didn't have your book available offhand, I would still invite you on there soon enough. Probably after the chef and my wife, who is a doctor, but still pretty soon.
I do wonder, why would you call out to me so soon, though? I don't have Donald's book to use.
Oh, I can explain that. It was a very tragic event, and I'd want someone who can tell a lot of stories there to keep my mind off of everything else going on. Granted, the stories you tell of your past are usually quite strange themselves, so I am considering putting you lower on the list.
That's nice and all, except I'm at the bottom of the list so far, and for very inconsequential reasons. Not that I really need your approval for this scenario that cannot, or at least hopefully, not recreated. But it is strange that this game of golf would be the thing that would have you not reach out to me so much sooner.
Perhaps I was being too harsh on you. I might call out to you sooner than 3 hours into it. My voice would not be in good condition after a while, and all of this doesn't even mean much. If you're not in range of me hearing, making it entirely pointless now that I think about it more. But I will reconsider what I've said.
I'm glad to know you're at least willing to reconsider. That would be great for me to be higher up at some point. Is this the same across all hypothetical dangerous situations, or all of them? With a few exceptions. Like if we were all in an active volcano and you had a hierarchy of who you would save, in what order, is that the same?
I hadn't really thought about it all that much. I was so busy thinking through the Titanic thing since Donald brought it up that I didn't consider other scenarios.
Speaking of which, Donald and Joe haven't said a lot in a while. How are things going for you two?
Oh, just great. I love hearing about nonsensical situations that don't matter while we completely ignore the actual golfing that's been happening for nearly 3.5 minutes on this one hole now.
Well, we're finally on to something different, so let's reconsider the Titanic talk another time instead.
Finally, Joe comes up with a good idea. What are we even supposed to do for this hole?
I'm not sure. It looks relatively simple compared to the last one, but I'm not sure if we're just missing something obvious here or if it's just around the corner to finish.
Not sure, but I think if I can hit this block just right, I'll be able to angle myself in a way that brings me forward.
Based on what I see here, it looks like you are not hitting the block accurately, meaning you are falling behind yet again. Thankfully, I will be making great progress, so we won't all be making this hole last too long.
I guess you're right. It does look like some sort of chocolate substance was on the path, and I'm not sure that's been on any other holes, or at least it hasn't been brought up yet.
And just like that, I make progress almost into the hole and right next to the chocolate, so I'm set to make it soon unless a sabotage happens.
Don't worry, I, unlike some other people, don't plan on sabotaging you, unless I feel like you're planning on doing it ahead of time. In that case, I will do it.
Yeah, Ben, it would be really weird if you were to try sabotaging someone just because you thought they may do something to you in the future with no evidence. Good thing you wouldn't do that to me.
Okay, maybe I misjudged you a little bit, but it's not like you were even that inconvenienced by me, so really there's not that much of an issue if you really think about it.
For the sake of not making this into another major issue that causes arguing for minutes on end, I won't be bringing up you sabotaging me unless it actually ends up happening.
Good to know. Let's just have me make yet another successful shot over here because that is what the Donald does best.
Okay, seriously, Joe, what is wrong with you? You had nothing in the way of you getting in the hole, but yet you still attacked me. What was that for?
Take your shot and I'll tell you. Today, please. See, you were able to make it in just fine, so it really didn't inconvenience you in any real way. Does any of that sound remotely familiar?
Oh, that is a good point. Barack, I apologize for preemptively sabotaging you. It was wrong for me to have done, and I now see the error of my ways.
It's all right, I'm not worried about it. Hopefully this will not be continuing. Otherwise, that lesson will be completely lost after that setup.
Yeah, I'm not messing around right now. I can't risk another sabotage after my attempt against Joe caused him to get ahead of me.
Neither can I. Just getting it into the hole should be enough for now.
I have nobody to sabotage even if I wanted to. Now let's just finish this.
That hole went much better than the last one. Joe and Donald seem to be tied right now, while Barack falls behind. It's going to take a miracle for him to catch up in the next two holes. You know what? I'm going to do what is called an epic gamer move right now and show you all just what I've been hiding this whole time.
Come on, Ben, we don't even know what to do here. There's no need to risk it.
I'm sorry, what was that? I couldn't quite hear you over the sound of me getting a hole in one immediately.
That was actually really good. As much as I'd like to do that, since I can't afford any mistakes, I'm going to play it safe to maintain my lead.
You know what? I'm not playing it safe now. I'm going straight for the same shot Ben did, since if I make it, I'll be ahead of Joe and we'll be in the lead.
And you made it in too. That is going to give you some room for the next hole to make mistakes since you'll be one ahead of Joe at a minimum.
Uh-oh, my decision. Although a good idea didn't actually work out since now I'm behind and I'm not sure how to navigate myself to the hole.
Don't worry, Barack doesn't know how to navigate himself to the hole either. So you're not alone.
I figured it can't hurt. There's pretty much no chance I'll even get second, so I might as well try the riskier options.
Oh, would you look at that? I'm actually really close now. It would be good if I just made it in now, but I'll be able to get it in very soon at this rate.
I think if I go for the same shot now, I can finally do it. Maybe I'll even knock you in by accident.
You won't be knocking Joe in, but this does look much more promising.
All right, I'll be getting it in this time, so although I have fallen behind, if I can do well enough, then I can get back to first place, or at least tie for first.
That does sound accurate. Based on what the scoreboard is showing, the Donald has made his way into first place where he should be, but Joe is close behind. Meanwhile, Barack and Ben are completely out of it at this point.
You going first does seem like a disadvantage, but it looks like this is a pretty good shot of yours, though I don't know how we're going to navigate around this very well.
I'm going to get through very easily while everyone else struggles to no end. That's how I predict this going.
I'm so far behind at this point, I'm just YOLOing it now.
Wow, this looks like a great shot. Although I do see room for improvement, such as landing in bounds being a good thing to consider.
Oh, I would like to see you do better then, but you're going out of bounds too right now.
Okay, fine then. Just watch this.
What was that you were saying about me being out of bounds? Because my calculations show me that you are also out of bounds in a very similar way.
What calculations? You just watched him go out of bounds. That's all that happened.
I used many factors before he even made the shot. That's what I meant. I just didn't reveal my findings until after he already made his shot.
Not to add any pressure, but Donald, you need to try something different if you want to get it in. Otherwise, I'm going to be catching up soon.
Good job not adding any pressure. That's sure to help him a lot.
Yeah, I can still make it soon. I'm just not used to this moving platform thing. It was in an earlier course while we were all stuck on the Titanic discussion, but didn't really mention it since it was only the beginning of the map and served a different purpose than it is now.
That does sound right, but now all of us are in the same area, so that means any one of us can get it in, assuming no sabotaging happens.
I was going to make it over, but that platform really did mess me up. Donald wasn't kidding earlier.
I think I'm next, so I'll be taking a more cautious approach here. Yes, I made it. Wait, no.
Oh, that was a close one. That would have guaranteed the lead stay in place. But you still have a chance to stay ahead since Joe hasn't gotten over yet.
It's all right. We can always watch Ben miss for entertainment in between our serious attempts, since we all know this isn't going well.
I would try to make some sort of witty comeback, but at this point, since I have no real lead or anything else to back it up, I think I'll just have to accept that I've been missing a lot and need to make major improvements next time.
And in all fairness, I haven't been doing well this hole either, so I can't criticize you all that much either. At least we are both aware that we still have room to grow before we are great golfers.
That's good, you two, but I think we're long overdue for some real success on my side. It's Bidening time.
Wow, it took you since the last golf match, but you finally used your expression correctly. I'm proud of you for that alone.
That was pretty good, unfortunately for you. The Donald is making his comeback to the other side, so I'll be making it in soon as well if all goes according to plan.
This game is suddenly getting more tense. I wonder how this is going to end with half of us getting very close to the hole.
It's going to be more than half of us, since this shot is the one that finally gets me the success I've been waiting for this whole time, even if I am still technically in last.
I'm feeling a little bit lonely on this side of the map, so if it's okay with everyone else, I'm coming over there so I can finish this too.
I am not okay with it. Stay back there so I'll have no interruptions on my way to victory.
Sorry I'm getting over there right now. It just has to happen this way.
I would say this is a tense ending, but then again, I'm almost 10 shots behind first place, so there's no real suspense for me.
I'm not going to bother with any sabotaging. I'm just making it right in to ensure I'll be fine.
That's a good idea. I kind of have a bad angle here, but that means I'll be able to make it in 2 shots, assuming nobody tries to knock me out of the area.
My angle isn't the best either, but then again, I should be able to knock this in carefully enough to where I'll be done without any more complications.
That was a good shot. Glad you didn't make it in last this time.
Yeah, that was well done, Ben. Glad to know you've definitely improved your gameplay from the beginning of the entire course, where you struggled a lot more.
Barack, can you explain what you did right there?
I was trying to do a last-minute sabotage, but obviously I didn't consider it well enough. No real reason for me to do it, besides you were the only other one on the course still.
Doesn't really matter. I don't think I got ahead of Joe since I took 2 more shots, meaning we tied, but still could have been worse.
You're right. That was a good game. Bye, everyone.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more content.
Yeah, that's right. Peace out, people.
So long, fellow viewers.
Good morning, fellow viewers. We are back with another match of golf with myself, Ben, Barack, and Donald.
This time we're playing 12 holes with collision on in the deep map, named after my favorite character in the boys, #deep did nothing wrong.
We're less than 20 seconds in, and Donald is already making the controversial takes. I was expecting it to take a little longer.
Donald does have an interesting way of subverting your expectations, not necessarily for the better. Back on topic, we will be fighting out who is the next winner. Spoilers for those who have not watched the other videos. Joe and myself won the first 2 matches, while Donald and Joe tied the last match. So we're aiming to have another definitive win this time.
Anybody with more than 1 working brain cell knows that it's me. Don't act like it's any real surprise at this point.
If you're the one winning, then how is it that I'm the one with the hole in one then?
I'm sure everyone gets lucky at some point. You just happen to get it much more quickly than normal. I guarantee it's not lasting.
Barack, can you explain why you're already sabotaging me? I don't even know what I could have done to you at this point.
I can't let you win. I have to get the first place spot. And you were the only one I could sabotage at the moment. It was nothing personal.
That's where you're wrong. It is personal now, and I'm going to prove it to you by me winning.
As long as you don't act like you did during the last course with you constantly getting over par, then you might have a shot. But at this point, it's just too early to say, since there's 11 holes left.
Yeah, well, I'll be getting a hole-in-one this time, which is just a sign of things to come.
Yes, Ben. This is quite possibly the easiest hole in the game, so even someone like Joe, who sleeps through most of our games, should be able to get it in without issue. That's nothing special.
Wow, you're right. The hole just started and we're already going to be moving on in a matter of seconds. I don't imagine the other ones are going to be so easy, though.
I do think it would be nice if I maintained all these hole-in-ones that I've been getting.
It would also be nice if you didn't exist, but we don't always get what we want.
That is a more unkind thing than what you would normally say to him. Why would you say that?
Oh no, I just meant that his character in the game didn't exist. I should have been more clear, though he probably wasn't awake to hear it. Right, Joe?
Where am I? Who is Joe?
See no harm done?
It's rather sad that Joe doesn't remember his own name, but even more sad for you that I'm getting this hole-in-one.
Hey, that was pretty good. I suppose there's no harm in doing the same thing myself, so I'll just get a hole-in-one as well, if that's all right.
Wow, to think I was so close to getting another one myself, but just barely missed it. That is quite a shame. Nothing I can't come back from, though.
Don't worry about it. You and I are still at par and didn't even fall behind that much. There's no reason for you to worry now.
That is right, Ben. I will say, after a few holes, there really isn't that much difference in the scores. Perhaps this will be more of a close game instead of someone falling behind at the beginning and then just not catching up the entire time.
Hey, I'm not sure how to really navigate this loop well. Do any of you know how to do this?
I don't myself. As long as we don't fly out accidentally, I think we'll be okay. There's not much we can do to mess up otherwise.
If there's one thing that Joe is good at besides sleeping, eating ice cream, raising gas prices, and sniffing children, it's finding new ways to mess up that nobody has ever come up with before.
Hey, I don't do all of that very often. Except sleeping, I guess I do that a lot. And I do eat ice cream a lot from the White House freezer. And sometimes the gas prices do go up when I'm around. And maybe I'll get an occasional sniffing from the nearby children, but otherwise I don't do that.
Your admission of that was so helpful to me that I don't even care you hit my ball away. I'm using all of those lines in my campaign against you. Although I don't have a great angle, so goodbye, Joe.
Okay, perhaps I do deserve that a little bit, but we'll see if that inconveniences me or not soon.
What inconveniences you is me getting this next shot into the hole perfectly.
You're right, that would inconvenience me. Good thing it didn't happen.
Hey, Joe, I think my golfer's instinct is coming back. You're going to miss while Barack gets it into the hole with no problem whatsoever.
Wow, it seems like you're seeing further into the future where you saw both of our shots play out. Can you just tell us who wins the game?
Yes, it's me, of course, so you can just stop playing now and save yourselves 26 minutes, which I'm sure Joe can use for his hourly nap time.
No, I think we're staying around. I already said I was going to prove myself by winning, and it will be even better if I prove your instinct wrong at the same time.
I'm staying too. My goal is to win 2 games before anyone else does, and I can't do that if I give up.
I'll stick around too. I really don't have anything else better to do, so I might as well.
Nothing better to do? You are the current president. I imagine there would be something better for you to do.
Oh, right, I am the president. Sometimes I forgot about that little detail.
Joe, have you already forgotten both your name and occupation? Did you take your pills today? Do you even know who we are?
Based on that shot he just took, it also looks like he forgot how to golf too.
Sorry, guys, it sometimes takes me a few minutes to have my pills kick in. I took them before the video started, but now I'm laser focused on winning against the 3 of you. No distractions.
Hey, did anyone know this half circle was behind us the whole time? I'm not sure if it's very useful if we can go down the map already.
Based on my shot, no, it does not look very helpful, which is a shame, but I don't think it matters all that much.
Let me show you how it's done.
Very well done, Ben. You made it into the hole so eloquently. Is what I would have said if you were actually successful, which you were not.
Ugo Team Ben, and now if you'll excuse me, I'm getting right up to Barack since we can't go down this looping section the whole way down for some reason.
With my angle I have, I'm not even really sure what to do to get to the other side.
I'm not sure either, but what I can definitely say is that you have to go way harder than that. Otherwise, you're bound to be in last place for sure.
If I wanted your deep analysis on something, I'd go to the Daily Wire front page, but I've never done that before, and don't plan on starting anytime soon or ever.
Is that supposed to be an insult? I know that my site is the highest rated amongst all of the right-wing media networks, especially when you consider Daily Wire, plus the subscription service where you can see even more content by me, Ben Shapiro. I plan on uploading my victory for this course on there to prove my superiority.
What are you going to title it? It took me 4 tries to get first place and only got it because I was lucky. How about I make my own site called Obama, Plus, where you can watch my victory on the first course and see your failure on the Candyland map?
I think it would be a waste of effort since nobody would watch that on your site. The real fans of ours would definitely be happy to see my victory, at least that's what I assume.
I'm sure they would, but I don't think anyone actually would be interested in going there without being forced to. So instead they can watch some good content like me getting over this part, like Donald couldn't do earlier.
But I did make it over. It just took me a little while longer than I thought since I didn't know how hard to hit it.
I'm actually catching up right now, so you're going to see me finish very soon.
Oh, hey guys, I'm here too. I forgot to say that earlier, but I'm already nearly at the hole here.
I swear we're going to have to take him out of the White House and get him into the nearest old folks' home so we can just visit him in our golf sessions.
And then what? All get together and act like it's some sort of president playdate?
Yeah, something like that would be a good name for it. I wonder if that's already been taken yet.
It probably has been. Good thing we got the name President Central before anyone else that I know of. Now that I think about it, what does that even mean? It's not like I'm even a president despite the fact I've been in most of these videos, and it's not the central place to get all kinds of content.
It's kind of like the idea of Joe running for president. He thought it sounded good to start, but didn't actually think people would be interested at first. But it's too late to change it now.
No, I thought it was a great idea from the start.
I'm sure you thought that it's just nobody else also thought that.
That is very accurate, but on a more important note, how are we supposed to get up here? This is some hill that doesn't have a lot of room to work with, especially at this distance.
Seems like I did a little better than getting it out of bounds, but not much since I'm still not sure how hard to hit it from here.
I'm guessing this will take all of us a few tries to get close before we finish this. I'd hope most of the holes aren't like this in the future.
You're likely right, but I think it's time that Barack gets his shot in to show you how to get closer without going out of bounds.
What do you mean by the Barack? Are you trying to steal my catchphrase of calling myself the Donald? It sounds way worse when you do it to yourself.
How is that any worse? It's conceptually the same thing as yours, so yours can't be better.
Despite the fact that Donald is in my way, I have to agree with him. Yours is less original than his, so yours loses some value for that alone.
I don't appreciate you hitting my ball out of the way, but I'm otherwise glad you agree with me.
Hey guys, I hope it's fine if I join you over here. I don't want to stay at the beginning the whole time.
Well, you aren't in my way, so I suppose that's okay. I think I got Donald far enough away so he won't impede my progress any further.
I think our main obstacle here is not necessarily each other, but trying to figure out how to get up top without falling to any of the four sides.
No, my main obstacle has definitely been as he shot me over here, and now I have to adjust myself just to get a decent angle.
I wouldn't have knocked you anywhere if your ball wasn't completely in my way. There was no option that would have gotten me around you and also up this hill. So maybe you could not be in front of me.
You don't need to worry about that, since your shots are already proving catastrophic to yourself without me interfering at all.
Oh no, I was so close at getting it up there, but of course I had to fall right at the end.
Don't worry, just watch how I do it and adjust your shot power as necessary. Then you'll make it right and probably...
Why would I do that?
Just watch.
Oh nice, you did get it in after all. I'll try to do that as well.
Or you can get it in like I will just now as well, assuming Ben doesn't block my shot somehow.
No, I'm not blocking your shot. I said I only hit your ball out of the way since you were in my way. I wasn't doing it just for fun.
Yeah, right, Joe. You better watch out. Ben is going to hit your ball just like he did to mine, unless you get it in soon.
That's not true. Joe Donald is just spreading fake news about my character and actions.
Don't worry, I think I believe you, but just in case I did get it in so I won't have to worry about you right now.
And just like that, we're all making it past this terrible hill part, and hopefully nobody such as Donald will smear my character any further.
Looks like we have two ties going on, one for first and second place, the other being for third and fourth place. It's still very close.
It'll be less close when I make my epic shot.
Looks like you were correct, but not for the reasons you were thinking of.
Hey, I know those door things look interesting. Do you think there's something hidden in them that would help us?
I think they are meant to have you time your shots, but if you want to fall down there on purpose, then please feel free.
I personally will not make any attempt to fall in there, as I'd imagine there is nothing good to find.
Well then, it's time for me to get the rewards for my efforts. Let's see what's down here.
This cannot go well.
Oh, hey, look, there's nothing here. Joe, could you have imagined that might be the case?
Okay, maybe my instinct wasn't correct, but you can't blame me for trying. It's not like it affected that much since I only used one shot to get in, and now I won't go in there again.
And somehow Joe's absolutely dumb idea placed him ahead of me, and now I'm still here while he goes ahead as if he made a good shot. This game is rigged against me.
What's wrong, Donald? Did your instincts not tell you that would happen? Maybe it was all planned by me for that to have happened.
We all know you could not have possibly planned for that since your IQ is barely past the single digits.
Okay, you're right. I did not plan that, but that doesn't mean I couldn't have.
No, you definitely couldn't have. We already know that was a complete accident.
At least now you can make a decent shot since you don't have anything blocking you this time.
Yes, finally the game gives me a chance to actually progress instead of just staying at the beginning because it doesn't like me.
And I can actually get through to the last section. Odd how this is much more of an open area compared to the rest of the map that's fairly condensed.
I won't need an expanded area. I have a straight shot to the end, making me the Benjamin on top.
Oh, great. Now you're stealing the idea for my catchphrase, too?
If it makes you feel any better, I won't be using it to call myself the Joseph, though I am rather unhappy at my bad angle I have here.
That's fine. I don't have a lot to work with either since I'm further back thanks to the game throwing me out of bounds twice, but I'll still be able to make my comeback soon enough.
While you're dreaming of a comeback, I will be actually finishing the hole, making you two the only ones left who have not gotten to the end.
I think we'll both only need a couple more shots each, then we can move on to something different.
Maybe a hole that doesn't treat one of our players me unfairly. Since the game knows I'm doing so well, it has to plot against me to give you all a chance.
Yeah, that's it. It's just not possible that you're just worse at the game than you thought, and the game is doing nothing against you specifically.
That's right. I'm glad you agree with my assessment. I knew you would at some point.
I'm pretty sure he meant that sarcastically, Donald.
I choose to believe he meant it.
It appears that we are all only one shot away from each other. The lead is still very close, even though I am still slightly behind. It'll be interesting to see what happens next.
What happens is I will be getting back up to first place and I'll be winning the whole game, like I said I would much earlier.
Barack, what was that you did there?
I was trying to see if I could give myself a shortcut instead of using the main way ahead. It did not work out, as you can tell.
I'm doing the same kind of thing, but since I missed, I think it's not worth it after all. In interest of saving the time, since we'll be using the same path here, can we skip ahead?
I suppose right now is a good time to do so since none of us fell behind there or anything.
Hey, didn't you make this big speech on that oasis map about not skipping because we're presidents? What happened to that?
I figured I'm not the president anymore, so I don't have to make those decisions myself, but even so, if it's reasonable to save time and if we're very clear about when it happens, then I think it's okay on occasion.
If you really want to save time, then you can hit my ball in so we don't have to wait for me to hit it in.
I suppose that would work, but that would also get you to be much further ahead than you deserve, so I won't do that intentionally.
I guess when you miss like that, then maybe you do need someone to hit yours in for you.
Watch how the real expert at this game, Ben Shapiro, does it, where he swiftly makes it into the hole before you.
Okay, I got it, point taken. I'll be able to make it in myself. Just you watch.
We just did watch me get it in before you did. That was really nice to see.
And just like that, the Donald makes it in with a par. So really, it's like I didn't fall behind at all.
For someone who didn't fall behind, it's weird how you're tied for third place right now. But maybe you'll make it up this time.
I would, but since I don't even know where to go, that's a little difficult.
It appears that there's a hole in the wall coming up, and once we get past that, we'll get closer to the hole.
Thank you, Joe. You could have told me that before I made my shot, but better late than never.
I'll make it in right now.
You hit Donald's ball, and now have a much worse angle to where you can't reasonably make it through where you are at.
Once again, I'll have to show you amateurs how the expert does it.
Amateurs, I'll have you know that I golf more than any one of us has during our presidencies, and I live at a golf course. If there's one expert in this game, it's me, not you, Ben. Your Daily Wire show pales in comparison to ones like The Apprentice, or even my cameo in Home Alone 2 Lost in New York. I am the superstar here, not you.
Most of those are not really things you should be bragging about, although you do have more experience than we do. How are you only at third place then? You'd think for someone who golfs more than he eats Whoppers and Baconators, you'd be better at it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Barack. I don't think I remember asking you. I must have caught dementia from Joe since it's usually him not remembering things. Can you let me know what your credentials are for being an expert at this game? You haven't been noteworthy since you lost the presidency to me, and your family is way less successful than mine.
I didn't lose the presidency to you. I ended my second term. That's not the same thing. Plus, you only won because of the Electoral College, since more people voted for crooked Hillary than dumb as rocks. Donald.
Guys, we need to stop fighting so I can focus my shots of basketball, otherwise I'll get distracted.
See, watch the master Ben Shapiro getting to the end instead of anybody else, since he's clearly better at the game.
Oh, please, your score is going to be higher than the gas prices. Soon we all know you're falling apart soon. Even I won't be forgetting that.
Joe is right. We do have to focus, otherwise we won't be able to finish the game.
And here comes Barack on schedule to be the mediator, since that's the main way he gets enjoyment out of his life now, so he can feel superior to us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to finish the game with our friendship still intact. Maybe if you finished one of your marriages before you sleep with other women, that would be nice too, but I guess that's asking for too much.
That's fake news, and also I don't regret it. You're just mad I'm a better author than you are.
Hey, we're technically all authors. We just don't go parading them like they're major accomplishments like you do.
To be honest, I'm not sure Joe knows how to read based on my time with him.
I know how to read the scoreboard go up when you miss your shots like that, but otherwise, no, I just never got around to it.
I'm glad we're able to get all of our frustration out every once in a while during this friendly game of golf. Glad you're all such good sports about it.
Wait, were you not being serious at all?
Only a little bit. but I don't think it's necessary for us to get so upset that people wonder why we're even here together.
Sometimes I bet Joe wonders why he's here, but for different reasons.
I'm here to win. I just assumed you were here because you all like me so much.
For the sake of not delving into arguing for the next 10 minutes, let's just assume that is the case, sure.
I'm actually here to win more than you all here, which is evidenced by the fact that I made it into the hole first.
Don't count me out. I'm getting in there in a moment. I just had to make my way here slowly since I wanted to give you all a chance to catch up.
What do you mean catch up? How do we catch up when you're in last place? Isn't it you who has to catch up to us, not the other way around?
I think he just misspoke there. He does that sometimes.
Yeah, we know I've personally made many compilations of him misspeaking and uploaded them to YouTube, but even that is somehow less embarrassing than you missing when there was nothing in the way.
I was also just trying to get some of you to catch up to my score since I'm much higher up than Joe is right now.
I would normally believe you, but if you take a look at this shot now, I think Joe might be passing you soon since you're still unable to make it across.
I'll make it over. You just have to give me some time to think about how I'll be getting over there. I've got this.
Hey, do you remember when you got upset at me taking 9 shots for that Candyland map hole with those rotating holes last time? And if you'll look closely, it also seems like you're taking 9 shots. Funny how that works.
And yet I'm still second place somehow. I definitely lost a lot that time, but this is nothing I can't come back from.
Donald also won't be making it back
Shut
from
up
this
right
abysmal
now.
shot here, in case you haven't noticed.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know how to get a hole in one every time I start the map. I'll try better next time.
Just get over it like me, and you should be able to move on quickly enough.
Yeah, I don't see the purpose of having us go up this ramp thing anyway, but it's not that hard to get over.
That's because you learned off of my failure and were able to plan it accordingly.
Maybe next time you won't go first and someone else will be able to test things easily enough.
Perhaps you should have learned from my shot, and you would have made it across after all.
Okay, fine. At least we won't have to hear you complain about not making it over this time.
Hey everyone! I think the idea is we're supposed to keep going forward, but I actually had a different idea that might be a little bit more fun. Okay, so the execution was a little bit off, but I think we can make it over just fine and get into the hole in a much different way by angling it with the right power for our shots. Not sure if it's really a shortcut, but it could be more interesting than the standard path.
Yeah, once I get over there, I would be happy to try out something like that.
Okay, so this time we'll all try this way instead. That sounds entertaining. Maybe Ben will mess up a lot and leave room for one of us to catch up.
I really hope not. Being in the lead is quite fun. One of you should try it soon enough.
After I figure out how hard to hit this, it will definitely be happening.
I think the time will be running out by then, so let's not get our hopes up anytime soon.
Yeah, this idea was a bit more tricky than I thought it would be at first.
Once again, let me just show you how I get it done. Watch this. See, I bet some of you were doubting me, but it happened just like I thought it would.
Wow, that was pretty good. I think it's time I do that same kind of thing. It's Bidening time.
Okay, it looks like we're back to Joe not using that phrase correctly. I knew it had to happen at some point.
Oh, well, I'd like to see you try and do better. Okay, that was better. I wasn't expecting that to happen.
That's because I have my golfer's instinct, which always lets me know what the best move is to make.
Hold up, is that a skeleton in the background there?
Yeah, probably just one of Joe's voters.
You're likely right, but more importantly, I just made my winning shot, so I'll be staying in first place for the foreseeable future unless Joe pulls out a miracle somehow.
Based on what's happening on our screen now, I'm guessing there will be no miracle.
Hey, Joe. That worked perfectly except for that part that didn't, which was all of it.
Is that just your catchphrase now? I don't think we want to be hearing that in every golf match that happens.
As long as he says it to someone that isn't me, then I think it's fine.
Don't worry, I won't be targeting anybody in particular. It just depends on who I happen to find worthy of it.
And after what feels like forever, Joe finally looks like he's finished the hole.
Joe has given us a lot of time to catch up, as he told us earlier, since we are all ahead of him. We're also making the decision to skip slightly ahead past this loop to right now, where we've made it across, since there wasn't anything different or interesting.
I am at a slight disadvantage due to not having a great angle, but I think we're otherwise about in the same area.
It also looks like we're able to go closer to the hole if we go right in the middle, but it looks easy to fall off of.
I will demonstrate that by easily making it across right now, making sure there's no way I'll be inconvenienced.
I think I'll be trying something different since there is a way over on the left and right side. That'll lead to a different result.
Yeah, you falling behind me is the result we will all see coming from a mile away.
Guys, I'm getting kind of bored right now. Can I tell one of my amazing stories?
The only thing amazing about your stories is that they haven't gotten you locked up in an insane asylum. Plus, you offer it like every video.
Well, I want to share my tales with my friends, and this is a great opportunity.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to keep you away if you keep offering. There's simply nothing good your
Wait, what?
stories provide us.
Are my stories really that bad?
Joe, your stories are the opposite of therapy. They make me not want to be the president. Just because I can't fathom the idea of being the president to someone like you.
That doesn't sound very kind, but I'm sure this will make for a great story sometime in the future.
How would that even be a story?
Easy, I'll tell it now. I once was playing golf with my friends when we were in the underwater map. We were all having so much fun that Donald told me to keep the future stories I had a secret because they were so special and that I should keep them for myself.
That is absolutely not how that happened.
I know, but I changed some of the details around since I wanted it to be more optimistic by the end of it.
Do you plan on telling these stories at your rallies too? Or do you only save them for here?
That's the main time I tell them. Think of it like this. All the people that go to your or my rallies already know who they are voting for. It's pointless to go over things when everyone in the audience already knows who they're voting for before I even show up. It's better to share my edited experiences with people to show them what kind of a person I am.
I think that's the first thing Joe has said this entire game that actually had some critical thought put into it, and it's happening over him getting last place in a game of golf.
And unless he pulls out the biggest comeback of the century, he is staying in last place, and I'll be here comfortably in first, just like I thought I would.
Are there any other cuts in the footage we will be doing to save time or not anymore?
Not now. We'll all be having a great time getting past this loop, and we're sticking with it until the end.
Hey, I thought of a great idea. If we're open to removing certain parts of the video that aren't fun to watch, can we take out Joe's entire gameplay? It would save so much time and we wouldn't lose anything of value.
I have to say you're making it quite difficult to turn these things you say into positive things for my stories later. I have to basically replace everything you say and add in my own details, otherwise it sounds way worse.
Hey guys, I think Joe might actually be making a comeback. He's making it through with no trouble and is already near the end, I think.
See, Donald, if you just say things like that, it sounds way better for when I tell my stories.
So let me get this straight. In the first Final Fantasy video, the bridge scene included you telling a story about how someone went to the hospital because they saw you standing in the middle of the road and presumably died. You left that in, but my unkind words needed to be edited out?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for clearing it up.
Hey, I'm not actually sure where the hole is. Does anyone have any ideas since I'm closer to it, I'm pretty sure?
I think it's in the middle of that carousel thing, but it's kind of hard to tell with it being blocked most of the time.
How about this, Joe? You figure out the best way to get into the hole, but don't actually make it inside. And the rest of us will keep trying to get past this loop at the beginning. Something Donald was not able to do.
Yeah, I got it. Sorry, I'm not Sonic the Hedgehog and can go through loops so easily. It's not as easy as it looks.
I do apologize, Donald, but I'm going to have to bring out the trusty facts and logic to prove your point wrong, as I'm able to make it through just fine while you will continue to have problems.
In fairness to him, it's not easy to get through. It's a new obstacle we haven't gone through in this capacity, so it's understandable that he's not doing as well with it as we are.
I appreciate your confidence in me. I'll see if I can make it in on my next attempt.
Can I say my catchphrase if you happen to miss?
No, you cannot.
I want to say it so badly, but I'll try to resist the temptation.
I'm proud of you for holding back this time. It can't be easy to not say something like that. It's like asking me to stop saying it's Bidening time or something like that.
Actually, now that you mention it, can you stop saying it's Bidening time too? I want to be fair to Barack and not exclude only him from his phrase.
I'm glad I don't have a phrase that you can request. I stopped saying, unless you count facts and logic, although I made that up before this game, so I think it shouldn't count.
I suppose you all can say it. I don't want to hold you back at all. I don't think I have one anyway, so that wouldn't be fair.
Oh, I almost made it up the hill. One day I'll finish this hole. Hopefully it will be today.
I'm not betting on it, though. Now it's finally my chance to get ahead past this loop and join everyone else in getting up that carousel hill.
Good job, Donald. We knew you would make it across one day. You're only one over par past the starting area.
When you say it like that suddenly, it doesn't sound like as much of an accomplishment.
Oh, I was so close to the hole, but now I'm stuck with Joe here, and I'm not going to be able to catch up as quickly, if at all.
That's all right. I'm just glad to have someone here with me, even if it's in last place. Not really a great place to stay in, but I'll take what I can get.
Oh no, I was just so close to getting up there, but I'm falling yet again. It's a great time for everyone.
I suppose it's more of a great time for us rather than you, but I guess in general, you're right. This section does make a good final obstacle, even though it's normally supposed to be 18 holes. I guess things just kind of work out like that.
And I'm still down here, no surprises there. Is anyone actually going to be making any real progress soon? Or do I have to bring out one of my stories to pass the time?
Evidently, Donald won't be since he's out of bounds yet again, but maybe that will change by next week.
It's not like you did any better before, and somehow I'm guessing you're going to do just as badly on your next shot as well.
Right after I'm done missing yet again because this hill is rigged and doesn't want anybody here to actually win.
If some good comedy will make you feel better, just watch Ben's shot.
Oh, hey, Ben, it's good to see your ball coming by here. We're glad to have you.
Yeah, sure, I'm happy to be here. That's what I was aiming for this whole time.
I think doing this harder will do the trick.
You just did the opposite of what Ben did, so neither of you made any real progress. But then again, none of us really have since I passed by the loop a few minutes ago.
This might actually do it. It looks like you're going to be making it up after all.
Yeah, that's right. Only 3 over par before getting up here. Good thing nobody else has reached me by now.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I was saying how I'm happy that I have someone to join me up here now.
When you say someone joining you, did you mean Golf Master Ben Shapiro?
I wasn't going to say that exact name, but in concept, yes.
I may have been sleep golfing most of the game, but now it's time for me to focus up. It's Bidening time.
How is it that you're all up here at the same time?
It was so that I can tell all of us a story together.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely sending you out of here. I don't need the win. I just can't take your stories.
I suppose I should have expected that to some degree.
Hey, I wanted to hear his story. It's Bidening time.
What? How does that make sense? That's not your last name. Plus, you inconvenienced yourself there too.
It sounded a lot better in my head.
I'm not going to bother sabotaging anyone. I'm just taking my victory where I can get it.
Good job, Ben. You deserved it after all the trouble we gave you the past few videos.
Hey, actually, where did Joe go?
Donald knocked me in when he tried his sabotage, meaning I got in first.
If it means no stories, then I'll take that as a victory for you and I both.
I'm about to get a victory myself when I make it in soon.
Hold on, I still have one more sabotage in me today. I got this.
Nice job not falling away from here, but I was not heavily affected.
Yeah, you can't blame a guy for trying.
I suppose not, but this course needs to be over soon, so I'm not revenge sabotaging now.
Yeah, that's for the best. Good job on your win, Ben. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. See you all later.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And peace out, people.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to yet another golf match. As usual, we have myself, Donald Barack, and Ben.
We will be going through the museum map with collision and 12 holes.
Hey, Joe, can you just stay here once we're done with the game? Since you're so old, you belong in these museums permanently.
Wow, less than 20 seconds in before I got a joke about my age. I thought it was going to be a little bit earlier than that, even.
That all won't be relevant to me. I was able to get a masterful performance last time. I'm not going to let any arguing get in the way of my success.
That's good and all, but I'm already on a mission to get myself a victory. I haven't gotten one since the first map we did. It's about time I get another soon.
If you're the one getting the victory, then why is it that I'm the one getting a hole-in-one when nobody else has yet?
Oh, okay, so you get a hole-in-one on the first hole, that's great, but I'm just as capable at doing the same thing.
Calm down, everyone. It's not some huge accomplishment to get a good shot on the very first hole. You'll have to actually keep it up the rest of the game.
I will keep it up, and I'm going to prove it to everyone here.
That's a lot of talk, Barack, but can you keep it up? This is definitely Joe's time to shine.
Actually, it's my time to shine since I'm up first. But what is this here? It's like we have to hit this cube, then it changes the weirdly colored parts. That's a strange design choice.
I think we can actually skip ahead right here since we're all making the same general progress.
Yeah, that seems fair. There's not much need to just watch us all cross the same section if there's nothing interesting there.
If you want to watch something interesting, then take a look at the Donald's masterful shot that brings him right next to the hole for an easy 3-shot round for himself.
And I just did one better than you, so perhaps you should be following in my footsteps.
I've got to say, this is a fun and exciting game, everyone. I'm happy we're able to play together in a non-stressful environment.
I'm not quite sure I find this to be as fun and exciting as you do, but it's good you're getting more out of it than I am.
He can be amused rather easily. I'm sure if you used one of those red laser that you would use on a cat, he would follow it, only much more slowly by comparison.
What can I say? I really like those lasers. They're fun to follow and figure out where they're going to go next. It's always a mystery.
The only mystery here is why I'm in last place. I'm going to rectify that by getting a hole-in-one to make sure I don't fall behind at all.
It does look like a nice shot, Donald, and you're actually making it in after all. I thought you were just making it up and hoping it was true.
Absolutely not. If you remember well enough, I have used my golfer's instinct when we play this game. Though it's been a little rusty since I haven't played golf much in the past few weeks, since we were going through Final Fantasy, I can predict the future.
Actually, now that you mentioned Final Fantasy, there is something I think we should mention that happened during the playthrough that is worth noting about the channel in general.
We recently had monetization for the channel set up, and it allows people to give money in the comments section if they'd like, along with the advertisements. We would never ask people to pay anything, nor will we restrict any content behind a paywall.
That being said, we would like to thank I Explain Jokes who donated $25 during the Final Fantasy playthrough. It means a lot that anyone would give us money. Now I can use it to buy my own ice cream truck and do what I've always loved to do, share ice cream with others and myself.
Don't worry, Mr. Jokes, I won't let Joe use his money on that. But seriously, thank you for the support. It means a lot that people give the support that they do, whether it's their time, money, or some other third meaningful thing.
Now back to our regular antics of golfing with varying degrees of results.
Those results being very successful for me, since I'll be able to stay ahead of you all without problem.
What do you mean, Barack? Joe and Donald are ahead of us right now. They're the ones getting ahead, if anyone, not you.
Well, I'm getting down there now. That's what matters.
I will say I'm the one actually getting this hole done in 2 shots. I'm not sure where all this confidence is coming from. It's very unwarranted for you.
I am due for another victory. If you think about it, since I won the first video, there have been 3 other maps. After that, I didn't win. That means I must be getting it in this one.
I was so close to getting it in, but of course this game is rigged and doesn't want me to win it.
You only narrowly missed, so I'm sure you'll make it in next time. But Barack, your logic makes absolutely no sense. Take it from me, who has a PhD in facts and logic, that what you said did not resemble either.
Well, factually and logically, I don't care what you have to say, and you're getting sent back for questioning me.
I don't know what's going on between you two, but I'm getting it in now to avoid any conflict, getting in the way of my potential victory somehow.
And thanks to Barack, now I have to use another shot just to get back down again, which is typical Democrat behavior, holding down the hardworking Republican.
I would hit you away again for that, but I'm not going to do that, as it would only put me behind even further too. So you better watch your back for now.
What's gotten into you today? Did you take one of my expired dementia pills again? This happens to me sometimes, so I would understand if that was the case.
No, I'm just fired up and ready to win today.
Okay, what am I even supposed to do here?
Probably fail as usual.
If I checked correctly, you are currently in last, and Joe's shot was actually pretty good, so maybe it's too early to be judgmental.
Sorry, I've been judging him harshly for years. It's pretty natural.
That's all right. But on a much more important note, I am about to hit a masterful hole in one shot because I can actually back up the fact that I'll be catching up, unlike some people.
Was that targeted against me, or was that for someone else?
That depends on if you can actually back up you winning or not. I suppose you did fall kind of close to the hole, so you're at least somewhat capable of making it ahead.
More like entirely capable. Just watch and see Barack get ahead of everyone else and prove himself as the first 2-time golf champion.
It's kind of weird that you keep referring to yourself in third person, but spoilers. I won the second game, plus I tied for first on the third game. So really, I am the only one with 2 wins so far. And it looks like if I keep this up, I'll be getting a third in no time.
Why is it not weird that Donald calls himself the Donald in third person? But that's not weird.
It's because I am the Donald.
That is not what I meant at all, but I got it in, so it doesn't matter that much. After all, I'd like to see one of you try and get on my level.
If my instincts don't fail me, I should be able to get just next to the hole if I aim this well enough.
You probably could have gotten it in if you hit it a little harder, but you didn't have a good angle, so I think you did okay.
All that acceptance, meanwhile, I'm making my way up the scoreboard like it's nobody's business.
You're still a little bit behind me, and yet Donald is in last, but he's only down by 3. This is not the time to be bragging about a comeback when we're all still in it.
I would like to make myself the winner for 2 games in a row, although this hole in particular seems kind of weird with all these teeth in the way.
Just watch how I do it, then you'll be in a great position to get ahead. But actually don't, since that would mean you'd be tied with me.
Relax, Barack. None of us are near the hole. We all have time to make it through and come up with our own strategy.
Is your strategy getting blocked by the teeth and having no good angle? Because that's exactly what you've done.
Nah, I made my way around. I'll be fine.
It's Bidening time.
Joe, with shots like that, it's really hard to defend you or say you'll be at the top of the leaderboard.
If nobody minds, I'm just going to make a straight shot ahead, ensuring I don't fall behind like Joe just did.
I will say that was well done. Glad to know you're not letting my competitive skills distract you at all.
Hey, Barack, something tells me your competitive skills need some work since you made no actual progress.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I'll just do what you did and hit the first obstacle possible and fall behind. That's a much better option.
And it looks like Donald is
Joe, I
taking
missed.
Barack's approach, so no success there either.
Thank you, Joe, the golf commentator. You are doing a great job of explaining what we're all seeing. I don't know what we'd do without you. I swear if you weren't president, we'd all be having flying cars and the cure for every disease by now.
Whoa, don't go sounding too excited there, Donald. While all of you keep failing, I'm just going to make it in with no problems whatsoever, since that's what I do best.
Yeah, watch me get the same now.
If you meant the same as last time where you made no progress, then yes, you did a great job of copying yourself.
Okay, no more arguing now. I have to get serious if I'll have any chance of winning.
I suppose you could have gotten in the hole if you adjusted it a bit, but that was a good shot anyway.
Oh, hey, Joe, I forgot you were here. You haven't moved past the starting line, so I wasn't sure when you were planning on doing anything.
I was waiting for my prime opportunity to get right to the edge and be in a grand spot to get into the hole soon.
Joe, you absolutely did not plan that, and we all know it.
Okay, yeah, I definitely didn't plan it. I'll admit that was just luck.
Barack's going to need a lot of luck catching up and making this victory he keeps talking about.
What are you talking about? I just made it across something that I would have done much earlier if the game didn't just decide I wouldn't get there on my first attempt.
The game didn't decide anything. You're just falling behind, but not like anybody is surprised by that.
And would you look at that, another successful shot by the successful president himself.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Joe. That was a fine shot, but let's not go as far as calling yourself successful. That is definitely up for debate.
And just like that, Wait, no, that isn't what I meant.
Didn't you say you were going to be winning earlier? I'm somehow not seeing that. Maybe it's just me, though.
It's definitely not just you. Barack is falling behind regardless of what he will tell you.
I'm not even that far behind. There's still half the holes left to go through. I'll be back to the top in no time.
First off, not true. Second, I'm not really sure what to do here. I don't think we're supposed to hit these cubes like before, but the way to the hole isn't as clear with these eggs in the middle.
I've got to agree with you. The cube makes this wall appear that hinders us, but that's not even necessary since these eggs do nothing but prevent a straight shot to the end.
For once, I will admit a wall is not the answer, but otherwise is a great way to solve our problems.
I don't think a wall is going to fix the problem of Joe messing up like that.
Hey, sorry, I didn't want to try the same strategy. I figured if I went a different direction, it would benefit me, but it's clear that did not happen the way I hoped it would.
At least you might get a decent angle, unlike Barack, who has no way forward from where he's at right now.
I'm going a little bit farther than I would hope. But unlike Barack, I actually have something to work with for next time.
What is it with you two? Just because I'm going to be winning doesn't mean you need to be targeting me.
It's not that we're targeting you. It's more that you are so confident of your alleged victory that we find it amusing when you put yourself in a position where you can't back up what you're saying.
Yeah, Joe's falling apart too, but he's at least being more realistic with his bad shots.
Hey, mine wasn't even that bad. It just isn't there quite yet.
Oh, I see. I guess that's what happens when I don't make it in right as you think I will. Next shot, I'll definitely be making it in. You better get ready for it.
At this point, it doesn't really serve any purpose trying to convince you of your own ineptitude, so I'll just not get distracted by you and be satisfied with my proven success.
Yeah, what he said, I'm making it in too.
I don't think I can make it in right now, so I'm just going to have to live with it and try to make it up later on.
See, Joe, I'm glad someone can be reasonable and admit when they're falling behind, unlike some people. And by that I meant one person in particular. And by that I mean Barack.
Yes, point taken. Donald, we got what you meant, but I'm not falling for your tricks. I know I can make it, and I'm not getting myself discouraged over your lack of belief in me.
Actually, I also don't believe in you, so it's not just Donald, and I'm 4 ahead of everybody else, so I think I'll be okay.
You may be right on that, but with shots like that, I'd be surprised if you stay in the lead at all.
Okay, so what? It's one bad shot. That doesn't mean I am completely unable to get to the end of the map at just the same time as everybody else.
You're being too confident in your skills, Ben. You're going to fall behind and, you're not going to stay ahead.
Did you hear that? Everyone, Barack is telling us that I'm being too confident. Meanwhile, he's spent nearly the whole game telling us how good he is while he's tied for last.
Hey, we need some more concrete evidence of who is going to be falling behind, Donald. What do your golfer instincts say?
I think they're saying that some of us are going to be just fine, but Ben is going to completely lose it very soon.
That is in no way concrete evidence, and even if it was, I am still in first, with nothing stopping me, and that should be enough proof that I will be doing just fine. I will further prove it by going to the next part of the course without trouble, though admittedly I would have liked to go further right than I ended up going.
Nah, I can sense things are not going to be going well for you. Very soon, you better watch out.
Oh yes, I'm very scared of the 3 people tied for last somehow hindering me.
Honestly, I don't care about how you're doing that much. I'm just glad I made it over. Okay, when I didn't have a great idea of what I would do.
Yeah, I think if we did just focus on how we are doing and not focus on everyone else so much, we'd be doing much better.
Okay, maybe I was wrong to have been so dead set against you all. I did forget that this is just meant to be a friendly competition.
No, you don't understand me, you fools. It is not enough that I win. Others must also lose. This is how I'm going to be showing you who is the true golfing expert here.
Okay, Donald, you were right. Ben is losing it after all.
I told you it would happen.
All right, you know what? It's Bidening time.
Well, no. Why would you do that to me?
When I thought he would lose it, I just meant he would be playing worse. I didn't realize his golfing and speaking skills would also be completely gone.
Wait, what, Donald? Why are you aiming to me now? What did I do to you?
I think it was your overconfidence earlier in the game that got to him.
Oh no, I just wanted to hit a trick shot off Barack's ball into the hole.
It's not even that bad. I just have to use one more shot to get back, so it's only a minor inconvenience.
Glad to hear you understand.
Oh, this is a fantastic angle. Where am I even supposed to start when I have no idea what I'm aiming for?
I think you're supposed to aim for the hole.
Yeah, I could figure that part out. At least I made it across, no thanks to Joe's advice.
Well, you asked, so I gave you the best answer I could come up with, so it's really your fault if you think about it.
That is definitely not my fault. It's yours just like the failing economy.
Now you'll get to have another shot to find your way back to the hole.
Joe, what is actually wrong with you? I swear you actually have an IQ in the negatives with shots like that. It's interesting that I actually have to get targeted so specifically, otherwise I would just be so far in the lead ahead of everyone. I'm gonna take this as a compliment.
It wasn't meant as a compliment, it was meant as a sabotage. Since I figure if you want to get overconfident, then you can take my shots against you without any issues.
Now you're just playing favorites since Barack was being overconfident earlier. Yet you didn't say anything about him or do any sabotaging. But all of the sudden, when a non-Democrat starts giving correct assessment of his gameplay, that is very good. Then that's when you start Bidening and go for your sabotage. But I can't really expect more like you people on the left. And plus, I'm actually getting a hole in one right now. So there's no chance you can sabotage me this time. So get wrecked.
What do you mean, Ben? I just got the hole in one, not you.
Ben is actually losing all normal bodily functions within the span of one game of golf. This is an unprecedented level of losing it that not even Sleepy Joe has shown before.
Hey, Ben, if you need a little while to get a hold of yourself, I can play for you, and I'll try not to get out of bounds all that often.
No, I got this. I just need to focus up here.
If that doesn't work, I have some pills that will probably help you out with that. I can't guarantee there won't be a few side effects, though. Hey, that reminds me of a story from my youth, if anyone wants to hear it.
You know what, Joe? I'd love to hear it. I need to get my head back on straight. Otherwise, I won't be able to play at my efficient level.
I can already tell this is going to be a disaster.
I once met a man named Ishmael. It was really easy to remember his name because the first things I heard him say was, "Call me Ishmael." A whole group of guys were about to go on a boat since Captain Ahab was about to set sail on an adventure to kill a whale, and I figured that it would be an exciting time, so I joined the adventure. After a really long time with not much happening, we spent 3 days actually fighting the whale, but then it killed almost everyone on the boat except Ishmael, who survived on a coffin. The end.
Joe, that absolutely did not happen to you.
Of course it did. It was a very exciting time in my life, and it was the first time I'd seen a whale in person before.
That was just the short version of a book called Moby Dick, and you couldn't have been there as it didn't really happen. And even if it did, the book was written over 170 years ago.
Really, I could have sworn that happened to me.
It definitely did not, Ben. I hope for your sake you feel better after hearing that, since I certainly feel worse.
It was not as bad as you think it is, although on a more important note, I do want to ask how we're supposed to get up these steps. It seems very weird in how we'd go up them.
Honestly, I have no idea. I'm just hoping I get lucky with my shots. And based on this attempt, I did not seem to get it done well.
It looks like there are parts where we can angle our shots to make them go a different way, or I can just fall down like this. I suppose that works too.
This hole is actually made so badly, I wouldn't be surprised if the game developers asked Joe to make a level. And this is what he came up with. He's used to having bad luck with stairs already.
I'm pretty sure I didn't have anything to do with this, but if my story about the whale wasn't real, then maybe I could be wrong about this.
I think we can all agree that nobody except Donald is having a good time here. We just can't seem to make it up quickly, if at all.
That's what happens when you are in fact the Donald. You just don't fail nearly as much as everyone else is.
Okay, fine. I admit you are doing way better than I am. There's really no way I can spin this around to make it sound like I'm doing well.
I am really at an unfortunate place here. I have to move my ball over to just get a decent angle next time, but don't let this get to you, Barack. You can still make it even if you fall behind.
Oh, hey, Ben, are you feeling better from your problems earlier? You seem to be a lot more coherent now.
Yes, thank you for looking out, Joe. I think I just let the lead get to me. I think I've got myself under control, both because I gave myself time to calm down and also because based on my performance, this hole, I'm not in the lead anymore.
If it makes you feel any better, Barack isn't improving either. Really, you all aren't even really competition at this point.
Just don't let it get to your head. Barack and I were both worse off for it.
You don't have to worry about me. I'd be more concerned about you. I'm not sure how you'll ever catch up at this rate.
All right, everyone, it took a while, but it's my time to make something happen.
Wow, you actually are close to the hole. It's been a while since any of us was over there.
Yeah, I can only imagine how long it'll take the rest of you to make it. And by nothing but complete luck, you actually made it over. I'm kind of glad, since otherwise we would have been here all day, or at least until your turn ran out.
Don't count me out. I'm also making it over soon enough.
I wish you all could have done it a few minutes ago, but I guess it's better late than never.
And just like that, the Bidenator makes it with a par.
That was well done, though, only if you ignore the parts where you didn't do well. But I think everyone except Donald struggled with this one.
Yeah, that's really going to change the scoreboard in his favor. I'm not sure what we'll need to do to get ahead again.
Well, you'll have to get to the hole in less attempts than I do. That's kind of how you play the game of golf, if you didn't already notice.
If anybody's going to beat him, it's definitely me. I don't know how Joe can win unless he pulls out a major comeback.
We all know that's never going to happen.
Come on, guys, it could happen. You just have to believe in my skills.
That wasn't a good shot, but honestly, I can't blame you since this looks very unclear on where we're even aiming for.
I'm completely fine with Barack missing more, as long as it means I'll stay ahead. Ben, I suppose you can catch up a little bit if you want to.
I guess I made it over, but I don't really know where to go, so it's not that helpful.
I'll show you where to go. It's basically over there, but without going out of bounds.
I'm going to try something different and see how it goes.
Oh, I'm sure this is going to be great.
Whoa, how did Joe actually get it in one shot? He actually did do the major comeback after all.
For the first time in this game, I'm actually kind of worried right now.
Oh, don't worry, you won't have to worry about me if I keep missing like that.
I meant I was worried about Joe. I'm not concerned with you or Ben right now.
Well, maybe it's time you start worrying about me because Joe's shot gave me the idea of making it in just like this.
Okay, seriously, how are you all doing this? I thought you had your falling apart earlier. I didn't expect you to actually start doing well again. Why didn't my instincts let me know this would happen?
Hey, this is kind of like that one time where I was on that ship with Ishmael and Queequeg. I swear it was just like it.
Joe, we already established that didn't happen to you, but even then, it's not like they all played golf in the desert map of the ship. You actually are not remembering it correctly.
Technically, it's the desert part of the museum map, but same idea.
Desert Museum, same idea. It didn't happen to Joe, regardless of the details.
Joe, are you sure you didn't just read the book recently and just misremembered a few details?
Ain't no way Joe has read a book in the past 70 years that wasn't written by Dr. Seuss. He just probably heard it from one of the White House staff and then forgot he wasn't actually experiencing it himself.
Did he read any books during your time as president at all?
Yes, but they all had pictures in them, and one of them might have been a cookbook he was reading upside down, so I'm not counting that one.
No, that one was right side up. I was only reading it upside down for an hour or so before I realized my mistake.
Somehow that doesn't really sound that much better.
How is it that I'm tied to someone who forgot how to read and speak 10 minutes ago, and someone else who doesn't know how to read above a preschooler reading level?
I've got to say, this is the closest game we've ever had. Barack is only down by 1. Everyone else is tied with 1 hole to go.
And of course, I go first when I have no idea how to optimize my path to the hole here.
We've never had a course like this before, so you're not really at a disadvantage. I don't know what other paths we could even take.
It looks like you both did fine. I think you both did what you were supposed to do.
I guess I am at least still ahead of Barack anyway, so I kind of have the advantage there. Assuming nobody does any sabotaging again.
Wow, I just barely missed. But I'm right where you are both at. Nobody has really messed up at all, but that could all change soon.
If there's one person who is set to be changing it, I guess that leaves it to me.
That was a fine shot. You're closer to the air gusts, but I'm not sure if that actually helps you much.
I guess we'll find out soon enough.
All right, that just means I'm up. I'll see if this benefits me at all.
It made sense to think it wouldn't bring you the whole way up, but that may have cost you the victory. I'm not sure.
This is my time to make it back up. It's an open opportunity to get back to the #1 spot. No, I did it too far and now I'm back down.
That's quite the shame, but I appreciate you making way for me to get up there myself.
My golfing instincts say it's not over yet.
I didn't ask your instincts, plus they haven't been as accurate as normal today.
I don't need them to be accurate all day. Just this one last time is all.
Why is nobody making it up? Did we all just lose any ounce of skill we had so suddenly?
I don't know what you're talking about, Barack. I made it up just fine.
I can't stop you. That's a nearly surefire victory for you since you were also tied at first. I was so close.
It is possible one of us could hit him off, though it's incredibly unlikely that would happen at this rate.
Perhaps it's right Joe won. I became way too confident in my skills earlier, and that caused me to fall behind. Ben also had his moments of losing himself before he had to come back from it. And even Donald did a little bit towards the stairs hole. Joe kept his composure the whole time and made it through, just like in that story about the tortoise and the hare.
Oh yeah, I was there when that happened.
Now that I do believe you were in that story, that was a good run, Joe. You made it through and deserve your victory.
You're now the first 3-time winner in the game of golf, and I can only wish I'd be as steady as you are.
Yeah, good job, Joe. I'm proud of you for sticking by without causing trouble the entire time.
I suppose I don't mind getting third, assuming Ben makes it in the hole, as that would give him second place, which makes sense since there's nothing in the way here.
That does make sense, but I had a slightly different idea in mind, which involves Donald having to get back up again.
Okay, what was that for? I didn't do anything to you there.
You sabotaged me earlier, and that was my only chance to get back at you.
That was Joe. It's very clear since he said it's Bidening time. That's a clear giveaway.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. I lost an undisputed second place for nothing.
That's what you get. Now you're tied with Barack while I slowly make my way back up yet again.
That was a great time. I'm happy I spent it with the three of you. I hope to enjoy more games like that in the future.
Maybe we can actually end the video and get to some more golfing soon once I actually finish this hole. Thanks a lot, Ben.
Yeah, anytime, Donald.
As we mentioned earlier, we appreciate the support everyone has been giving.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
We'll be uploading more golf videos amongst others soon. Until then,
Enjoy yourselves.
And peace out, people.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to yet another episode of Golf with Your Friends. It's the usual 4 of us here playing the Twilight map this time.
Whoa, no need to get too excited there, Barack. We're just starting the game.
Sorry, I just haven't won this in a while, and I'm excited to finally prove myself as a proper competitor.
Actually, I'm the one who's going to be proving myself. I haven't won since the deep map, and with this hole-in-one that will start my success.
Okay, so you got a single good shot, but that doesn't mean you'll end up winning the entire game.
if you keep playing like that, then you definitely won't be winning the game.
Donald, barely half a minute has passed. Nobody needs to be assuming that the first hole is going to dictate how the entire rest of the courses will go.
Perhaps you're right, but it's definitely going to be filling Ben's ego, and we don't want that to be happening.
Better my ego to be filled with facts and logic like usual instead of your stomach being filled with 6,000 calories daily.
Ooh, Donald, are you just going to take that roasting he just did?
I wouldn't say I'm taking it necessarily, though. I will try to be the better person and not let his remarks get to me.
That's the best way of going about it. I wouldn't want this to become too serious of an issue, regardless of how funny Ben's remarks are.
Yeah, I apologize, Donald. I did go a bit too far earlier. I didn't mean for it to come across the wrong way. Of course, that doesn't change the fact that I'm going to still dominate all of you in this golf match.
Especially if he keeps falling down instead of getting it into the hole.
Hey, it's not like you or Joe have it in now either.
But I do have it in now, as will Joe in a moment, granted later than we should have, but still ahead of you.
Come on, Donald, I know you can do this. You can catch back up. I retract my previous confidence in your abilities.
Shut up, Joe. This hill is rigged against me.
Donald, this is only the first hole, and this is one of the worst starts I've seen of our golfing matches. You immediately have a lot to make up for, and I don't know if you can do it.
Oh, you just have to give the Donald time to warm up?
And just like that, Donald is already 5 behind Ben. Since he got a hole-in-one, I can't imagine it getting better unless Ben absolutely falls apart.
Thank you for your insightful commentary. I wasn't watching for the past 2 minutes, so I'm glad you're here to recap things.
I'm not planning on messing up my lead, so I'm playing it safe by going to the side, as I think going up the hill is too risky.
Perhaps you could have made it closer than you did, but was otherwise a solid shot.
And just like that, Donald
I
proves why I had the better idea by missing completely because he isn't good at the game.
Okay, we get the point, Ben. You're ahead, but that doesn't mean I'm bad at the game.
You are 5 points behind, so you do have a lot to make up for, though.
And would you look at that, it's Barack back to mess up again, which makes him fall behind even further.
Perhaps Donald was right, Ben. You really don't need to rub in the fact that some of us aren't catching up right now. We got the idea when you did your hole-in-one.
Joe, if you try a different way, then you might make it in sooner, but don't go up that hill.
I was expecting that to go much differently.
That's what happens when you don't listen to me. You fail like Barack and Donald did before you.
Hey, Ben, don't mess up.
I would have definitely made it in if you hadn't distracted me. But of course, you have to play dirty and use my enhanced listening skills against me.
No, that was just only skill, and I'll be promptly making it in. And after all that gloating, I still made it in before you.
Oh no, the guy who got 5 worse than me, the first hole got ahead of me very slightly this time. Maybe if the game goes on for 6 more hours, you'll have a chance of getting ahead.
At this rate, I'll just keep falling behind. I don't think this strategy is working as well as I thought it would have.
And I have no good angle to work with, but I don't think we'll be falling behind Ben at the very least.
Assuming you don't mess up any more than you already have, which is a big assumption to make. You would be tying me, so I guess you'd be right.
That does give me a bit of confidence since there's still a lot of time left to get ahead.
Wait, I thought you said you weren't doing that strategy anymore, but now you're falling behind even more. You can't let your confidence, no matter how small, get to your head.
By all means, if it eliminates the competition, then let it get to your head. I don't mind at all.
As much as I don't agree with his wording, you really did become overconfident on getting it up on that hill. You kind of did that to yourself.
Hey, Donald, at least now you're sharing last place with Barack, so you don't have to be lonely all the way back there now.
Oh, don't you worry, I'll be getting out of last place very quickly. My instincts tell me you're not staying in first.
Since this hole is simple enough, I am making the decision to skip slightly further ahead now.
Hey, don't use explaining video cuts to the audience as a distraction from the game. You know you're going to stay in last place without any hope of getting even third.
Goodbye, Ben. I'll see you later when I start caring about your input.
You know what, I'm not getting involved in this fight between you two, as it's just going to place me further behind. I'm just hitting it in now.
I agree, I'm staying out of this as much as I can.
Hey, if you want to fight, then I'm glad to participate since I have the points to spare. Meanwhile, you're officially in last place now and you only inconvenienced me.
I'll let you go for now, but don't act like this is over. I'll just fall further behind if I keep at it here.
Oh, I see you can't even finish the fight you started. That's fine since I know who's going to win this game, regardless of who keeps sabotaging me.
Ben's lead is starting to go away, but that won't matter if Barack and Donald are too far away to make any real progress.
Hey, Joe, don't mess up.
Why are you trying to get me to mess up? I thought you needed Ben to fall behind.
I do, but I can root for both of your downfalls at the same time.
Let me show you how a real golf master does this.
Were you supposed to be the golf master, Barack? Last time I checked, I think the last win you had was in the first video. I didn't realize the title of master was handed out so easily.
Well, the goal for that is to change during this course, but honestly, I don't know if I can do much at this rate.
I'll just get a hole-in-one if nobody minds.
Joe, I need you to hit my ball into the hole since you're behind me.
I think I hit it too hard.
Genius level analysis by Joe Biden, everyone. What would we do without him?
Actually, I think I can still make it in just fine from here, so it's not what I wanted exactly, but it's the next best thing.
Oh, this one really didn't go well for me.
We already knew, but thanks for the confirmation anyway.
And would you look at that? Barack is still in last with my lead only growing as time goes on.
Actually, you are still 5 ahead of last place, which is where you started, so you're still doing well, but your lead isn't growing.
Wow, Joe is using facts and logic. I never knew this day would come. Maybe if you keep doing that, you'll have a microscopic chance at beating me.
I hope my shot there was good enough. I'm not sure of the right angle to get this in.
If you simply do what I just did, then you'll have a great position to make it in.
That was complete luck, Ben. You had no way of doing that on purpose.
Oh yeah, let's see if you can do better.
I will right now.
Oh, really? Since it looks like you went out of bounds and didn't make it even close.
Yeah, I'm trying Barack's way. Donald, yours wasn't good.
Are you all being this bad on purpose? It's like none of you even want to be on the board at all, much less first place.
Sorry we can't get as lucky as you can. This would be a lot closer of a match if luck wasn't in your favor. Like the first hole-in-one, and then this hole placing you right next to the hole.
Your shot from further away was way more lucky than mine. You are definitely just projecting at this point.
Hey Donald, don't mess this up like last time.
Since he's just copying me, he will be fine.
Nah, it was my golfer's instinct that had me do the optimal path, which was the one you did by coincidence.
I'm just going to do that too, if you don't mind.
Honestly, I'm so focused on Ben right now that I don't care if you do that to get ahead a little bit.
And of course, I do the same thing, but I'm further away.
Don't worry, you can still make it in there. I was in a similar position and got it just fine.
In theory, yes, it is possible for him to make it in, but when you consider reality, he is not making it in the optimal amount of shots.
I can do it. I'll just need one more, then we can all move on.
Yeah, move on to Ben getting lucky again, since that's all he's been doing this entire time.
Like I've said before, and we'll probably have to say again later on, I only have skill, no luck at all needed.
No, it's definitely luck. There's no way he can make a good shot here with skill.
Don't believe me. Just watch.
Hey, look everybody. It's Lucky Ben with another shot that had no actual effort put into it, only the game just handing the win to him.
Hold up, everyone. I had an idea. If I angle this shot right and get enough speed by falling down here, I can make my way through and get even closer to the hole.
Wow, Joe really is using facts and logic. We'd have flying cars in America right now if he's been this smart his whole life, but no. He has to be 80 before he comes up with anything good.
No, I just remembered to take my pills right before we started playing. I doubt it'll last.
Well, I know you're not really competition at this point, but if anything, we need to focus on Ben, since he's the one who keeps getting lucky.
Focus on me all you want. You'll just be watching me stay in first place with nothing you can do about it.
Perhaps he's right, guys. No matter how much skill any one of us may have, he's just going to get really lucky, and we won't have any chance against him. But it's not because of his actual skill level.
That is most definitely fake news, and you know it, Joe. What do I have to do to convince you that it's not luck and play here?
Be in last place.
Wait, how is that going to prove anything?
It won't. I was just hoping he would fall for it.
If you all can stop speaking nonsense, then maybe I can actually finish up this hole. It's taken a while longer than I'd hoped for at this point.
Honestly, it wasn't even that bad. We only got one behind.
That's just more distance between myself and the rest of you. I see no way this is turning around anytime soon.
Just wait, my instincts have never failed me, and now let's see Lucky Ben get handed another good shot.
Wait, are you serious?
Hey everyone, it's Lucky Ben getting ahead since the game favors him. Who would have guessed that?
No luck, all skill, that's what I do best.
I don't know, guys. This is getting kind of demoralizing no matter how well we end up doing. There's simply no way we'll get as lucky as he is, so I don't think there's much chance of any of us beating him now.
I'm glad you're finally catching on. Once the other two of you give up, then this will be another sure victory for Ben Shapiro.
No, Ben, that's not how we do things here. I've been at the golf course once or twice before, and the main lesson I've learned is no matter how difficult things get, you're never completely out of it. Unless you're Joe, of course.
Wait,
who was
what?
never in to begin with, but since I'm not Joe, I know if I stick around here and keep myself focused, that's all that I need to beat you, regardless of the luck you get.
That's just loser talk and my luck. I mean, skill is going to keep me ahead of your fairy tales you call a victory.
Come on, Ben. That was pretty inspirational. Or at least more than anything else he's ever said, so it's something.
I don't care how inspirational it is. This is all just coping with the fact that my superiority is showing.
Hey, I don't mean to rush you two, but can you finish up soon? I have somewhere to be after the 12th hole.
Yeah, we'll be done soon. Where are you going?
Oh, not a lot. Just my daily routine of going to the store, buying some vegetables, fruits, protein bars, and gardening equipment.
I'll give you a more accurate translation. He's going to McDonald's to buy a Big Mac, apple pie, double quarter pounder, and a room with Stormy Daniels, probably.
Hey, I was only going to do a few of those things. Why did you have to give it away?
As soon as you mentioned buying healthy items, that's when we knew you weren't telling the truth.
Was it that easy to tell?
Yes, also we all got hole-in-ones, so we're skipping ahead a bit for the viewers.
Hey, at least I do things in my day. Joe probably stands in the Oval Office with a blank stare for the first 6 hours before he realizes he's still alive, and then it takes another 3 to remember that he's the president.
That's not true. I stood there for only 3 hours yesterday, which is a new record.
And would you look at that, Ben goes first and gets a good shot to the target that he's never seen before, since that's been happening the whole time.
Why can't you just accept that I'm actually good at this game and that it's not just me getting lucky?
Oh, I've just been messing with you for a while. I know you've been improving your skills. I didn't know how long you were convinced I was only making a joke out of it. Granted, I do think it's odd you've gotten so many great shots in one course, but I do really think you have more skill than luck in this case.
Wait, really? Now I kind of feel bad for being insulting earlier. I didn't realize you were just joking.
If it makes you feel any better, I really have been thinking you're suspiciously lucky. That wasn't a joke for me.
I don't really feel better in the way you intended, but you tried, so I appreciate it.
And would you look at that? Barack gets the target on his first try ahead. The game just keeps giving you the victory with no skill involved.
Joe, we were supposed to be doing that to Ben, not me.
Oh yeah, sorry. I forgot who was who for a moment.
How could you forget that? We look nothing alike to each other. I thought even you could remember who we are.
Donald, I'm not really sure what you're expecting out of me at this point.
Yeah, I guess that is my fault in a really strange way.
Joe, if you don't mind, can you stop missing your shots? It'll take us all day before we're done at this rate.
Oh, my mistake. I'll try to get as lucky as you've been the entire time, then I'll be done.
I thought we already went over this, Barack, and I know it's all because I'm great at the game, not because of this alleged luck you keep talking about.
Nah, fam, that was definitely Cap, you know? You're not being straight 100 with us, for real, for real?
Joe, was that your attempt at trying to sound like the youth? Because it's really not working out. Frankly, that bothers me more than Ben's insults at this point.
Sorry, I was just trying to connect with the youth of America, but maybe it's not working out.
No, it really isn't, but you are right about Ben not having all this skill he thinks he has. I bet on our next match he won't be able to keep all this up.
Sorry, Donald, I can't hear you. Since you're all the way down the scoreboard, my ears aren't used to hearing from that long distance.
Come on, can't you admit that he's doing fine on his own? There's no reason to get at him like that.
Nah, I don't know why you're defending him now. You were sabotaging him earlier, but now you're suddenly on his side, though it's typical for a Democrat to flip-flop when their strategies aren't working.
Shut up, Donald. You flip-flop on if you're going to eat a Whopper Big Mac or Baconator every day, and then you end up choosing all three.
Oh, look, everyone, it's Lucky Ben back at it to get ahead yet again.
No, the only thing the game is doing is making me go first each time since it knows I'll have the best shots.
That was a pretty good shot, but I'm surprised the game didn't just start you in the hole at this rate.
Are you going to try to do the same as Ben's shot?
Nope, I'm going for a different path to victory, though I'll admit I'm not making it as far as I thought I would.
You're in a strange position now, and you pretty much have to keep going on the path at this point.
Thank you for pointing out the obvious. I don't know what I'd do without you.
You'd be much worse off, I'm sure, but I'm taking Ben's strategy as I won't be falling behind like you will be at this rate.
That's a good strategy. You won't win, but you might end up in second place.
I got a genius move. I'm going into the water on purpose and will bounce onto the part Donald is aiming for.
Wait, are you serious?
That worked perfectly except for that part that didn't, which was all of it.
Are you ever going to stop using that catchphrase?
Only when it stops being funny, which is hopefully never.
That doesn't matter. I'm still making it ahead, which is something Donald and Joe can't relate to since they're bad and Barack is slightly less bad, but still not good.
Hey, I'm making it over. I still have a chance.
Yeah, I'm making it over at a snail's pace. If this were a solo game, this video would be about 5 minutes maximum.
Okay, I know I was defending you earlier, but you don't need to let your ego get the best of you.
Maybe if you had an ego, you wouldn't have missed, like you just did, but I guess that's asking for too much. Even when you copy me, you're still worse.
Okay, guys, no more funny business. It's time for Joe to shine today.
You're a little late on that, but good job for finally making some progress.
Too little, too late, even second place is just a dream for you at this point. One of many dreams you have daily.
Thank goodness he finally made it in. Maybe he will stop gloating for a few seconds so I can think.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Since I don't have anyone boasting in my ear about how great he is, I can make this shot in with no further complications.
That was well done. Definitely better than me at this hole.
Oh, hey, Barack. That went perfectly except the
Shut
part
up,
that
shut up
didn't,
right
which
now.
was all of it. Glad to see you're still not learning.
Don't take my catchphrase from me. I worked really hard on it that one time, and I'm not having anyone else copy me.
Don't let him get the best of you now. He's just trying to get you mad and unfocused.
Oh, please, he doesn't need my help to fail. He can do that on his own, no problem.
Nah, I'm going to make it in this time. You'll see very soon.
Okay, good. It will have only taken 3 attempts from that same spot, which isn't great at all.
Can we just finish up this hole so we can be done sooner?
Yeah, I'll be in on this shot.
That's an odd way to make it in.
He didn't make it in as he's bad at this game and likes failing.
Well, that explains his failing presidency.
And there's Barack up with yet another miss who didn't see that one coming.
I had to account for that small hill, and that's what caused me to fail. Otherwise, I would have made it in.
Face it, Barack. The amount of excuses you make won't ever stop the fact that I'm way ahead with no chance of failing.
If I can keep myself ahead, I can maintain second place with minimal issue.
What do I do here?
I think you're supposed to be like Joe's approval ratings and fall really quickly.
Oh, hey, guys, I forgot to mention earlier I had a story I was going to tell. Is now a good time?
I tend not to listen to you in general, so I don't care either way.
I do not approve of your story.
Glad to hear it. It was a long time ago when I was in the town called Arrakis. I was with my friends Uglier Joe, Paul, and Duncan. We were going across the desert to take some property from this stranger named Vladimir Harkonnen. But then all of a sudden we started getting attacked. These worms were coming out of the ground and separated everyone. Uglier Joe got hit in the head by a bowl of spice, which made his eyes turn blue. Duncan got cornered by the worms and was stabbed. Paul managed to get away and became the ruler of the desert.
How do these things even happen to you?
Wait, I'm not finished. Paul got revenge on Vladimir and became the ruler of the galaxy. Duncan got cloned a few thousand times. And Uglier Joe became the ruler when he turned into a worm himself after Paul died. As he turned into a worm himself, the end.
Joe, that was just a really general version of the first few Dune books, and you messed up a lot of the details. How is it that you keep imagining books as things that actually happen to you?
I don't know why you're trying to convince me these things didn't happen. I know I was there, and it's just a coincidence that authors are also telling stories about things that happened to me.
Joe, your stories are nonsense, but thank you for hitting my ball down further earlier.
And no thanks to Barack for hitting my ball away. I'm sure he had good intentions with that.
If by good intentions you mean sabotage, then yes, I had good intentions.
It doesn't matter since I'll be making it in with no problems as normal, unlike all of you.
It looks like you're just going near my ball, which isn't very close to the hole yet.
I think if you get the right angle, you can make it in from there.
I've got this.
Yeah, Donald, you've really got this. If you use your imagination a little bit more, maybe you'll convince yourself that I'll lose.
Okay, it wasn't a good shot, but I'm still able to make it in next time.
I didn't quite make it in, but I'm the closest at least.
All right, guys, it's time to show you what I'm made of. It's Bidening time.
Hey, Joe, glad to have you here.
I did not mean for that to happen.
Watch and learn from the real expert boys.
Why is it that none of us can actually make it in when it seems so easy?
We just have to stop overthinking this.
Yeah, you got this. I believe in you.
Oh, yeah, I knew I could do it.
We'll skip ahead now since we all made it over.
Are you like using my golfer's instinct to tell that to the viewers?
Your golfer's instinct is a scam just like you, and you know it.
And that's what happens when you mock the Donald.
You know what I learned from my earlier sabotages? I'm just getting into the hole. I want no part in whatever this is.
That's a good idea. I'm heading in there now as well.
Donald, why do you think your sabotages are going to make any difference? It's not like you're going to sabotage me out of first place. Even if I get a 14, you're still probably not going to catch up.
Nah, I just know it messes with you.
Okay, fine, then do it again. If you're so confident in yourself, bet you won't. Heard you wouldn't.
I'll prove I can just watch this.
Ha, I knew I could bait you into wasting a shot. The part near the hole angled it, so you'd go flying up instead of hitting me, get wrecked. That's what happens when you're unsuccessful.
But do you want to know who is successful? The user and overswim guy who donated in the last golf video? You're way better than Donald's sabotage attempts.
Yeah, I'll admit it. He is great for giving support to us.
To show our thanks, Donald is going to mess up again for entertainment because that's all he's good for.
Wait, I didn't agree to that.
And yet you missed anyway. How did you even manage to come back up like that?
This really isn't my day today.
Don't worry, it's not Joe's day either.
Come on now, Barack. This pachinko game is really difficult. If I can't even start, then I don't see how you're going to make it all the way down safely.
I just do that and make it, although I would have liked to go down the middle, I'll take what I can get.
Hold up, my instincts are telling me something. Lucky Ben is going to be handed the victory by one more stroke of luck and make it right down the middle for a hole-in-one.
Well, what do you know? Your instincts aren't a complete scam after all, but we all knew that was going to happen.
I guess first really is a dream, but if I get down, maybe I'll achieve second.
I'm not too sure about that one.
I think even with that happening, I can still be just enough ahead to stay out of third and fourth.
I guess if I miss again, then maybe you will, but I don't plan on losing this right now.
Hey, Joe, glad to have you join me. Are you ready to finish this game so Donald can go to the store or McDonald's?
Yeah, I suppose I have to write out some important policies or something. I don't know what I do most of the day.
Wow, Joe doesn't know what to do in his day, big shocker. Next, you're going to tell me that he doesn't know where he's at.
I know where I'm going in a moment, and that's right in the hole.
Guys, before this is over, I did want to apologize if I got carried away. I hope there's no issues with that.
Nah, you're all right. You played a great game and nobody even got close to first.
Yeah, it was a fun time.
I'm glad to be done, but thank you all for watching as always.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And peace out, people. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to yet another game of golf with your friends. This time we'll be playing through the escapist map.
Hold on a moment. What is an escapist? That doesn't sound like anything we've already played before.
The Escapist is actually a separate game series, but that and a level based on the Worms series are in the game as maps, though we haven't played any of those games, so it makes sense why you're not familiar with them. For this, it just looks like there are these pixelated characters that show up a lot.
That sounds about right, but we won't play the Worms map for a while. For now, we'll just have to focus up here.
Not like there's much to focus on. That was probably the easiest hole we've ever had.
Yeah, you're right. That was pretty easy. I haven't played this one before, but I looked up some gameplay, and those moving obstacles are going to be pretty common later on.
And it doesn't look like this one is much harder. It's just going into the water, and the game does the rest.
I am making the executive decision to skip ahead for us. This is a boring hole, and nobody is making any unique progress.
Yeah, this isn't a very great first couple holes here. I hope it starts to pick up pretty soon. I'd even take watching Ben get really lucky like last time over this.
First off, that was pure skill, not luck. Secondly, even if it was luck, yes, that would be more entertaining. So I'll agree with you there.
Don't worry, everyone. I think it'll be more entertaining from here on out.
It looks like I'm going first for the hole that actually starts to matter. Yet again, the game is letting me have the hard time by going first and not knowing what to do.
Actually, there is some text on the bottom right of the screen showing there is a free cam option, which would allow you to look ahead at the course. Kind of strange that I'm pretty sure nobody has done that. And we're 7 courses in now.
That's good to know, but when I'm bidening, I don't need to know what's ahead of me. I'll just let the natural flow of events happen or something.
Joe, that statement was so dumb that I was distracted and couldn't get past where Donald was. Can you stop saying dumb things so I can focus?
Whoa, that came out of nowhere. You are perfectly capable of failing by yourself without my help, and you know that.
Yeah, I've got to agree with Joe this time. He made it further than us, and even though what he said was dumb, he is closer to the hole, and you definitely don't need him to make yourself look like a failure.
Oh, so Joe gets one lucky shot and suddenly he's the best. Nah, I'm winning this one, just you wait.
So what are you like the main antagonist for this golf course? Is that what's happening?
No, I'm the protagonist. You better believe it. This is where I prove myself as someone who can actually win a game of golf after a while of not doing so.
Wow, Barack, you're really going a bit too far. I get that you haven't won in a while, but still, that's no way to treat Joe, even if what he says is often devoid of logic and realism.
I've got to say, insulting my speech as dumb isn't exactly the defense you think it is, but thanks, I think.
Okay, fine, Joe. Maybe I was a little hard on you, but that does not stop me from being right about winning here. Besides, once Joe tells one of his stories, you're all going to be on my side and not want to listen.
As long as you're not blatantly insulting to him, then we can be competitive. But you'll need to control yourself a bit more. Besides, you're not even in first now, so it doesn't mean much yet.
Well said, Donald, but more importantly, what do I even do here? I don't see a clear path ahead, so I think I just have to hit it and hope I get near the hole.
It looks like you did okay, but being under those chairs and tables will make it harder to aim at the hole. I think we need to aim it in such a way that we won't be blocked by anything.
You mean like I just did right now?
Yeah, that looks really good. You have nothing in the way of you making it in next time.
Somehow I'm guessing Donald is going to be copying it since he isn't original and isn't as good at the game as he thinks he is.
First off, I am as good as I think I am. And secondly, it's not like you're going to be doing any better.
It looks like you're right. Barack has the worst shot yet, and we're all in a better position than him.
Do you actually think this is going to stop me? There is no way I'll let any of you even entertain the idea that I'm not getting the best score by the end of it.
I'm sorry, what was that? I couldn't quite hear you over the sound of me making it in. And something tells me Donald and Joe are about to do just the same, unlike you.
It looks as though you are correct, Barack. It's okay that you haven't won for a while. There's no reason to be so dead set on getting first at this point.
I think you meant to say, I think you are correct, Ben, unless that line was already meant for him. And then the next part was aimed at Barack, despite no pause to indicate that.
I'm confused now, but let's just go with that.
Doesn't matter, I'll still be getting first. I have the confidence in myself.
Oh, look, everyone, yet another hole where I have no idea where to go, but I have to be first and scout out the map for everyone since the game is clearly biased against me.
With shots like that, it doesn't matter if the game is biased, since you clearly just shoot at random and hope it works out.
Yeah, try to be more like me and actually land in bounds. That usually helps a little bit.
Even though you did make it over, you are still not in a great position since you don't have a great angle to work with. But maybe you'll make it after all.
Yeah, I can see that, Joe. I'll be fine where I'm at and make it in maybe one or two more shots, unlike out-of-bounds Ben, who shoots at complete random.
Not like I'm doing any worse than out of bounds Barack messing up,
Shut
but
up,
I'll at
fake
least
news.
learn from it on my next attempt.
I guess if you get lucky enough, then you might find your way closer to the hole.
By taking my strategy, he did well enough after all.
It wasn't just your strategy. I took account of every possible way I could have done it and chose the best outcome, which was similar to what you did by coincidence.
No, you just got lucky, but more importantly, did everyone see that terrible shot Donald just did? He has no great angle of getting it in now since he isn't good at the game.
So what, we're just making fun of my shot and not acknowledging Joe's terrible one as well? Not like he did better than I did.
Okay, maybe I didn't do well that time, but that doesn't mean I'm out of it yet. It's just a small mistake.
And now I have a great angle to fall into the hole. Next time, you better watch out, guys.
Oh, this wasn't quite what I wanted. Why is it that none of us have made any decent shots in the past minute or so? Are we all just bad at the game now?
No, I'm not bad at all. Just watch this.
Wow, you almost made it to the hole from there. That was a great shot, and nobody could have done any better than you, Grandmaster of Golf Donald.
Though I missed.
Thank you for finally acknowledging my skills. I know it took a bit of time for you to say it, but I do like to be praised when it's most appropriate, which is always.
Donald, I don't think he was being serious with that statement. No person of an IQ above 10 would say that unironically.
Barack, is that true? Were you just making that up the whole time?
Of course, I was nobody in their right mind would call you Grandmaster of Golf, Donald. That is a ridiculous thing to say, and you should feel bad for thinking I meant it.
Hey, why did you hit my ball? I wasn't even involved in that.
Sorry I got so rageful that I wasn't paying attention to who I hit and forgot Barack made it in a little while ago.
I'm glad I made it in so I can stay out of this mess.
Yeah, I'm surprised you made it in before I did, but you're right. Maybe I'll get myself ahead soon enough, but I'm not going to do that if I keep sabotaging the wrong person.
Oh, good. I'm glad we're finally done with this hole where we all just stop being good and can move on to something better.
Okay, how am I supposed to do this? I don't even know where the hole is now.
Maybe you can bounce on those, I'm not sure.
I don't think I was supposed to do that, but at least I have a path ahead this time.
Let me show you how the expert does it.
Oh yeah, you're down here right by me. You did so much better than I did. Great job, Ben.
I think the better option is to just make it further along this way, so there's much less distance to travel through. That's what happens when you're a better gamer.
Hold up, everybody. My golfer's instinct is guiding me to a new path we haven't considered.
If you mean a new path to the same place half of us were already at, then you're right.
Okay, I got the point, but I at least tried something nobody else did, so that has to mean something.
Not really, but what does matter is I am now so far ahead of you all, but I'm sure you can catch up soon enough.
Thanks for the confidence, Joe. Not that I needed it, but still, I'll be catching up in no time.
Hey, can I tell one of my stories since not much is happening on the whole now?
Absolutely not, but you want to know what I do want to mention is an Overswim guy made yet another generous donation after the last one he did. Shout outs to him. Of course, your support is infinitely more valuable than any of Joe's stories.
Even a billionaire such as myself is also thankful for any support, no matter the size.
We'll always be happy to see when people donate, but of course that is not meant to pressure anybody in doing so. Any support people give is valuable.
Although Joe specifically will need all the support he can get since he spent the entire defense budget of the country for Daily Wire plus last week. So if anyone has a spare $6 billion, that would be good.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I guess we'll just have to make these videos last a lot longer to get more ad revenue to make up for it, which will be pretty easy if we keep missing like we've been doing a lot today.
Don't worry, everyone. I'm sure I'll be breaking the streak soon, so at least I'll be doing well.
Yeah, something tells me that's not happening. Your instinct earlier didn't help, plus you haven't been using it that much anyways today. So if anyone's getting ahead, it's me.
Have you people even been listening? I am the one winning since I have the ultimate motivation of not winning in a long time, plus Ben is definitely missing.
Just because you're motivated doesn't mean you're winning. In fact, me losing motivates me even more, so that means I'll be winning by that logic.
Not if you keep missing like that, you won't be. Plus, Donald, I apologize, but I'm hitting your ball away, plus my apology was not sincere.
Wait, what? I don't really feel bad about it, since I'm sure I'll be making it back up there and into the hole in no time. Just watch.
Donald, how is it that you are inventing new ways to be terrible? You absolute moron. There is no chance you are winning with your garbage skills.
I didn't ask you, Barack. You have an ego somehow bigger than my bank account, and that's all from some dumb hope that you're not as bad at this game as you claim you are, and I will be proving my superiority once you stop sabotaging me.
Wow, things are getting pretty heated. I wasn't expecting it to go like this. I think we're getting a little bit too competitive.
No, we're not getting too competitive. It's Barack that thinks he's the best, despite losing every match except the very first one.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you're like this. Is the constant losing really getting to you that much? Joe lost $6 billion in the last Final Fantasy IV video, but he's not upset about that at all.
I think you need to consider the fact that Joe isn't what you would call a smart person who makes good business decisions.
That would be me.
I didn't ask Donald's 6-time bankruptcy, having small loan of $1 million, getting document hiding Trump. But next time I want your opinion, I'll be at McDonald's working the drive-thru since I know you'll be pulling up there.
Wow, Barack isn't messing around now. He's not even trying to bring us together to focus on the map like normal.
What is there to focus on? Half of us missing the part where we make it past the water entirely. That's definitely worth our attention.
Hey, I made it over just fine. You really need to calm down if this is going to be a decent time for us.
This is a decent time for me, so perhaps if you get to my level, you will all feel better about yourselves, but I don't expect you to do that.
It's best not to be too confident, Barack. I'm pretty sure we've had times in previous maps where some of us have let the idea of winning get in our heads, and then it's caused us to fall apart.
Don't you remember on that one map that was a museum or something where I won because I kept my composure? That made me successful, but you're not being like that.
You're right, I'm not being like that. I am significantly better than you are, but I suppose I could be a bit less harsh on that, so I apologize for getting a bit too intense.
You say that right as you block my shot to the hole, I would have hit your ball away much harder, but then I was afraid you would go on a 12-minute tirade on how you're the best player in the world.
Don't challenge me, Ben, otherwise you're getting shot away every single time by me. You better not forget.
Wow, that whole apology didn't last that long since you hit his ball away seconds after. That doesn't sound very sincere.
Since we're all here now, we're cutting ahead since nobody's getting sabotaged this time. But don't expect that if you all keep insinuating I'm worse than you.
What's gotten into you, Barack? Why are you so set on beating us when you haven't had this much of a problem the rest of the games we've played?
Oh, wait, guys, I think I know what happened. So Barack was over at the White House just before we started playing today, and we were eating sandwiches, but I usually take my daily pills with it, so I just put them inside the sandwich that I was going to eat. Then I was practicing my magic skills by putting them underneath cups and moving them around, so I'd have to figure out which one was the original sandwich I was going to eat. But it looks like I mixed them up, so Barack accidentally took my medication and it's causing him to act like this. Guys, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just dumbfounded by the fact that you are the cause of Barack being so focused on winning the whole time.
So what part of that act you did actually involve magic? I think typically the item in the cup would disappear if it were really some sort of trick, but that's just mixing them up and not really anything special.
I ate it, so it still ended up disappearing.
So how long do these pills last exactly so we know when Barack will be back to his normal self?
They normally end up lasting about 12 minutes and 40 seconds.
Hey guys, I don't know if this is weird, but I don't remember anything in the past 12 minutes and 40 seconds or so. Do any of you know why that might be the case?
Joe accidentally put his pills in your sandwich earlier, so it made you overly confident in your abilities to win this game.
I do remember that tasting a bit different than normal, but that's really weird. I hope what I said to all of you wasn't bad or anything.
It wasn't good, but at least we know we can blame Joe instead of you.
Oh, come on, guys. It wasn't even that bad. Besides, I'm not the one who ate that sandwich anyways, so that part definitely wasn't my fault.
Well, I'm glad I didn't say anything that completely destroyed the integrity of the group, so that's nice to know.
No, nothing that I can't handle, but the other two were about to quit the game since you were being so harsh to them.
That is fundamentally untrue, since I was always intending to stay with this game regardless of any hurtful words or sabotage to me.
Hold up, don't hit my ball into the fire.
I do want to clarify, that was only a shot at you because of your sabotage earlier in the game, and not related to your false claims made a moment ago, just so you don't get the wrong idea.
It seems as though that one magic trick I was doing earlier set forth a lot of issues that I didn't see coming when it happened.
At this point, I'm not sure who to be more upset at. Ben for his reverse justified sabotaging ways, or Joe for causing Barack to become overly egotistical.
I think if we all just stayed focused on the game, then we won't have any resentment on things that we may or may not be at fault for.
Yeah, that sounds good. I can't wait to see what comes next for us.
Oh great, yet another hole that isn't clear on where you're even supposed to go or how to get there.
Actually, I think I know what to do. It looks as though the far side of the map is where the hole will be, and there are two main options, one of which being that ramp upwards, which will probably take longer overall but is more consistent, or the other path that has stoves that make the ball go higher into the air, which is strange since that isn't what stoves actually do.
Yeah, it looks like Joe was trying to get himself ready for the stove path, but since he slid down, he has to take the ramp path instead, which is also what Barack is going to be doing as well, since he missed.
I will be doing the more sensible option, and instead of trying the stove path and risking myself flying off in a place I don't want to go through, I'm just going to set myself up near the ramps and ensure I'll make it at least close to the hole soon enough.
Oh, sorry, Ben. I didn't mean to hit your ball there. That conveyor belt messed with my angle and also messed you up as well.
Well, I was on track to get it in soon, but of course Joe had to ruin my angle, so now I don't know what I'm going to do when I'm up next.
While you're all fighting over ramps, I'm already nearly at the hole because I took it slowly and steadily.
If any of us have a chance at winning, we have to play much more carefully.
You say as your ball overshoots and falls right back down, making a net progress of absolutely none.
I'd like to see you do better then if you're so confident in yourself.
Gladly. I won't have an angle to make it in the next shot, but at least I don't have to worry about falling down so much like you and Joe do.
I want to make it all the way up there in one shot, but I really don't have a great angle to work with here.
It looks like both of you aren't making any progress at all, but that's not surprising at this point.
And there's Donald making it in next with Ben soon behind. Meanwhile, the Democrats are struggling with each other to not fall into last place. What could happen in this exciting matchup?
I'll tell you what, Ben, it's Barack up to his strategy of doing nothing to help himself, while Joe sits by and tries to remember what game he's playing.
Okay, we get it. You don't have to act like sports commentators. We know what's happening in the game. We're looking at it right now.
Plus, Ben wasn't even right when he said Donald was making it in as he undershot it.
Ooh, Barack and Joe are getting upset with Ben at his expertly crafted commentating, while Joe absolutely blows away any chance of first place with his
Stop
marvelously
talking fake
terrible
news.
shot. I'm so excited for what's coming up next.
What's happening is Barack does the same dumb strategy as Joe did, but somehow gets incredibly lucky, similar to Ben the Hole last game, and doesn't fall back down.
I don't know how many times I need to say this, but it was skill, not luck.
Even your own co-commentator doesn't believe you have that skill level. I bet that hurts a bit, doesn't it?
No, actually I don't require the approval of other people in order to reassure myself of my own skill level, so it doesn't really bother me.
Okay, seriously, how can I keep missing these shots so often?
Well, for starters, if you aimed them better, then you would probably miss less often.
That was not quite the answer I was looking for, but I suppose you're not wrong.
Guys, something tells me, despite the struggling Joe and I have done, I don't actually think we're all that far behind. It seems as though we might still be all right by the end of this. I think at least I can make it if I don't fail in the next few holes.
Yeah, okay. Keep telling yourself that you and Joe can stay with your strategies of losing, and I'll keep winning with Donald if that's okay with you.
Once we look at the scoreboard, we'll see who is really ahead soon enough.
Once Joe decides to make it in the hole, then we'll check if he does that today.
Took me long enough, but I finally did it.
Wait a minute, Barack is first place, and how did Joe get an 8 in the last hole and is still in second place?
Perhaps we weren't as far behind as you thought we were. Even though it seemed like we were losing, it wasn't the case so much.
I know we've asked this before, but what are we supposed to do? This course isn't very clear sometimes on what to do.
It's actually quite easy. There's this gate that doesn't reach all the way to the bottom, so we go under instead of above, like Barack tried. Though I imagine that could work given the right angle.
Thanks for the tip. Since I apparently am further behind than I thought, so I'll take whatever I can get at this point.
Yeah, typical for the game to put the person in first, that being me at an unfair spot, since I now have to watch all of you take the path forward while I'm behind.
It's only a minor mistake, Barack, and plus, we're not even that far ahead of you, so you can still maintain your lead.
But not if you keep missing like that, so by all means stay behind since it'll give us a chance at being in first.
Now that I know I'm ahead, I really feel the pressure to actually do well at this point. I thought I was further behind for a while last hole, so I wasn't as concerned.
If it makes you feel any better, it looks like this angle we have to deal with is more difficult. So it may cause us a bit of trouble getting further ahead than we already are.
I guess it helps knowing you aren't getting ahead right now, but since I'll have to get through it too, then it's not as reassuring.
Actually, I think I can make it by just fine, so you better watch me pass all of you up very soon.
Oh wow, Joe's actually the furthest in the map. I never would have guessed that was going to happen.
Wait, was that sarcasm?
No, after your previous hole being filled with failing, I was actually surprised at seeing you ahead for once.
And just like that, I have finally made it through, and I'm about to make my way ahead.
What do you mean, just like that? It took you 3 tries to get out of the starting area.
I have to take my smaller victories where I can, okay, I know I'm behind, but if Ben keeps missing like that, so will he.
Well, sorry I can't make my way with terrible angles, but I'm in a great position to make progress next time.
While you two are just talking about making it forward, I'm actually doing it, so you better step up soon.
Okay, guys, I'm making it in. It's biting time.
All right, Joe, where are you making it into? Because the hole is certainly not it.
I didn't think about anything blocking my way forward.
I doubt Barack is making it in soon,
No,
so
I
at
missed.
least you'll not fall behind him now.
Okay, as much as it is fun to make fun of him for missing, we're not even that far behind or ahead, so there's no reason to single him out.
Thanks for having my back. Ben, also, that was a good shot. You don't have much in the way of you.
Okay, Joe, be sure to watch how I do it, and if you copy me, then you can get yourself through with less trouble.
Yeah, thanks. I'm very careful of making it in on my own, which I will be proving very soon.
All right, then, let's actually see it.
Bidening time attempt 2.
You hit it even faster than the time before. Are you timing it at all or just hoping it goes in by a miracle?
Joe, I'm trying to defend you here, but if you keep making shots like that, then I don't have much to work with.
And what do you know, Barack actually came up with a good shot for once and doesn't have to get past all of those moving targets Joe does.
That doesn't matter so much when I'm already in the process of making it in which you're about to witness right here, right now.
Once again, the Democrats are struggling to keep up, while Barack is at least somewhat capable of not falling to last, unlike Joe,
gonna
who's
make it.
there for sure.
Joe, are you trying to be in last? Is
Shut
that
up,
your
Barack.
goal
Nobody
this time,
asked
to
you.
just waste as many shots as possible while everybody else makes it in?
Yeah, Joe, I don't know how you have any chance of winning at this rate. You are clearly outmatched by all of us, and I don't see how you can justify the previous 3 shots you've done.
By redeeming myself right now by making it through.
All right, let's see it. Wow, you finally did it. It only took you 4 attempts after you made it there before any of us did, but you successfully made it to the end. If only you could have done that way earlier and saved us the time.
It looks like I've maintained my lead, but everyone is tied at a little behind.
Guys, I know what I want to do now to celebrate. I'm going to tell a story about my past for everyone.
I can't remember a time we've wanted a story from you, much less asked for one.
So there I was waking up with no memory of my life before.
Typical for you.
I was in the dark elevator looking like thing, and I had no idea what was happening until suddenly it opened up and I was surrounded by a lot of other guys that were, I think, 14 years old or more, but I wasn't sure. They told me I was in a group like they were and needed to escape from a maze while they hid in something called the Glade.
This is making no sense.
There was a smaller group called the Maze Runners that studied the maze, but it was pretty hard since the maze kept changing. And also, there were these things called grievers trying to kill them. I was trying to save my friend Uglier Joe, and we were both caught in the maze at night, but managed to fight our way through. Then a girl showed up, which was really unusual, and we had a psychic link to each other for communication. We all escaped the maze and lived happily ever after in some hotel looking like Place the End.
Oh, thank goodness it's over.
Wait, I forgot there was more. The group met with another group to try and get to the end of this bad terrain while learning there was this virus across the world called the flare, and some of us died. But we met up with a group called Wicked, and they told us most of us were immune. They told me the cure to it was in my brain, but I didn't want to die in the process, so we all escaped, except for some of us who didn't. And then I started my campaign to become president.
Joe, that was just a really condensed and also wrong version of the Maze Runner trilogy, and certainly did not happen to you, as that maze and virus do not exist.
No, I'm pretty sure it was real. I was there for it.
You were not there for it, and you're going away now if you keep telling more of those stories.
I agree with the sentiment, but you're actually further away from the hole than Joe is now, so that kind of backfired.
Thank you for hitting his ball away. I couldn't stand listening to his story, but it's not like I don't expect them to come up every other time we play together at this point.
Oh, come on, the story wasn't that bad.
The actual books your story was based on were good, but not your retelling of them.
I've got to be honest, that story was so bad that I wasn't even paying much attention to the score. And we're still behind Barack, and now he's slightly further ahead.
At this point, unless Barack screws up spectacularly or we sabotage him the whole time, I don't think we have a chance.
I'm glad to know you're finally being reasonable with your expectations.
Hey guys, if I tell another story, do you think that will distract him and he will miss even more?
At this point, I'd rather take the loss if it means I don't have to hear more of your stories that aren't even really yours.
Okay, but don't blame me if he ends up winning in a few minutes.
With my good shot, if anyone has a chance of beating him, it's me.
Not if my path here works out.
That's definitely a strange method to get ahead, but if that works for you, then go for it.
I have, and I'll get a great angle to make some progress in a moment.
Guys, I'm still in this too, you know.
Kind of, but I have a much better angle while you're not quite at the point where you'll make it in.
Oh yeah, I guess I'm not. I suppose it's Joe Ever for me now.
Did you say Joe Ever? Please never use that phrase again.
No, it's my new catchphrase that will catch on with the youth of America.
I thought you saying it's Bidening time was your catchphrase, although since you miss over half the time you say it,
Wait, what?
I guess I can see why you'd want a new one.
Donald, why did you sabotage me like that?
It's my last-ditch effort for you to not win. I don't have that many other ideas.
I've got an idea, watch this.
I'm not sure what I was supposed to be watching since that's not the way to the hole.
In my head, that went a lot better.
That's okay, at least I'll have a good shot to make up for Ben's terrible shot that made no progress.
Hey, Donald, your sabotage attempt didn't work since I'm still in range to make it in with very little issue.
I was hoping it would work, but I wasn't really expecting it to do that much. And even if it knocked you further away, I would have needed Ben or Joe to make it. Plus, having me constantly defend the hole, I didn't think it through well.
That's okay. Ben is making it in soon enough, but we all know I made it in first place regardless. Okay, maybe Ben isn't making it in now.
Yeah, I have to admit I didn't do too well this time, especially this last hole.
You actually did quite well for the most part and only had a few moments where you missed a lot.
While Ben eventually gets to the hole, I wanted to say good job, Barack, for finally getting another win since it's been quite a while since you've had one. You really picked up the pace towards the end of the game.
Thank you, Joe, but I want to say thank you for everyone watching. This was another fun map.
As always, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
We'll be back for more soon.
And peace out, people.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to yet another episode of Golf with your friends with the usual players. This time we're playing through the Volcano map.
I can already tell I'm going to win this game. My golfing instincts are telling me victory will be mine today.
You haven't even hit the ball yet. How can your senses already be telling you something?
It just tells me that it will happen, and that's all I really need to know.
Guys, please, we need to actually play the game, and then we can start making predictions about who is winning and losing. Based on my shot here, I'm guessing I'll be going into the winning category.
And based on Donald's shot, he won't be getting a hole-in-one like he should have.
Okay, guys, I apologize. I didn't get a hole-in-one on the first shot. Clearly, that means I'm going to lose the entire game. My mistake.
That's all right. I missed two, so you and I can lose together. Or preferably, I don't lose, actually, now that I think about it more.
No, you had the right idea the first time.
All right, that's enough, everyone. I'll let you all know that I'll be victorious this time, and I'll allow you all to fight over second place. Does that sound good?
That definitely does not sound good. In fact, like the volcano this map is based on, I think your confidence is going to be blowing up spectacularly.
Historically, I have been able to keep my cool the most, and it's gotten me the most wins, I think. So if you manage to not let your very small lead get ahead off you, then you might be right after all.
Don't worry about him, Ben. I'll just bring in one of those Final Fantasy IV dancers, and he won't keep his cool at all.
We're not playing Final Fantasy IV right now, so I don't have to worry about that.
Hey guys, if we can actually pay attention here, what were we doing for this hole? Is this just a teleporter?
It looks like we just cut ahead since everyone basically had the same shot, so there wasn't anything special. It does lead to more interesting level designs. It's kind of like that Portal game released on Steam a while ago.
Oh yeah, I think I saw one of my grandkids play that there was something about a robot.
Yeah, that was a great game. I personally prefer the sequel, and I think that's a generally pretty common opinion. It was better in many ways, primarily the storytelling and level design.
I think I did hear some songs from that game, something like, this was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success, which describes my presidency very well, I think.
No, it was hard to overcome my satisfaction when you lost the election. To me, that was a huge success.
Maybe if the election wasn't rigged, I still would be president.
Hey, when it comes to winning, we do what we must because we can. And although you did mess up your chances with the COVID response, there's no sense crying over every mistake.
It's fine. I'm not even angry. I'm being so sincere right now.
Yeah, okay guys, this doesn't need to turn into reciting Portal lyrics, otherwise most of our audience isn't going to have a clue what we're saying.
Don't worry. We don't understand Joe half the time anyway. It won't make much of a difference. It's not like much is happening in the game to be excited about.
Yeah, I think there was a hole in one spot, but we all missed it. So there's not much difference in where our shots are all going.
Okay, I suppose you're right, but that doesn't mean you can just start reciting Portal lyrics again.
All right, that's fine. I think everyone but Donald should be making it in on the next shot if I looked at this correctly.
Yeah, I think you might be right after all. Not that it will put me back by much at all. I'll only be a couple behind first place.
If you keep it up, you'll be behind a couple more on the next one. And a couple more on the next one. And a couple more on the next one.
Okay, I got the idea.
And a couple more on the next one.
It doesn't sound like Ben has the best confidence in you, Donald. Maybe you can prove him wrong by getting ahead.
There's no way he's going to know what to do here.
It looks like I've used this jetpack fairly well. I'm not sure if we've used this before. It must have been only once or so if we did have it at a different time.
Ooh, a jetpack. You know what that means. It's Bidening time.
Wow, I was expecting you to go so far out of bounds with that, but it didn't end in disaster. Good job, Joe.
Yeah, let's see if you can do the same this time.
Bet you won't.
That worked perfectly except for that part that didn't, which was all of it.
Yeah, you don't need to get your ball to the moon. We're not at the space station course yet.
It looks like you've got a better handle on this. I think making sure you don't go too slowly is the key, as you won't make it all the way across, and the volcanoes will shoot you too far into the air.
Glad to know I'm at least not falling behind this time.
Not yet, but don't count yourself out.
Hey, Ben, I think you missed.
Gee, thanks, Joe. You're a really great detective with your analysis. Perhaps after a few more years, you can work yourself up to the host of Blue's Clues next. Not even Steve or Joe, but the most recent guy in the reboot that isn't as well known.
Wait, why did you include my name there? I'm not on Blue's Clues.
There was already a character on there named Joe, but it obviously wasn't you.
Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Watch this, guys. I'm finally going to make it.
Oh, really? Since to me it looks like you've missed again.
Well, it's not like you're going to be doing much better.
Even though you are correct, he still is further along the course than you are, so you're still the one who needs to make the most improvement.
Okay, point taken. I'll do that soon.
Now, Donald's ball is above me, so now I have no angle. Thanks for messing my shot up.
Anytime, that's what I do best.
All right, this time for real. I'm not letting anything get in my way.
Really, I think the copious amounts of failure you were showing would get in the way
right
since you
now.
can't stop missing.
There's no need to get on my case. Obviously, I'm not doing as well as I'd hope, but you don't have to pull out your thesaurus in order to roast me.
You're right. My superior intellect and eloquent vocabulary is wasted upon a simpleton such as yourself, when the simple act of you under or overestimating your expected distance is enough to thoroughly accentuate your capabilities, or lack of capabilities in this case.
I don't often agree with Barack, but this time he's right. Joe's brain is clearly not capable of processing anything you just said.
And you're not capable of hitting your ball in when you're like a foot away. How are you missing so much?
I'm just trying to get it in, but this angle is pretty difficult since it's not as straightforward as it looks.
Yeah, even I'm struggling, and I'm the best golfer here.
Would you look at that? Barack struggled hard to get over, but he made it in without issue, so I don't know why you two are doing so much worse.
I think it is what the youth of today refer to as a skill issue.
Hey, don't act like you're much better. You took way longer to get over there. You're not the superior golfer at all.
Oh, I finally made it in, and Donald should be as well.
That's great. I was starting to think this entire video was going to be that one hole at this rate.
Although Ben has been a bit harsh on us, he's doing pretty well. I'm not sure if we can catch up if we don't improve our gameplay.
I probably can, but I won't speak for anyone else. I wonder if this black hole thing is going to mess us up at all.
Looks like it got me closer to the hole, so I'm not complaining.
Okay, it's time for me to make my redemption from the previous hole not going well.
It looks like you going quickly enough made it so you didn't have to worry about the black holes influencing your ball in an unpredictable manner. Very interesting.
Let's see if I can accomplish the same thing.
Uh-oh, it doesn't look like you were lucky enough that time.
At least the hole isn't that far away, so I think I can make it easily enough soon.
I think I can use the black hole pulling to make my ball go up enough to the point where I'll still be near the hole, thus using its gravitational influence to my benefit instead of hindrance.
I didn't understand most of that, but you didn't really do much better than myself and Barack, so I don't think it made much of a difference.
Even though functionally the shots were nearly identical, it shows that I have obtained a greater understanding of the game than anyone else, so you better take that as signs of a victory for me.
Sorry, Ben, I was too busy watching Donald's ball get flown around at random to pay attention to you.
This game clearly has it out for me if it's just letting my ball go wherever it wants to at this point.
No, I think you just need to improve your skills to the point where you're not falling behind.
Just give me a minute and I'll be over there soon enough.
Oh, look, he's actually making progress. It seems there's just at least one who needs to take way longer than it should to get into the hole, and it's Donald, yet again.
I'm not doing that badly, okay?
You do have a lot to make up for, though, since you're quite behind.
I don't think it'll be quite so difficult for myself and Joe to stay ahead as long as we don't do anything catastrophic to ourselves soon.
Catastrophic like that shot you just made? That didn't help at all, and you're practically handing the victory to Ben now.
Oh, then what's your approach?
Well, I figured this hoop thing would let me use the jetpack like before, and I noticed something in the background that looked like a portal, so this should help me a lot.
Well, finally a hole where you don't make it in over par. That must feel good.
Yeah, I'm finally not falling behind, so that can only prove a comeback is more likely.
Do I miss?
Joe, have you considered making it into the portal yet?
Yes, I actually did, but I wonder if you considered getting any progress done since your shot earlier was useless.
Enough arguing for you two if you want success. Just watch and learn from the best, since that's what I am.
I suppose with you making it in, I didn't really get any closer to catching up to you, but I'm not falling behind Joe and Barack at least.
Don't worry, Barack will be falling behind very quickly, especially if he keeps making shots like that. Let's see if the Democrats can pull themselves together to not get into last place.
I had a bad angle, but that's not relevant, since once I get a better angle, I'll be in very soon.
That's just wishful thinking at this point. You're not doing anything to actually prove you're capable of a comeback. Joe was further behind you earlier, but even he is doing better.
Yeah, I'm back. You better know it's Bidening time all day long.
Joe, it is most certainly not Bidening time at any point since you're behind by a lot compared to me.
I'm sure the scoreboard will show me as a close second place once Barack eventually decides to make it in.
There we go. I knew I could do it.
I suppose you were right about being in second place, even if it's not all that close. Funny how Barack had such a difficult time that hole and he's still ahead of Donald.
That's only because this game is rigged against me.
Guys, why is the gravity different? I'm not sure what to do here.
I don't think there's anything you need to do necessarily. Just make it down without falling into the lava out of bounds should be enough. Though I'm not sure what to do after that.
Based on my shot, it looks like you could use the gravity to your advantage, though. I don't know if it helped me all that much.
Maybe not, but it certainly didn't help Ben considering how he just got out of bounds like he warned us not to do.
I was just doing some experimenting. Since I'm so far ahead, I figured I can spare a few shots to do so.
No, that's just an excuse. You definitely didn't plan that at all.
Did anyone even acknowledge my great shot to where I'm ahead now?
Yeah, sure, anyway. Joe, how did you know to go to that portal? I didn't see that at all.
I just kind of noticed it when my turn started and figured I would try going in there since I didn't know if I could get ahead of you and Donald very easily.
Wow, this could get interesting. Barack had a good shot, and Joe's going somewhere that could lead to him getting ahead of us if he aims himself well enough.
If you aim well enough, you can also make it to where I'm at and not fall behind that much.
I'm just going to hit it forward and hope it leads me somewhere good.
Wait, what?
Wow, that did not go as I planned at all, and now we both fell down here?
Well, I was planning on seeing where my new path would go, but Ben had to do an accidental sabotage, and I guess we'll just have to go the normal path. At least Barack let us know what happens when we hit the wall. It makes us go up higher.
Glad I could be of help, even if I didn't mean to.
I don't really have a good angle, so I just have to take what I can get here at this point.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had no idea it would knock both of us away, or that it would let me to the portal to begin with.
Don't worry about it. My life motto is to forgive and forget.
Emphasis on forget.
What am I forgetting?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Somehow I have an even worse angle than Joe did. I think I'll still be ahead, but I don't think I'm gaining any lead this time.
Well, what do you know? Ben finally isn't bragging about his accomplishments in this game. For once, I didn't know that would happen.
Oh no, I'm still winning this for sure. It's just this is a rare instance where I'm not making it ahead of everyone else.
Ah, man, I made it over, yet the game still finds a way to keep me out of the hole.
Don't worry, we all knew you would find your own unique way of staying in last, like you have been for most of the game so far.
Do we need to remind you of the last hole where you kept missing and nearly fell to last place?
Do we need to remind you of the last few holes before that where you kept missing and did fall to last place?
Guys, there's no need to argue. Everyone has their opportunity to get into last place as long as you're patient. You'll get there.
Joe, the goal of the game is to not be in last place. How do you not know that by now?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I think you might be right.
I swear, Joe, you always find new ways of amusing me that I never could expect. This is the 8th golf video we've done, and you still don't remember how to win the game.
For someone who doesn't remember how to win, I sure seem to do it more than you do.
For once, I have to agree with Joe here. He has won more than any of us overall. Not by a significant amount, but he is still correct.
My golfing instincts rarely steer me the wrong direction, and they're telling me it's my time to shine again.
Yeah, okay, I don't think that's happening. Let's skip ahead and see if your instincts are correct.
What do you mean by skip ahead, like to where we're all up here now?
Yeah, we all made it over, so might as well make it easier for everyone to just see what happens now.
What happens is you'll fail spectacularly.
Actually, I'll be making it in fairly close to the hole. Not quite in like I would prefer, but definitely could have been much worse. Speaking of which, I think Joe is up next.
What do you mean worse? I'm only one behind you on the scoreboard, and I'm making it in for sure.
Okay, let's see it. Oh, you actually are making it in. I spoke a little too soon there.
Don't worry, we've all been speaking about how we're making it in with varying results, so it's not just you now.
If you just stay calm and collected like I do on most of these courses, then the victory is much more likely for you, unlike Ben, who boasts without showing proof of his alleged success.
Hey, I'm ahead right now and have won nearly the same amount of maps as you have. That is proven success.
Well, one of those was pure luck in the Twilight map, so that isn't really the same thing. You're not having that same lucky streak this time.
Okay, Joe, calm down. This is you not being as calm like you just said. You're going to let Ben get to you, and you'll lose focus.
Speaking of losing focus, I think you could have aimed that better if you weren't talking with Joe. So I think all of us need to think about our shots more carefully. Otherwise, we're going to fall apart.
I think that applies more to you three, since I'm better than you all, but otherwise you're right.
Wow, Ben, sometimes I think your ego is bigger than my bank account.
In all fairness, it is fueled by my successes in life, in which there are a lot of them, so it does make sense.
What might those accomplishments be?
The standard destroying the left wing at college campuses selling Daily Wire, plus for $6 billion. And most recently, we'll be winning this Volcano match of golf.
Somehow, those do not seem equally important as each other.
Hey guys, I don't mean to interrupt, but since you mentioned a volcano that reminds me of a story from my past, can I tell it now?
At this point, I'd rather jump into an actual volcano than listen to one of your stories.
That's great, here it goes. So there I was working as a firefighter, but at this point in American history, firefighters burned books instead of putting out fires, which doesn't really make them fighting fires exactly, but anyway. I was doing my usual burning books when I was curious on what was actually contained in them. So I borrowed a few while meeting Uglier Joe, who was my neighbor, but this was the first time I'd seen him. I got discovered by other firefighters who went to my home and burned down my large television screens that were on my walls, and they chased me with a hound. I got away and met other people who were reading books, but then memorizing them to keep the stories intact. Then I ran away with them, or they might have attacked me with a flamethrower. I'm not really sure at that point.
Joe, that was just Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury. That could not have happened to you. Besides, how do you possibly get attacked by a flamethrower and not know it?
Well, it was dark inside the building, so I couldn't really see it.
Wouldn't a flamethrower that is being used at that moment be the most visible thing in the room? That seems like it's pretty hard to forget.
You have to remember, this is Joe we're talking about. You can never underestimate his ability to completely misremember entire books as things that have happened to him.
I'm sure one day I'll convince you all that these things really happened to me.
You're more likely to win the presidency than you are convincing us that your stories are real.
Depending on what happens in November of the year this was uploaded, that joke may have aged very well or very badly.
Looks like not much happened in the scores for that hole aside from me falling behind just slightly.
Oh, great, more portals. That's exactly what we needed. Now, this whole video is just going to be this map, I bet.
Not if we get lucky and make it in really quickly.
That is absolutely not happening, especially when none of us have ever been that lucky, except for Ben, that one time.
Off topic from that clear jab against my skill, I think it'll be hard to tell which one of us is really ahead, since these portals can bring us to so many different places.
With shots like that, it'll be easy to tell Barack is going to be behind.
Not like you're any further ahead. You have no idea how to get to the hole either unless you really do get very lucky.
Oh wow, it looks like Lucky Ben is back to his normal ways after all.
No, it's more like skillful Ben being back, so you three all have fun figuring out how to make it anywhere near the hole.
This is definitely luck. It's just not as prominent as the Twilight map.
Hey, I think I figured out how to know who is ahead. The portals that bring us up higher are much closer to the hole, and we won't have to get lucky like Ben did. So I think the higher up, the better, if I understand correctly.
Wow, you think being closer to the hole means you're making more progress? Who would have thought?
I think I understood what he meant, though. Not everyone can get as lucky as you have been.
As always, it is my skill, not luck. I'm not sure how much I have to convey this to have you understand it.
Perhaps if you wrote it on the drive-thru at McDonald's, then he would understand.
And if he wrote it in crayon, maybe you would understand it.
Can we just take a moment away from the arguing to see Donald somehow miss the platform, hit another portal, then my ball, then made it near the hole, and I thought Ben was the lucky one here.
That was expertly predicted by the golfing instincts, which you all doubt for some reason.
No, I think that was all luck, no skill.
Okay, hold up. How am I even stopping here? This is clearly a slope, but the game is acting like I shouldn't be going down for some reason.
I think the game just knows you'll be in last place, so it's making that conclusion obvious to everyone.
As usual, Barack is back with the excuses instead of just accepting when he's lost already.
It's not over yet, Ben. There's still a few more holes, then we'll see who really is going to win, and it won't be you.
Based on the scoreboard, it looks like it will be me. I think Joe will probably be second place, but none of you are even close to me.
Barack, how do you plan on getting through this hole?
Honestly, I have no idea. There are so many things to consider, and I think this is going to take a bit of time to strategize.
Yeah, even I don't know, and you'd think I would know since I'm superior, but this is going to take some deep, critical thinking.
I'm just going to hit it lightly to make slow but steady progress.
I think Joe actually has the right idea, but since I'm behind anyway, I'm going to take some riskier shots.
When you say riskier shots, I assume you mean dumb ideas that you may as well try so you can get even further in last place, right?
That is not what I meant at all, obviously. And I'm guessing Barack is going to do the same thing.
And it did not work at all.
I'm actually going to do something very unusual and take Joe's advice since I have no reason to do any insane shots while I'm already in first place.
It looks like that slope made you stop just like when it happened to me. Seems like a weird design.
Ben is in the way, but I think I can make it if I go hard enough this time.
Joe, if you have any plans of winning, you have to be careful. Ben is already ahead of you, and messing up like that is not going to help you.
Wait, why are you being the voice of motivation for him? I thought you would be aiming for his downfall.
Nobody cares about that. I just made it way further ahead. It's time for my comeback. I've been aiming for this entire time.
To answer your question, before Barack interrupted my golfing instinct, told me that if I gave Joe encouragement, it would help me win. Not sure how, but I'm not questioning it right now.
Donald, you are in last place. I don't think you're going to be winning regardless of what your instinct tells you, but thank you for the good words.
Something tells me that Donald is making it. If you keep messing up, you did the same thing twice, and you didn't do that slow but steady strategy for long.
Yeah, I changed my mind for a minute there, but I don't want to hear criticism when you're not making any new progress. At this rate, Barack is more likely to win as much as I don't wish to admit it.
No, Barack sucks. He is not having any better chance at winning. It is me, Ben Shapiro, who will reign victorious amongst all of you.
Last time I checked, it's me who is one shot from the hole. Meanwhile, you're stuck in the gutter there.
And last time I checked, it's me who is first place, which will remain the same on the leaderboard.
If Joe and Barack keep messing up, then you will. But I think Joe is actually taking it slower like he said he would and won't fall behind by that much.
Yeah, I'm not messing around anymore. I am in ultra-focus mode. Nobody's breaking my concentration. I'm even more concentrated than that time I was trying to eat a popsicle before it melted in my hands. It didn't work, but I was focused.
Okay, we didn't really need to hear that, but the idea is that Joe isn't backing down on this.
What do you know? I actually made it in first. I'm not sure if that's happened this whole game. I didn't notice if it did much earlier.
Hey, Ben, have you considered making it
Shut up
closer
right
to the
now.
hole since that shot didn't help you at all?
Yeah, okay, I made one mistake. Meanwhile, you and Donald have been getting so many bad shots. It's like someone paid you in Big Macs and ice cream to fail on purpose. Meanwhile, I have one or two bad shots. I'm not the one fighting for last place. Like, you all have been this whole time. I am the better player out of everyone, and nobody is going to prove me wrong.
Okay, we get it. We didn't need an entire speech prepared. You've already said you're going to win, and next hole is your chance to prove it.
What do you mean, next hole? I have been proving myself the entire time I've been in first place for nearly the whole time with no real competition, and this last hole is going to be the cherry on top of the success sundae I'm going to have.
Ooh, a Sunday. I haven't had one of those in a week or so. I think I'm going to get one after this game is over.
That is clearly not what he meant, but Ben, Don't you think you're taking this a little too seriously? It's just a game.
Nah, I'm just proving my skill to all the doubters. In fact, Joe, I'm willing to return the entire $6 billion I made from that deal for selling you Daily Wire. Plus, if I win, you better believe I am serious when I say that. But if I win, like I plan on, then you have to give back Daily Wire Plus to me.
Okay, that sounds like a pretty even deal. I accept.
So what's your strategy, Joe?
This building gravity should send me up like that other map, so I'll have a decent angle to get to the hole in the distance there.
And Ben, what about you?
I'm going to take the winning strategy and go in a completely different direction. If I can use my jetpack from here, I'll have enough distance to make it in the hole easily with a lot of time to spare.
Very interesting, I will say. Both of these strategies have merit, though. I have no idea what will be the better choice, especially with that black hole in the way. For Joe,
What will you do then since you and Joe are tied?
this other building also has a good path to the hole, but without the black hole in the way, so I think I'll do that.
Honestly, despite my instincts, I think I'm out of it, but I'll try Joe's way since it probably won't make a huge difference.
Glad to hear one of you is finally acknowledging that you won't be winning. If the other two could do the same, that would save time for everyone.
No, I'm not giving up. I just waited for the black hole to move away so it would have the least influence on my shot, and now I'm pretty close to the end.
Wow, you actually thought that through. I wasn't expecting that.
Nobody would expect that from Joe, but watch this for real skill.
Ben, what are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. I think I hit an invisible ceiling, which made me go down, and this pipe would normally bring the ball up, but since I'm outside of it, it's kind of glitchy to where it's not doing the intended effect.
Well, I got my intended effect when I made it across. The more you use your jetpack, the less fuel you'll have to make it over. Better get a good shot soon.
I could figure that out for myself, but thanks anyway.
Whoa, I don't know how the black hole didn't get me there, but I suppose I won't complain.
Barack made a good point if you run out of fuel. I don't know if there's a good path for you to get to the end, or at least I hadn't seen one, and I'm betting neither have you.
Don't try to put doubt in my head. I'll be fine, unlike you, who overshot and made no progress like usual.
Just because I overshot doesn't mean you will be successful. We're about to watch another miss right now.
Oh yeah, then watch this.
That worked perfectly except for that part that didn't, which was all of it.
Yeah, I had one missed shot. I'll still be fine. You'll all see next time.
I'll admit I could have done better, but at least I'm not a mile away like Ben is and can see the goal so clearly.
I don't have a good angle here, so I'll just have to make it in later, but that's all right.
I'm glad you've at least acknowledged your defeat, unlike some people who just don't know when to stay down.
I never give up since I know at all times somewhere in the world it's Bidening time.
You finally made it in, Joe. It took longer than preferred, but it looks like you're getting second place at worst.
I need to make it back to find a different path over.
That worked perfectly except...
Shut up right now. I mean,
What's the matter with you now?
I have been so far ahead this whole time. I can't let the last hole be the place where we faltered. This is merely a small roadblock and the success I deserve.
Okay, so Ben is clearly erratic now, and if he doesn't make it over, he might actually lose after all his gloating and confidence.
I just need to get it in now so I don't somehow get involved in whatever this is.
Okay. I just have to focus. I can do this right now. No issues.
That worked.
Nobody asked you. Barack, I know that I missed. I don't need you to tell me that it didn't work.
Wow, Ben, at this rate, I think the country's defense budget will be back to normal when you get that money back from the deal you made a few minutes ago.
Oh, no. Don't say that. Joe, I need this victory to prove myself as a winner.
I have never been more happy to be done with a game.
I need to do this. I can still win.
Bet you won't.
I know what you're going to say. You don't need to say it. That went perfectly well, except for the part that didn't, which was all of it. Okay, I can make it still.
Ben, even though I'm struggling, you have absolutely lost it, and I don't think you're going to win.
Did Ben turn into a dog or something? I don't even think he's speaking a language at this point.
Yeah, even your stories are more comprehensible at this point.
Oh, no.
All right, Ben, I'm nearly in the hole. It's all on you now to make it over with what little time you have left.
I can make it over. I just need to find the right angle.
He's making it back to using actual words now, so that must be progress.
If Ben runs out of time, I think I might actually win this.
No. I refuse to even have that as a possibility. I am the real winner, and I will prove to you all. Now.
Yeah, he is definitely not making it in. Now, congratulations, Joe, for your victory over Ben. It was not what I expected at all, but it looks like you pulled through yet again.
Even my instincts could not have predicted what happened. That was a great game.
No, I still have a chance to do that.
Nah, it's Bidening time.
Great job, Joe. I admit defeat. That was a good time.
Good job, everyone.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And peace out, people.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to yet another game of golf with your friends, starring the usual players, Joe, Donald, Ben, and myself.
This time we're playing the ancient map, which is around the time Joe was born.
And let's hope Ben doesn't have an absolute failure like he did last time, since we all remember that was really funny for people that weren't him.
Okay, yeah, I get it. I kind of fell apart at the last hole of the Volcano map. But not this time. I'm going to stay cool and collected for the entirety of the course.
All right. Despite the comedy it brought us, I won't harp on you too badly for it. It happens to the best of us, though not often me.
Hey, Barack, it's hole 1 and you're all right falling behind.
No, I am not all right falling behind. I'll catch back up. Besides, it's the first hole. There's still so much time for things to change. This will not be a reoccurring problem.
Yeah, okay, I'm just going to make it in on the first try, unlike you.
Guys, we're not even a minute in, and you're already so engaged on Barack's shot. He can do better on the later holes, even if he falls a little behind here.
Thank you, Ben. I'm glad somebody believes in me, unlike Donald, who thinks I miss once, and all of a sudden, I'm out of the game.
Don't worry, Barack. I know you can do it.
Hold up, Joe. Didn't you get called not competent to stand trial by your own DOJ? How are we supposed to trust your golfing encouragement?
No, I think they just misspoke. I was very competent to stand trial. I just didn't want to get up that morning to actually do it, so I needed them to give a reason why I couldn't make it that day. So they just gave the wrong idea.
Joe, half the time during my presidency, I didn't see you for days on end since you slept 48 hours straight a lot of the time. I think we declared you having a heartbeat of like 9 per minute. At one point, you were that asleep. I don't even know how that's possible.
Oh yeah, that was some of the best sleep I had ever gotten. I was up and ready to go by 4 p.m. that day, and I stayed awake until 8 as well.
If there's one thing Joe does better than anyone else is lower your expectations to what you think is rock bottom, and then somehow goes even lower than that.
Okay, that's enough making fun of Joe for now. I know I was a part of it, but we can actually talk about the game. That's what we're here for.
I don't see why we can't do both.
Well, then you can't acknowledge my skills if you're so focused on Joe. That's why.
Oh, you mean those skills that fall apart at the last hole? Even I could never forget a failure like that.
Wow, I didn't know Joe was capable of making a roast like that. Who knew?
That was so good it even took away from that shot you completely failed at.
Okay, yes. Point taken. I know the Volcano map had me slightly lose it at the end, but don't act like that's something that happens often. Plus, you two are falling behind already, while Donald and I are ahead at the leaderboard.
It's the second hole, and there's over half an hour of golfing from the looks of it, so it's not like we don't have time to recover.
Historically, I've been the winner of these golf games more than anyone, so you better believe I'm coming back by the end of this.
Nah, this time it's the Donald's chance to stay ahead just like he's doing right now.
Referring to yourself in the third person is not going to make you any more likely at winning.
Maybe not, but after Joe eventually finishes this hole, I can show you what I'm made of.
Looks like he's finally making it in. Maybe that's why this video is so much longer than other golf ones we've had recently.
Hey, it's not like you're much further up than where I'm at. You better not get too full of yourself.
Okay, what am I supposed to do here? Am I supposed to hit the ball up this ramp or something?
Not a bad idea, but I think you went too far horizontally and need to make it a more vertical effort, which can be accomplished by angling the ball to the triangle straight ahead of the starting point to make a straight shot up to where the balls are coming down from.
Nah, it's Bidening time.
And how did that go for you? How was that Bidening time of yours? Was it a successful attempt you just did?
Okay, maybe not, but I still got this.
If there's one person who has got this, it's me. I guess it's just easier when you watch all the people that go first fail.
Let me show you how it's done, then I got this.
Yeah, you really got this, Barack, but I think you're supposed to go up the ramp, not down it.
Not like you did any better the first time. Don't make fun of me for failing when you do it too.
But I didn't fail this time. I'm right back up where I should be.
Maybe it will get more interesting when the Democrats stop lashing out at the successful Republicans and start making progress on this hole.
Joe actually made it up. I thought it would take him a good 7 or 8 more tries at a minimum.
I knew I would make it up, but more importantly, Ben, have you considered doing a better shot than that? You barely made progress at all.
I didn't have a good angle, plus it sets me up to get it in next time.
Yes, I finally got it. Didn't even take me that long after all.
Longer than it should have, but I suppose you could have done worse. Now watch as the Donald makes it in first, as that's what he does best.
Don't act like I won't be making it in, just like you will. I got this. It is my time to shine as the real winner of this game. No competition. Oh yeah, for real.
Okay, I don't know what any of that means, but good that you've made it in. We're almost done with this hole finally.
And like I mentioned earlier, I will be getting in with no issues since I am correct in my assumptions of winning like normal.
I don't think any of us are going to get that much further ahead on this hole, as we didn't really do that much better than each other by the end of it.
Well, maybe not, but Barack is failing as usual, so he's
Shut up.
definitely
Shut
falling
up right
behind by
now.
quite a bit.
Nah, just give me a second. I'm making it in now.
It actually looks like you're going to use one more shot as you didn't get it in like you planned.
Okay, I'll admit that did not go as I intended, so really I just fell behind while everyone else stayed the same. That's not reassuring.
Don't worry, there's always the next hole. You got this.
You're right, I can do it. Watch this. Yes, I got it up. Wait, hold on. No falling down is not what I wanted at all.
I'm really losing my confidence in you right now, I'll admit.
Thanks, that really makes me feel a lot better.
Oh, good. I was hoping it would.
We're going to skip ahead a moment, and Barack, to be fair, you falling down that hill didn't really change much as everyone made it around the same area.
Okay, good, that's not so bad. I don't think I'll make it over to whatever the next part is with that swinging log, but I'll at least make incremental progress.
I would probably agree if I knew what the word incremental meant.
It means a small amount, unlike you falling down that hill just now, which is a much larger amount of failure, which we have come to expect.
Somehow that feels like a lesson and also an attack on my progress on this hole that wasn't very good.
As always, if you just follow my progress, then you'll at least make it in second place.
What do you mean, as always, Joe has won more games of golf than we have, so it would actually be the other way around.
Oh yeah, and I see you are following his progress of falling down that hill too, and how is that working out for you?
Not well, but I wasn't trying to copy him. I just happened to make the same mistake as he did.
Guys, I think the key to this map is just making sure you make small progress, and you'll make it through without falling down like most of us already have.
Huh, maybe you're right. I guess I won't try anything special this time and see where it gets me.
See, it wasn't a lot, but it definitely went better. I think you'll get it in 2 more shots at this rate.
Yeah, I have to admit that sounds like it will have to work. I don't want to risk getting hit on one of those logs since that would ruin my progress.
I'm glad we can finally come together as a group and not argue so much or be overly competitive in such a way that makes it a less enjoyable experience for all of us.
I do wonder if we'll be able to keep that up for over half an hour, as I feel like Donald would get sick of all of us by that time.
Not exactly I can handle Ben. Being here for around a half hour, it's just you and Barack that would do it, but even then I don't really listen to you by default, so it works out for the most part.
That does not sound good for us, but okay, I guess that works in its own weird way.
Oh man, I almost made it in. I was so close to the hole.
Don't worry, the rest of us still need to make it over, so you've got some time.
Wow, that did not sound enthusiastic at all. Is something going on?
Nah, just thinking about losing the $6 billion deal and also Daily Wire Plus at the
Do I
previous
miss-
golf match, sometimes it is hard knowing I made such a great deal and then lost it, though it's not relevant to this hole, so it's all right.
That makes absolutely no sense out of context, but yeah, I can see how that would get to you every once in a while.
It's all right. Everyone, don't worry about me winning. This match is going to make me feel way better, so I will be all right.
But that's only if you can win, and it doesn't turn out it's Bidening time like it always is.
Hold up, Joe. Don't get too confident. You know how that affected others and made them lose previously? You don't want that happening to you?
Nah, I can do it. Don't worry about me. I got this.
You say that as you are in last place, I don't know how you have that kind of confidence.
It seems we're in a different area that looks more like that oasis map from a while ago. I'm not sure what to do here except for go down this path of water.
It looks like you can jump in the water, and if you time it right, then you can go to different places on the path.
I suppose I could, but right now I'm just playing it safe so I don't fall into the sand and make no progress.
You're in second place, so I can see why you would want to keep it that way. That makes sense.
Even though I'm behind, I don't want to risk anything, so I'm just going to do the same thing and not fall further behind.
Well, my score isn't so great, so I think I'm going to try and take another path so I have a better angle sooner.
Are you sure about that? I don't think that's a great idea.
Neither is an 81-year-old running for president while he plays golf with your friends, but yet here you are.
Let's see if this actually makes a difference.
Oh yeah, it's making a difference, all right. Barack shows he can't get the shortcut and is falling behind.
Not like you can do better, you Oompa Loompa. I want to see you try.
Fine, I'll do it right now, no problem. Wait, no, that wasn't supposed to happen. I was supposed to make it in the water, not out of it.
Wow, it looks like Joe and I, of all people, are the ones coming back this time. Who would have known?
Well, I kind of figured I would have, but yeah, I suppose, Ben, you are good enough to make it back sometime, so we'll see if you can keep up to me.
What do you mean keep up with you? I'm higher on the scoreboard and you're in last, or at least you were. Donald and Barack might be taking that spot soon.
Shut up, Ben. No, I am not falling behind. I'm making it in next shot. No problem.
Whoa, that was pretty weird.
No, I think what's weird is having them actually make the shortcut after all. Not that it matters so much because we're already ahead, but still.
Yeah, I didn't think of it like that. Even if they both make the shortcut, we're still ahead by a good amount, so I think they will be in the last place by the end of this hole.
Barack probably will be in last, but I will definitely not, as I am simply the better player between the two of us, and most likely 4 of us as well.
Yeah, you keep saying that. Meanwhile, I'll be setting up my next shot to make it into the hole soon while you're struggling through to make it not last place.
I'm sorry, Ben. I can't let
Wait,
you
what?
do that. I have to be the winner here.
You deserve to fall in for that sabotage. I thought we were going to make it through the entire video without that happening, but I guess I thought too much of you.
Calm down, Ben. It's only one shot. I'm sure you can still make it back to where you were.
Easy for you to say you're trying everything you can to not be in last. Meanwhile, I actually have something to lose, so it's more concerning to me.
Let me show you how the Donald makes it through. Guys, I think I'm stuck now if I can't make it out.
Are you sure there's no other way?
No, I just keep bouncing, but not going any direction in particular, so I'm just unable to move.
I think you'll just have to manually quit the hole and take the loss since you're in this position.
This game is so rigged, it knew I was in the lead, so it just had to put me in a loop of making no progress, and I couldn't even reset the ball, so now I just get so many points added on that I suspect the Democrats somehow cheated in this game by forcing me in a position to lose.
What happened to you was unfortunate and also really good for everyone else, but no, we didn't rig the game at all.
I guess we'll see later in the game if all those added points would have caused you to lose or not, but for now we just have to focus on us not doing that same thing.
As long as Joe doesn't hit my ball away again, I should be able to accomplish that quite easily.
That shot certainly isn't doing you any favors. You're going to have to do another just to get near that ramp again.
This is just another easy shot for Joe. Sorry I knocked you away, Ben, but it had to happen for me to win.
Debatable if it had to happen, but what matters is that it did happen, and we'll be finishing up soon, I hope.
Luckily for me, I am the best at debating, so let me just say that it is impossible to realistically claim that Joe needed to hit my ball away to get to the ramp, as there was enough room there for all of us if we were over, except for Donald since he got stuck in a loop because he's a loser anyway.
Fake
I
news.
unquestionably was going to make it in the next shot, but that's when Joe maliciously got my ball in a worse angle purely for his own satisfaction and not out of necessity.
I don't know what that means. I just hit the ball, so I would stay in the lead.
And it didn't even work since I'm ahead, granted not by a lot, but enough to where your attempt at sabotage failed.
Actually, the sabotage itself was successful. It was merely the effect of the sabotage that wasn't successful. But even then, if Joe's idea of sabotage was to delay your shot from going in, then it did work. Though if his goal was to come out ahead of you, then it would not be considered successful, though. Since we don't know his exact intentions, we cannot be sure.
I'm not following along. Did I miss something here?
It sounds like Ben and Barack are figuring out if the sabotage was successful, but I'm not sure.
It definitely was not successful at keeping me down, so you better believe I'm staying ahead, unlike you all, especially Joe.
Well, so far this hole has mainly just been going forward, and everyone except Joe has made it without any real issue.
Donald, I'm sorry,
Wait,
but this
what?
has to happen. I'm knocking you away since I'm not able to go any further ahead unless I get you out of my way.
Oh, so Joe can't sabotage you, but you can just knock my ball a mile away and not even make progress, and it's fine. Is that what you're doing now?
Actually, that seemed to have knocked my ball forward without meaning to, so even though it wasn't on purpose, thank you for that.
It sounds like a lot is going on. I need to catch up to watch all of this.
Basically, I knocked Donald away, then he came back and knocked himself and Barack forward, so it kind of worked out well, even though none of it was planned.
The lesson here is we should be sabotaging more because it tends to help more than it hurts, especially when it happens to Ben.
No, the actual lesson is to hit Donald's bowl any chance possible since it will be way funnier than if it happened to me.
I'm glad I made it in, since I don't want to deal with any of your sabotaging at this point, so you three can just fight it out from here.
I have no need to fight as I've gotten it in just fine, which was what I intended from the start. Now, hopefully the other two can do it sooner than later.
Well, I would have gotten it in sooner if a certain somebody didn't knock my ball away a minute ago, but I suppose it's not worth complaining about.
Yeah, we're almost done with this hole, and then we can move on with hopefully a lot less failure and hitting balls.
Somehow I get the feeling it's not going to go that smoothly, but we'll find out soon enough then.
Hey guys, I know what could help us focus on the game more. Me telling one of my stories that I know you all like so much.
I don't think any of us have said that we like the stories, no.
Okay, here it goes. There I was in the land of Westeros. It's a great place with a lot of really good and intelligent characters. So basically there are these kingdoms all trying to sit on this chair made of swords or something and also rule over everybody. I was just a little kid, but I remember it so vividly. I was climbing up this tower and these two people were doing something. I think they were brother and sister, but I'm not sure. Anyway, the guy pushed me out of the tower and then I couldn't use my legs, but I had this big guy named Hold the Door carrying me around, so it was fine. There were other parts of the world with their own things going on, not related to what I was doing, such as this fireproof lady getting married and giving birth to dragons. That was pretty weird. Also, what made headlines soon after my falling out of the tower is there was some Ned guy who got his head chopped off by a king who was just an annoying kid that really made people upset.
This is barely even a story. It's just rambling about things that aren't even related.
I suppose there were some other important things like this John, who knows nothing, being a part of this wall project. I think he was a guard and he was the son of Ned. Plus there was his sister who wanted to kill a whole bunch of people, but I don't really know why. There may have been some other things, but that was all I know of, the end.
Structurally, that was the worst story you've ever told. There was no distinct beginning, middle, or end. It was entirely devoid of any real lesson or development. And like all the other stories you tell, that is an already existing story, specifically A Game of Thrones by George R.R. Martin, that was adapted into a television series which was told way better than how you just did it.
I wouldn't be surprised if they brought Joe on board for the last couple seasons because the writing there was almost as bad as Joe's telling of the story.
I'm sure one day I'll prove these things really happened to me.
And just like that, Joe's incomprehensible story lasted an entire whole. I'm glad nothing interesting happened there. Otherwise, I would have interrupted way sooner.
All right, yeah, let's get back into this now.
You say, as the first shot goes out of bounds, this is a great sign of things to come.
Honestly, I can't blame him too much. It's not obvious where the out of bounds parts are. And even then, there's like 4 different paths at the start to take. So there is a lot of variety.
It looks like your shot made good progress, but I'm about to get even more right now.
Oh, wow, that actually does look pretty good after all. You'll probably be in after 1 or 2 more shots.
Yeah, that's great, but watch my skillful shot.
Well, that was a shot. I wouldn't say it was very skillful, though, considering you made no progress.
And now I'm finally making progress, which is nice, slow, and steady, is how I'm getting it this time.
Yeah, same for me. I didn't have a good angle to work with that time.
But you all watched the Golf Master show you success. Since my first shot was just so much better, it made it easy for me.
Okay, I'll admit you are definitely getting ahead of us this time. Maybe not Barack as much since he's pretty close, but at least you'll get ahead of Joe and myself by a little bit.
Now, I'll only need a few more shots. Don't get too confident, Donald. I'm coming back to first in no time.
Last we saw the scoreboard, after Joe's story, Donald, you were still in last by 8 points. So even though you're having a good time on this hole, it still probably won't get you that much further ahead.
As long as I keep making it in like I'm doing right now, I'll be catching up, and by the end, I'll be on top for sure.
Maybe if you keep it up at this pace, but you'll have to do that a lot since we don't have that many holes left.
But remember, Donald, not only are you 8 points behind Barack is in first, and chances are his next shot will make it in, meaning you're only advancing him by 1, which isn't that much.
Okay, I get it. I had one good hole, and then everyone brings out their mathematics degrees to calculate how little it actually meant in the grand scheme of things.
Sorry we didn't mean it that way, but in all honesty, you did have the best hole out of all of us. And if it weren't for that bouncing problem, you might even be first by now.
Either way, I think I should still be in the lead by the end of this, if I did my math right.
You are correct, though. I'm tied with you, so it's going to be some stiff competition, and you'll have to work to stay ahead.
Hey guys, do any of you know how this map is supposed to work?
I think you're supposed to go forward like you just did, and then ride those wind vent things to the top where the hole should be. I think we saw these before at the end of the desert course, if I remember correctly. So we would have to time when we get there for the boost to launch the balls up.
I think Donald had a better angle, so it'll likely be him riding the vents before anyone else, so we'll see if he can make it.
Yet another example of me getting more progress, which will only continue with each hole. You better get ready for me.
Hey, I'm about to make it over too. My angle could be better, but I'm right behind you still.
All right, guys, watch this. It's Bidening time.
So how did that Bidening time of yours go exactly? Kind of like it did before where it didn't work at all.
Yeah, pretty much.
Whoa, I got a lot of height there. Admittedly, I would have liked to make it further, but I can't complain on what I did accomplish there.
Yeah, it looks like they bring you up really high, but I didn't have a good angle, so I didn't really do much that time.
I think if you went faster, that could lead to more progress. But if you hit a wall by going too quickly, then you just go back and ruin it. So we have to consider that too.
I'm going to do it now. It's Bidening time.
So Joe, are you just saying it's Bidening time for whenever you miss a shot now? That seems like what's happening.
Yeah, pretty much.
And now I messed up the timing, so it's not going well for me either right now.
I'll admit these are difficult to work with, especially as you don't know how far you'll go, even if you get boosted up. So this is kind of trial and error at this point, but I think we're doing fine except for Joe.
Don't worry, Joe, if you keep your ego in check and don't think that your bidening time will save you, then there might be a recovery in order.
Ben, I think you understand the wind better than we do. That looks like a great shot.
Thanks, Donald. Let's see what Joe can do this time, assuming he doesn't fail 3 times in a row.
I'm being more careful this time. I've got this.
I wouldn't say it's more careful, but it was better than before, so that's great.
I thought the day would never come where Joe was making progress on this hole, but here we are.
I do want to mention, Donald, that was a great shot. It certainly made up for the one you did before, and you're only 1 shot away now.
I think the timing is the main thing that we needed to work on that, and Joe's general direction skills. But we're finally making it up now that we know more of what to do.
I guess you'll all make it in with me, so I won't be advancing any points on anyone except for Joe.
Kind of a weird way to say my name, but yes, you're right, unless I get really lucky.
With a shot like that, I'm going to assume, no, you will not be getting lucky now. Watch as everyone else makes it in while you struggle in less.
Oh, I can't wait for this. It's going to be so much fun to watch him try and make it up.
Don't doubt me now. I just have to assess my area and come up with a plan. See, I'm making it up after all. Just watch. All right, guys, one more should do it. Wait, no, I didn't mean it like that. Okay, I can still think of a way out of this as soon as I touch the ground. See, everyone, I'm making it up, no trouble at all. Oh, no, not again. I was so close to the top. If the ball could land sometime today, that would be really nice. All right, once more, it's bidening time. Oh, man, it didn't work.
That worked perfectly except for that part that didn't, which was all of it.
Joe, that might be the worst thing we've seen in any of our golf matches up to this point, and that includes all of your stories.
On the bright side, Donald isn't last for the first time in this game for probably the whole time we've been playing today.
Yeah, I have no defense for that last hole. I think I'm out of it now, unless everyone else somehow falls apart like that, but I doubt it.
Probably not, but more importantly, this is a really weird design for a map. Is there a preferable way we should be going besides these ribs or whatever they are? They don't give a good angle to go forward.
Well, somehow Joe actually got a good shot, which is surprising based on his terrible previous hole. But no, I don't think there's a better way, unless there's some secret path I'm not seeing.
It also looks like you can fall down pretty easily, so I think you're in a better position than Barack and I, at least.
I don't think my angle is good, but I think I'm actually making it work despite that, which is good to know.
Maybe that weird skeleton path isn't so bad, despite it not looking like most of the other maps so far.
Donald, I know you had a good shot, but if I have even the smallest chance of winning, I have to get you out of here.
It looks like you're back to your own sabotaging ways. Are you teaming up with Ben to make sure I don't win? Is that what's happening? He at least had the excuse that I was in his way, but you had to turn around to get rid of me. This game is so rigged against me.
Calm down, Donald. They're not conspiring against you. It's just that Joe thinks he has a chance of winning, which isn't true, but he needs you out of the way to fulfill that.
And now, thanks to him, I'm at a bad angle again and can't make it to where I was, so that's great.
Hold up, Joe. Are you trying to sabotage me now? What did I do to you?
I need everyone out of the way for me to get to first. Ben is falling apart by himself since his angle is really bad, but I can't have you or Donald get ahead of me.
Okay, you know what? I'm just going forward. I don't want to give anybody any chances of sabotaging me further than they already have, so I'm headed straight for the hole now.
I wish I could say the same, but I have nothing to work with from where I'm at. So I just have to hope the game lets me get back to where I was before Joe decided to sabotage me.
I think he just likes sabotaging people. Even if he didn't spectacularly fail in the last hole, he still wouldn't be in contention for first place. So it seems more like he wants to bring us down to his level.
You better be careful on what you say or I'll sabotage you too. Believe me, I'll do it with no hesitation.
Okay, I'm just 1 or 2 more shots from the hole. Then I won't have to worry about the madness that's happening nearby.
Good job, Barack. You got it in. I would be making it in too if Joe wasn't an absolute failure in life.
Fake news,
He used to knock
two-time
people's
impeached
balls
loser.
out of the way to feel something since he spends most of his time asleep or eating ice cream.
Well, I've never seen Joe like this. I've seen Donald like this quite often, but it seems that when Joe isn't winning in the golf matches, he starts acting way differently.
If only the last hole went better, then I would be at the top of the leaderboard, but somehow it all fell apart. And now all I have left is making sure everyone knows that I won't stop until I bring them down with me.
Well, it certainly worked on me since I still can't make it over, but I won't stop trying.
Joe, what has gotten into you? You've lost golf matches before, but now you're reacting way differently. Did you not take your morning medication?
What morning medication? I don't remember needing to take any morning medication. All I remember needing to do is make sure everyone knows that Joe Biden means business when he is down on the leaderboard, and that everyone knows not to mess with me.
Okay, something is definitely wrong with Joe, and I'm not sure if he's going to be cognitive enough to be the president while he is acting this way.
You may be right, but honestly, I think what matters most is that you are nearly out of time and you still haven't gotten out of where you were earlier.
It looks like Joe's sabotage attempt worked on me. Just be sure next time to stay as far as you can from him. Otherwise, it will happen to you too.
Don't worry, guys. I think Joe will be calming down soon. I made sure to put his morning medication into his ice cream so he would take it without knowing. It should be working right about now.
Whoa, guys, what happened, Donald? How did you get a 14 on that hole? That seems pretty weird.
You sabotaged me, that's what happened.
The medication typically works when Joe gets agitated, and this time it didn't kick in before he messed up Donald, so this could have all been avoided. But it just leaves myself and Ben to win now, so it kind of worked out for us.
I suppose so, but now we're all just missing on this hole, so now it's the game itself messing with us instead of Joe.
I do think it is kind of funny how Donald was last for pretty much the entire game except the last hole, and now he's back there again.
Oh yeah, it's really funny. Not so much for me though, since I've gotten a 14 twice in the same area, both of which were because of outside causes and not my own skill.
At least you made it over to this curved part of the wall easily enough. Most of us haven't done that yet since it's easy to get out of bounds.
Yeah, I think slow and steady needs to be the solution for this hole, or at least the first part of it.
Okay, Joe, what possible reason could you have had to sabotage me yet again, even though I was not in your way in any shape or form, and considering I'm already in last place?
There's no real strategy. I just thought it would be funny at this point.
Oh yeah, I'm having a great time here. It's nice to know I'm out of bounds most of the game because I keep getting knocked in there, and not because I lack in skill.
Don't worry, Barack and I are the only competitors with a chance of winning, so it's not like the stakes are high for you.
Joe, I swear for the next election, instead of a debate, I'm just going to box you instead to show I'm the better candidate.
I'm sorry you were in my way and I had to get you out of there.
How is it that we are all stuck on the very first part of this map and nobody can make any progress?
I would probably be done with the hole by now. But I keep getting knocked into the abyss because it's funnier to see me lose than for us to actually do anything else.
Oh, hey, I'm actually getting through now. I should have done that a lot earlier.
Well, now that Joe isn't here to hit our balls away, mostly Donald's, then I think we can actually finish up this game sometime today.
If I keep missing like I'm doing now, I don't know how likely that is. One of us might run out of time too, which would be very unfortunate.
I'm up now. I really hope I can make it through one shot without someone hitting my ball away. I don't know why I bother at this point.
Ben, I don't know if that was a good idea. I'm nearly last anyway, but if you're trying to race to the finish with Barack, then sabotaging Donald will only keep you behind, and it's pretty risky for no real benefit.
You might actually be right on that, but then again, Barack hasn't done much on this hole, so it's not like he's really ahead of me.
I'm not taking any chances. Ben, you need to get out of here. I'm not having another sabotage from you.
I do deserve that to a degree, so I won't hold that one against you.
And the game just set him right back there, so it didn't even really inconvenience him at all.
See, everyone, I'm actually going past the first turn of the course, unlike everyone except Joe, but he's nearly in last, so he's not catching up anyways.
If anything, I'm just showing you all what to expect. There are other paths to get over here, but I think the one I took worked well.
That's nice and all, but half of us still can't make it over, so it doesn't serve much of a point, especially if Ben gets ahead of me, since he's the only person I was worried about.
Yeah, I'm not sure he knows where he's going, but he's ahead of you, so you better focus up if you want any chance of winning.
All right, guys, I'll finish up and let you all take it from here. Or that could happen, not like it's making much of a difference at this point.
I need a better angle, so I'm taking it slowly, which isn't preferable, but I have no other choice now.
I'm not even sure what to say at this point. I've been out of it since that bouncing glitch. So even though I tried to catch up, it's not happening now. I wish the best of luck to whomever will win, which is probably Ben or Barack.
Thank you, Donald. I'm glad you're finally accepting the results when you're behind, which is very unlike you, but still, it means a lot. I'll be in the hole in a couple more attempts at this rate. Then there's only one left before we're done.
Yeah, I think I'm out too. There's just no way I can keep up. Even if you do somehow both run out of time, I just don't have the numbers to catch up. I'm excited to see who is the winner by the end of this.
Thanks, Joe. In just a few minutes, we will know who that is. It doesn't seem like the last hole will take all that long, considering there's only a few minutes left to go now.
Hey, Ben, I don't think you're going to win if you keep making shots like that where you go out of bounds.
Thanks, fourth place, Donald. I really appreciate your input. I didn't mean to go out of bounds. It just happened like that.
Looks like Barack might time out if he doesn't move quickly on his next turn.
Unlike me, who is making it into...
Oh yeah, when are you making it in? Because it doesn't look like you're doing it right now.
I'll be in soon. Just don't rush me, and it will happen very quickly.
Hey, Barack, I'm almost in. You better not time out, or you will have no chance at getting ahead of me.
Don't you worry about me. I'll just need to quick shots, and I'll be in before the timer hits 0.
That one was fine, but you only have a few seconds to plan for the next one. So you better be really quick, or it's over for you.
And not that this really changes anything, but I'm finally getting in now, so you two can compete all to yourselves.
I think I got it slightly too hard, but not enough to change anything since I'm making it in.
All right, guys, it's Bidening time.
Hey, you stole my catchphrase.
Not like you were doing anything successful with it.
I think cumulatively that was our worst hole as a group, but even though I'm one behind, I may still win on the last hole.
How is it that Joe got 4 over par and still did the best out of all of us there?
Not really sure, but I think we need to focus on the last hole here. It seems like a pretty straight path, not like there's much else to do unless it's well hidden.
We're skipping ahead a bit here since everyone made it.
All right, everyone, this is revenge for all those sabotages earlier. You better be happy. I didn't do worse to you all.
Honestly, I just moved slightly forward and I still have a decent angle, so I'm all right.
I don't think my ball was affected at all, so I'm fine.
I'm not exactly sure what happened to mine, but I think you actually got my ball ahead, so I have less distance to make now.
Oh, okay, so I get messed with the whole game, and when I finally get back at everyone, it either has no noticeable downside or it actually benefits them.
Yeah, pretty much, but even with Ben making it ahead, if I just don't mess anything up, then I think I'll still be in the lead.
I'm just trying to get to the end to see the final score, where I'm 20 over par for the whole game.
And I'm finishing up now so I can write out my subscription for Popsicle Monthly to be delivered at the White House.
Well, Joe's done, so it's time to find out the real winner of the game is less than a minute. Oh, that was not what I meant.
This is my opening to at least tie for first. That was not what I wanted to have happened.
I just want to be done. I'm not going to bother sabotaging either of you any further, so you two can finish up yourselves.
Regardless of what happens, this was a great game despite some major setbacks on a few holes.
And with that, there is no comeback from Ben possible, as I was ahead to start the hole, and I made it in before him.
Oh man, you're right. But yes, that was a good and close game. Even if it was just 2 of us by the end of it that had a chance, I look forward to the next game.
We hope everyone enjoyed.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And peace out, people. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to yet another game of golf with your friends, this time with George joining us for the first time.
Thanks for having me on, everyone. I'm sure this will be a fun time and a good learning experience for me since I haven't played this before.
The basic explanation is you have to hit the ball with a certain amount of power and aim in order to get to the hole like a normal game of golf, though. This game has gimmicks that are impossible in the real world, such as weird gravity and jetpack additions to some holes.
Your first shot was good, though. With time, I'm sure you'll do way better. And also, before we get too much further, I should mention we're doing 10 holes instead of the normal 12, as adding more characters will cause the game to be longer in itself. So this will make the videos not last way longer than they should.
Oh, okay. That's good to know. Your shot was pretty good, though. I don't see that many ways to mess up here. I'm thinking we can all get it in 1 or 2 shots.
To be honest, the first hole is usually not that difficult, so it'll be a lot more complex later on, so be ready for the difficulty to ramp up.
And just as a spoiler, the Donald himself is going to win, so be prepared to get second place at best today.
Wait, why did you call yourself the Donald? That's kind of weird how you just know the future or something.
Well, you see, Donald likes to just make things up and act like they're true. Especially with his golfing instincts, he claims he has, even though they've been consistently wrong since the 3rd or 4th course we've played.
Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense, kind of, but I'm still not sure how he can tell the future or where he gets his ideas from.
No idea, but also I have to say we also sometimes cut ahead if everyone essentially makes the same progress in a hole to save time for the viewers and us.
To answer your question in your head, I basically look at my golf ball as a crystal ball that can tell me the future, and it indicates to me what is going to happen.
And just in case you weren't clued in, I'm pretty sure I've won the most of these games so far, despite not being able to allegedly tell the future.
Well, I guess that's a good explanation of what's going on. It's almost like What happens when a television show gets rebooted, or another season where things are explained more clearly to the audience that might be tuning into it for the first time?
I think it's also, there's been 10 parts so far, and we can't expect everyone to have watched all of the previous ones that have come out. Granted, I think it would be a bit unusual to start at part 10 of all things, but I imagine there's at least a few people who have done that.
And since it usually takes us longer to complete the holes, it gives me a lot more time for me to tell one of my stories that everyone enjoys.
I really don't feel the need to hear another story right now. And dang it, I almost made it up that glass tube. Or at least I think that's where I'm supposed to be going now.
Yeah, some of these angles can be pretty weird, so it's understandable that you didn't make it. Then again, since it's your first game, I wouldn't inherently expect you to come out on top, but once you get a hang of things, you'll be able to compete with us properly.
That's the nice way of Ben saying you're definitely not going to win and you suck at this game with only a slight chance of getting better.
That is not what I meant, though. If I were to have said it, then it would also have been true, so it is something I may have said under the right conditions.
I'm not sure what that means, so I'm just going to keep playing and hope I get better.
Unlikely, but maybe you can keep hoping and one day it might come true, but I estimate that won't happen for quite a while.
Calm down, Ben. It's his first game. There's no need to be judgmental or doubtful towards him.
I'm not sure what I'm doing, aside from my standard factual and logical speaking that I do all the time, so this is not anything you shouldn't already be expecting.
I may not be the best at remembering things, but even I can't forget your legendary failure at the end of the Volcano map. When
Shut
you
up,
were
shut
so
up right now.
confident the whole rest of the game.
Dang it, I missed again.
Okay, point taken, but George, if you want to start being successful with golf one of these days, just make sure you know when to give up with a strategy. You may fall victim to the sunk cost fallacy where you will be so focused on trying to achieve something based on the amount of time and shots you have taken that you will lose any lead you had. In this case, you're in last, so you have nothing to lose, but I'm sure you get my point.
Looks like some of us are making it in. I'm playing it safe, so I don't keep making your mistake, George. Sorry it worked out that way, but I'm not trying that strategy if it doesn't work.
Let me show you how it's done.
Do I even need to say it, Ben? You already know what I'm about to say.
Yeah, I get it. You don't need to say it.
Wait, what? I don't know what you were going to say.
That worked perfectly except for that part that didn't, which was all of it.
I don't understand. What does that even mean?
It's basically Barack's way of saying that, a shot that didn't go well, but somehow he says it in a way that no other human has ever worded it before and also after, unless it was someone like me mocking his phrase.
Somehow it just kind of became my catchphrase. So I say it more often when something doesn't go well, usually during other games of golf.
I still don't think I really understand, but okay, hey, Donald and Joe, what's going on with you two? We haven't heard from you in a while.
I've just been focusing on making my shots in and not getting involved with the conversation.
And since you didn't even make it in, you're not doing that well on it either.
Not like you're doing any better, old man. You're in the same spot as I am.
Guys, all of us are pretty old except Ben and arguably Barack. There's no need to bring that up as a negative.
Are you kidding? Joe is so old when he was assigned a social security number, they hadn't invented numbers yet. Joe is so old that he can prove evolution is real because he's watched each stage personally from sea creature up to humans. Joe is so old he was around when black people were.
Be very careful on how you finish your next sentence, Donald. I have the feeling something racist is coming up.
Hey, it wasn't racist, just that it was before black people could vote.
Oh yeah, I remember very clearly. Good times, good times.
I'm sorry, Joe, can you elaborate on what you mean by good times? I'm not quite sure what part you were referring to that was good, and I need you to tell me very clearly what you meant.
Oh no, I sense I said something wrong.
We need to get back to the game before this gets worse, George. That was a good shot. Those crushers looked pretty bad, but you got yourself over the gap and are in a good spot.
Thanks, Donald. Your shot was also really good, definitely different, but you're in an even better position to make it in.
Yeah, those shots were fine, but certainly better than Barack's shot, which shows you need to be careful on when you shoot your shot.
I want to shoot my shot at Merrill, if you know what I mean.
Joe Merrill is in Metal Gear Solid. That's the wrong game, and also, Ben, you missed your time in 2. So I don't want to hear your criticism when you do the same.
It was different since I made it further, and also I'm better than you, so there's that to consider.
Speaking of better, I just got a hole in one. I didn't even know you could do that here.
Who would have known Sleepy Joe had the best shot of all of us?
Ah, man, my timing was off. Otherwise, I think I would have gotten it in right then.
That's all right, you're already in last. This is more of a learning experience rather than an actual attempt to win.
Okay, I get the point, Ben. Also, nobody asked your opinion.
My opinion may have not been asked for out loud, but I can always tell when people want to hear from me. And that's when I speak my mind, since it is tested and proven to be the most valued opinion of all the conservative online personalities.
I don't think that's backed up by anything except you just saying it is, though.
What is backed up by facts is you missing this shot. You had a first good shot, but you aren't really taking advantage of it, and now you're falling behind even more.
Yeah, I get it. I'm the new guy and I'm not doing so well, but I'm getting the idea of the game figured out. There's no need to constantly bring up me missing as if I don't see it.
I think he's right. We don't need to keep mentioning each time he misses, since there's not much point in it if he learns from his mistake.
Yeah, you're right. I know what will brighten up the mood to distract from George being in last place. Another old-fashioned Joe story to entertain everyone.
Everything you do is old-fashioned.
So there I was with my good friend Ugly Joe and Harold. I'm sure I've mentioned them before. It was the year 1873, and we were all looking for something fun to do. We discovered an abandoned cave, which was really weird because I didn't know caves were abandoned. We went through and discovered it was completely pitch black to where nobody could see, even if they had a flashlight on. I took out my flashlight anyway, and we were able to see. I asked if Harold would go forward because he was the most experienced with caves, but there was something we didn't see coming, which was ironic because my flashlight was facing towards. It was a bear, and it tried to eat Harold, or rather it succeeded. I guess because Harold was eaten in one swallow. The bear didn't even chew, which I don't think is good for his digestive system. Ugly Joe and I left the cave and somehow didn't see the fact that there was a sign at the front that said, "There is a bear who lives in this cave who eats people in one swallow without even chewing," which is probably bad for his digestive system, though it made sense that I didn't see it as my flashlight wasn't on when we entered the cave. Harold sacrificed himself for us, and I always keep that as a treasured memory. The end. Well, did you like my story, or are you stunned by its fantastic delivery that you can't even talk?
No, Joe, that was a horrible story. It was literally just you talking about how your friend died and how you led him into a cave that wasn't a sacrifice at all. You are a terrible storyteller.
Huh, that's weird. I always tell the story when I visit the local elementary schools. They just kind of stare at me because they like it so much.
Look, I don't even care if I lose the game. I just don't want to keep hearing those stories.
How is it that Joe has an IQ of 35 and somehow is winning the game? I didn't even know that was possible.
I'm just really good at multitasking, winning and telling great tales of my previous adventures before I met any of you. Anyway, there's these black holes which I think we can use to get out ball forward, but I'm not really sure how they work.
Just do it like me, except make it all the way in instead of right next to the hole like I did.
Don't get too excited about getting in the lead, Barack. I'm coming right up here, too.
Don't count me out yet, guys. I'm getting right over there, too. You better believe me.
Hey, George is finally making a decent shot and didn't throw it all away immediately after. I wasn't sure I would get to see that today.
I wonder if you can do the same thing or if you're going to fail.
I'm going to succeed like I always do. You're about to see it.
I suppose it wasn't a total failure, but you're definitely not gaining any ground against the rest of us this time.
I hope I can do the same.
Your shot was fine, but you don't have the best angle to make it in, though you might be okay to get it in one more attempt.
Okay, that's fine. Keep doing a deep analysis of every time someone hits the ball. It doesn't matter since I'll be making it in without issue and won't even fall behind by that much, so you'll see me at the top of the leaderboard soon.
All right, Ben, that's enough boasting for a while. We still have a few holes left. And if we're lucky, then the black holes will not impede our progress any further than they already have.
That's fine, as long as Joe keeps missing like that. The black holes won't be needed to at least keep him away from first place.
Well, actually, I'm tied for first place. Meanwhile, you're tied for last, so I don't want to hear your confidence keep coming when the score doesn't reflect that.
You know what I have had enough of you two focusing on the match as if you're going to win. It's been so long since I've had a victory in one of these matches. And since I'm tied for first, I'm not letting anyone else beat me to my victory. I don't even need my golfing sense for this.
That was months ago on the candy map I've seen. Kind of fitting you would win that one. Perhaps if we find a McDonald's map, then you'll have a good chance.
Yeah, all right, that's pretty typical to go for the easy joke, but I'm not giving up until I win, which is going to be now. Or rather in about 10 minutes, actually, but you get what I mean.
Hey, I don't think anyone brought it up since it happened during Donald's rant about winning, but did Barack's ball just disappear or something? He didn't make it like the rest of us.
My ball got crushed due to that pillar hitting it, and since it happened so quickly, there wasn't much time to process it.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
I am serious about my win. It's been so long since I've had my own chance to be on the top of the leaderboard, and even back then, it was a tied win, so it wasn't the same. I've been sabotaged so many times, especially during the previous map, with all the fossils of dinosaurs that Joe probably knew personally, so I'm fully in this to win now. I'm staying ahead, even if nobody else likes it, because I am the Donald.
I would like to believe you, but even though you're in first now, you haven't done much that would make you be in first place more than anyone else. I think you'll just have to hope others mess up to a point where they can't catch up. Then you might get it.
Doubtful I'm going to be winning right now.
And how do you plan on doing that out of bounds, Ben? Are you going for a secret hole down there that nobody knows of?
No, that is what some scholars refer to as a mistake. Even the best, such as myself, make them on occasion, and this just happened to be one of them. But this is not indicative of any sort of failure on my part to win, so you'll keep watching me get ahead.
Honestly, I think I'll have to take Donald's side here. He is really close to the end, but you're still pretty far behind.
Wow, thanks, George. I like hearing the opinions of a newcomer who is also in dead last, so I was hoping I would be hearing from you right about now.
Last time I checked, you were tied for last, and I'm also ahead of you on the map anyway, so I definitely won't be last by the end of this hole.
Yeah, you get him, George. Don't let his discouragement throw you off at all. You've got this.
Shut up, Barack. Nobody asked you, plus you haven't done anything useful in this game. I don't need anybody else's distractions.
Yes, keep fighting each other. It will only make my win even easier.
Ben, I think you have to calm down, otherwise you're not going to be focused on the game while being mad at others.
Oh, wow, Joe, I didn't even realize you were still alive, but that's good to know. And also, Donald, how do you even mess up a shot like that, you idiot? It was right in front of you, and you still didn't hit it hard enough.
All right, I've had enough of you, Ben. If I'm losing, I'm making sure you lose too. I'm not going to take your constant insults
Wait, what?
just because I'm new. Plus, you don't even deserve the win anyway.
Oh, really now, George? Is that the way you're going to be? Glad you're finally getting a backbone, but that was very unnecessary.
It was also unnecessary for you to hit that pillar and go backwards even further and make negative progress. But here you are doing nothing of value again. Have fun running out of time.
All right, everyone. I think it's time we step back for a moment and think about what we're going to say before we make anything worse. There was a lot that happened, and I don't want it to go to everyone's head.
Yeah, George, if it makes any difference, a lot of our matches go like that, so it's not uncommon for things to get a bit heated.
I would also like to formally thank everyone for not focusing on their golf strategies as much and making my inevitable win even easier. It really helped me out a lot.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Aside from Ben's falling apart partially due to me, I don't think you actually got yourself higher up on the score. I think Joe actually still did better than you.
Yeah, it looks like I'm getting out of time. Thanks for ruining my chances of winning, George. I suppose I was a bit irrational in my responses. Sorry if I took it a little too far.
That's all right. Thank you for acknowledging your faults, and sorry I let it get to me as well.
To address what was mentioned earlier, yes, Joe did do better this time, but I'm second place, and due to George's inexperience, he isn't a threat, and Ben isn't either due to the sabotage that occurred last hole.
Guys, I'm a little confused on how this hole is supposed to go. Is the way Barack went intended, or are we supposed to use these windblower things?
Wow. Joe being confused, who would have guessed? In all honesty, I think Barack's strategy was correct, though the win might be an option if we want to take a shortcut, but if I have any chance to be ahead, I'm just playing it safe to ensure a chance to win.
It looks like hitting the right angle is a bit tricky, but thanks to a certain someone, I don't have any chance at winning anyway.
Oh yeah, that was me, and yeah, it looks like I missed too, so this may be harder than I thought.
At this point, I think it's mainly a competition between myself, Donald, and Joe.
If you keep it up, you're going to be out of it too, so if you want to continue overshooting, that would be nice.
Oh, please, I missed one shot. I'm not doomed to lose this match or anything like that.
Maybe Donald's right. I haven't seen all of the matches you've had in the past, but if he's only won once, then he's sure to win at some point again. I think that's statistically likely.
In theory, yes, that would be correct, and maybe I've already mentioned this before, but just because two possibilities could happen does not mean they are equally likely. A good example is when I went to...
I'm going to stop you right there, Ben. Do you honestly think any of us are going to follow along with your example, much less learn something from it?
Hey, I'm sure I could have. Just because you have the attention span of a walnut doesn't mean I do too.
Wait, did you say something about an attention span? I don't remember what I said before.
There's the Joe we know, not knowing what the conversation is about while also hitting his ball back to where it just was.
If he keeps that up, then Donald, you just may win like you said after all.
I know I'm right, and I'm glad someone else finally agrees with me.
I'm coming up right behind too. Don't discount me yet. I can still hope for everyone else to get a 20 on this hole, and the next one it could happen.
What was that you were saying earlier about things not being equally likely? I think that's what you said. I've never heard of someone trying to cope with the fact they can't win at a game of golf like this before.
I'm not coping, you're coping.
George, do you plan on making any progress today? Because based on what I'm seeing right now, I don't think you're going to finish this hole at all.
I just can't get the angle right to start. I might get a 20 this time, but I don't think I have a chance at winning, even if I did make it in now.
That's all right. It will all come to you naturally once you get more practice in this game, and you might win one in the next course or so, but we won't know until then.
I'll keep trying to make it in now at least. Not much else I can really do at this point.
Yeah, everyone else is making it in, so there's not much else really going on until the last hole.
As typical, the Donald makes it in with no worry in his mind about losing, since that is what he does not do from this point on.
All right, I'm going to do it now.
Okay, seriously, George, do you need to take some of my pills? What's going on with you?
I don't know, somehow I'm just not hitting it right, and I keep falling down. There's something wrong.
What's wrong is your gameplay, and I don't know how to put it any other way. But you just aren't good at the game, though I think you will improve in the future. It's just a hard learning curve at this point.
Okay, now it's time to make a better move.
Fall, do it now. Heard you wouldn't.
Okay, I'll try it again. I've got it this time.
I sincerely doubt it.
Okay, next time for sure is my chance.
It's over, George. You have to accept failure when it comes, which in this case is right now.
Aw, man, I was so close too.
Quick correction, you were not close at all, but speaking of close, Donald and Joe are tied for first, so their shots are going to be vital coming up now.
I'll admit I was doubtful at first, but it's actually getting really close, and Donald might pull away with his first victory in a long time.
As soon as I finish up with my shot, which is going by really slowly for some reason, then we'll see how they do.
No pressure, Donald, but if you fail now, it will be your 7th loss in a row for the golf games we've played.
Wow, thanks, Ben. That didn't help me at all, but me making it in here certainly did.
Oh, good, I'm glad you're in. I'll see if I can make it, but yeah, there's no chance for me at this point.
Hey, I was thinking, have any of you considered having other people on for these golf games aside from me in the future?
Actually, yes. I've been thinking of asking one of my Daily Wire members if they want to come on to golf with us one day. But I think we're going to mainly focus on Metal Gear Solid more than anything else for a little while. After that, though, we should have someone else on.
That would be great. It's been a fun time when I'm not getting insulted for my skill level, so I'd like to see someone else come along.
Guys, I think Joe's turn is coming up. We're about to see if he can keep up.
You know what time it is? It's Bidening time. Oh, that's not what I meant.
What is Bidening time? Is that a good thing?
It's actually a reference to the movie of all time, Morbius, where Dr. Michael Morbius allegedly says it's Morbin time, but Joe has changed it to where he says it's Bidening time with varying results.
Unfortunately for Joe, it's not Bidening time as I'm in the lead, and there's no way I can be stopped from where I'm at, so this game is basically over now.
It is theoretically possible that you fall apart and lose. However, I'll admit it is unlikely, though we cannot be certain until a couple minutes have passed, and then we'll know what is going to happen.
Unless all of you plan to sabotage me at the same time, there is no way I'm losing this since I'm so close.
Guys, I'm not trying to bribe you or anything, but would any of you be willing to have a few accidental shots at Donald's ball in exchange for a few Biden dollars?
Do we even want to know what a Biden dollar is?
Oh, it's a new currency I made up, where if you give me the dollars, you can pay me for various things to do, such as a Biden dollar is good for one hair sniffing to your child of choosing, or you'll get an exclusive ice cream date with me, Joe Biden, or you can even put that towards stock starting in the year 2028.
Joe, I have to say you've had some awful and insane ideas in your lifetime, but this has to reach the top 5 for sure.
How did I miss that? How is it that all of us missed the hole, yet we're all so close to it?
All I know is it gives me more time to catch up. I'm still not out of it yet. I can get through without giving away any Biden dollars after all.
Nobody wants your Biden dollars. They have no actual value.
Dang it, I missed that too. I was so close.
Thanks, George. The position of your ball makes it hard for me to get in, and now I'm going to miss it as well. How are we missing this yet again?
I don't know, but I have a really bad angle here, so this isn't looking good for any of us.
This just gives me even more of a chance to win. Mainly if Donald misses again, I don't really care about the others doing it so much.
Hey, Joe, was that offer for Biden dollars open to me if I wanted to sabotage myself?
I hadn't really thought of that, but I suppose I would be open to that option.
I'm not actually going to take any offer you made. I just wanted to know. Unless, of course, your Biden dollars can be exchanged for you not running for president. Then I would take that for sure.
But you already made it in. The offer would be worthless.
Yeah, well, I was hoping he wouldn't notice.
Nope, you've won after all. Congratulations, Donald. You definitely deserve this win after a long time of not having one.
Oh, yeah, it does feel good.
Thanks to George for joining us for the first time.
Thanks, everyone. It was great to be here.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And as always, peace out, people. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to yet another match of golf with your friends, featuring the main hosts, myself, Barack, Joe, and Ben.
George is coming back as a guest since he was here last time, but we're here with yet another new addition to the President's Central Cast.
Oh, wow, I wonder who it is.
I'm not sure where I'm at right now.
Please welcome the one and only Jordan Peterson.
Thank you for having me, everyone. It's a pleasure to play a simple game of golf with Ben since we're both a part of Daily Wire, but I haven't met so many presidents before, especially at the same time.
That's all right. We usually get along well enough and only occasionally have friendship-breaking arguments about our politics or mental status or a variety of other things.
I suppose I can handle this well enough. Let's start the game and actually see what kind of dynamic everyone has together.
We can teach you how to play the game since I don't think you're experienced with it. At least not this online game, I should say.
You can pretty much just copy me and you'll do fine enough.
I should let you know that Donald gets a bit of an ego when playing this game, or rather more of an ego than he already had.
It's usually not backed up by his actual gameplay. A good example is him telling you to copy him while missing the ramp to the other side where the hole is located.
Hey, it's only been 1 minute and I'm already getting roasted because I missed one shot like it's really going to cause me to fall apart.
He's right, guys. There's no need to get on him about missing a shot this early. Besides, I don't want Jordan to think we have an unusual dynamic here or anything like that.
I'll need more time to fully assess all of you, though I'm sure it will be a very interesting combination of political figures getting together while also doing something mundane like this. I look forward to listening to everybody here while also learning how to play an online game of golf with your friends.
I didn't understand a lot of those words you said, but that's fine since it's Bidening time for me.
I'm sorry, Joe, I'm having a hard time understanding something. You just claimed that it is in fact Bidening time, though I'm not quite sure what that means. You didn't really get much closer to the goal, and yet you said it almost like you were being very confident with your shot. I'm failing to see this importance of what Bidening time really is.
Wow, that had a lot more time put into Joe's Bidening time than anyone else has ever put in before. I didn't realize someone so smart would be joining us here today.
There's a good reason why he's such an asset at the Daily Wire. He's one of the most accomplished and intelligent figures of our time, and I'm glad he agreed to join.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate the kind words, but I don't want to take up too much of the attention. I'd rather watch for the time being to see how long it takes for Joe and Donald to make it and if they'll get anywhere near first place.
By the looks of it, they appear to be struggling to get the results they aim for, which is making their chances of winning much less than they would like to start with.
Yeah, we get it. Just because we're falling behind now doesn't mean we'll stay that way. I mean, Joe probably will, but definitely not me.
Wait till someone say my name. I don't know where I'm at right now.
You're at the golf course now, Joe, and by the looks of it, you're also in nearly last place at the end of the first hole. This is the second to last map we're playing, so it wouldn't be good to start falling apart now.
Hey, Jordan, sometimes when one of us is in the lead, we tend to do more risky shots in an attempt to stay ahead. So since we're tied for first, I'll try getting a good angle of the spinning device here.
So based on where I saw the hole, it just looks like you've made yourself at a worse but still not impossible angle to get it in soon. I suppose that is the trade-off of doing a risky strategy, which is sometimes not getting what you'd like.
And it looks like Ben just made an equally bad shot, giving himself no advantage whatsoever.
Thanks for rubbing it in, George. Much appreciated. Would you like to tell us the color of the sky next while you're at it?
Actually, I just noticed something rather interesting. It appears as though Joe is playing under the screen name of P. Boogle. I have no idea what that is, or if it's somehow relevant since everyone else is just using their normal names.
Oh yeah, hole in one for me.
That is the name Proto-Shibugle. Honestly, I'm not sure why it's censored as it isn't a swear word, but nobody really brings it up aside from right now. I can't change it anymore, so I just have to keep it as it is.
That didn't really answer what I was getting at, but I don't think there is an answer that would truly explain a weird name like that. Also, thank you, Barack, for hitting my ball in for yet another hole in one with an assist this time.
For sure, that wasn't what I meant to have happen, but I can still make it in soon enough.
Meanwhile, the real golfing master makes yet another stellar shot and will have it in one more turn at a maximum.
Donald, that shot was not any better than any others you or everyone else has already done, which means you realistically are not a golfing master, especially with your track record of not winning.
That was pretty harsh, Ben, and yet very accurate to Donald's level of gameplay he's been showing us.
Don't forget, George, I have won more of these games than you have.
Hey, you've played 11 games here, and this is only my second, so it's not really a fair comparison.
And even with that much more experience, Donald is in dead last while George is nearly first place with so much less experience.
Hey, that actually did remind me of something we wanted to bring up. In case the viewers didn't see the community post, this is going to be the second to last map we'll be playing through. We will be going back to the first map to play 18 holes just with myself, Ben, Donald, and Joe as the final video in this series, and then we can move on to different games after that. We realize it might be a bit unfair to Jordan that he's only present in one map, so we'll give some more details on his further involvement with the channel later on today.
It's sad to see it go, but I'm glad I was part of it even for just a little while.
In that case, I'll need to try even harder to get out of last place and into my rightful throne at the top of the leaderboard.
Now I've got the most wins so far, and I don't intend to let anybody take that from me.
Actually, Joe, I have been meaning to take the figurative crown of most wins in the golfing matches for a while, and I don't know if that's possible considering our respective number of wins. That doesn't mean I'm not going to try my hardest this time.
Well, you say that, and you knocked yourself right back near the beginning, making way less progress than you intended.
I'll admit this didn't go as I planned it, but even with my mess up, Donald somehow managed to do what I did, even worse, cementing himself as the last place failure he tends to be in these matches.
Oh, sure, just deflect your failures onto me. You know what? I am subscribing to Daily Wire Plus right now just because I want to watch Jordan's content and because Ben won't receive any money due to you accidentally giving it away to Joe and also losing $6 billion in the process.
Wait a minute, what's this about money and Ben giving the website to Joe? I didn't hear about any of this.
So I was making use of Joe falling asleep back in our Final Fantasy IV playthrough and got him to buy Daily Wire Plus for $6 billion, but then I got too confident in one of our golf matches and had to give him back the money while he kept the rights to Daily Wire Plus. That was not one of my better business decisions.
Ben, I usually try to have some sort of understanding for why people do the things they do, but there is no way I can defend that, and now that you're in second to last place, it seems as though these golfing matches seem to give you this heightened sense of ego that isn't backed up by actual skill within the game.
Okay guys, we didn't come here to dunk on our life mistakes, we're just here to play a simple game of golf. It seems these rotating ramps will let us get down to the lower parts of the map more easily, though I didn't seem to get it.
Yeah, Barack, we all saw that you didn't make it, but that's all right. You seem to be near another hole that will get you below, even if it takes a little longer. You're not that far behind first, so you're still in it.
Hey, you did well, Jordan. You too, Donald. I'm sure you might get out of last place one of these days if you keep doing moves like that.
Thanks, Joe. I'd like to say the same for you, but you hit it a little too strong, though. If you made it, you could have gotten in an even better position than anyone else had.
Based on your interactions, I've noticed some interesting details that I'm not sure others have noticed. Donald, your attitude seems to drastically change from being fiercely wanting to win, as you likely have in past games. Despite the odds, though, once you have been cemented in last, your mood actually starts to be uplifted to where you will actually be a lot happier and reciprocating of positive feedback from other players.
I think you're taking this a little too seriously. I mean, this isn't a therapy session or anything. I just like golf.
Perhaps you are correct, although I like to think there's a lot more of a reason for why people are the way they are, and I like analyzing how they react to things regardless of how expressive or minuscule that reaction may be. For George, I have noticed you haven't spoken as much in comparison to everyone else. Based on what I understand of your involvement with the channel, you are only present in one playthrough that isn't completed yet by the time this game is being played, and yet your attitude is fairly positive without being confrontational towards others. I believe you have some sort of reservation towards talking a lot due to you perhaps not feeling like you're really one of the main group due to your limited amounts of appearances.
Wow, I really didn't know how to express what I felt, but yeah, I don't always feel like I am a mainstay character since I haven't shown up all that much. I'm glad to be in the group at all, but I don't always think I have a lot to say since I'm just so new to these Final Fantasies and golfing games.
And I don't mean any of that as necessarily a flaw to your character, as if you are content with the part you play. I could never tell you that you should change who you are. Since you seem to be the newcomer to the games you're involved with, it is a great new perspective to have someone who is able to question a lot of things that others might not see as often since they're so used to it.
Jordan, I do appreciate your very thorough look into all of us, but we were kind of here to actually play a game of golf today.
Hey, there's no reason why we can't do both at the same time. Plus, I think you just want to keep the focus away from the fact you have a really bad angle for your shot and you're worried about running out of time.
No, that is definitely not the reason why, Donald, nobody asked someone who's in last place like you to give his less than useless input.
Hey, that's a little harsh. I'm way behind you all. And I'm still listening to Donald sometimes, but he's right that you have a bad angle.
Oh wow, Joe, you finally decided to speak for the first time in a while. Are you finally awake enough to play the game today?
What's gotten into you, Barack? I'm not sure why you're acting like this all of a sudden.
I'd have to take a guess and say that Jordan is beating pretty much everyone in this game of golf, so he's showing both gameplay and intellectual superiority to him.
That's great now. Out of bounds Ben is making up assumptions about me because he knows he can't beat an 81-year-old in a game of golf, so he has to target someone.
Barack, I think it's time I analyze you for a moment since you're being like this. While Joe struggles to make his way to the end of the map, I realize you seem to try mediating things unless you find yourself in the presence of a figure who has a deeper understanding of the people around you than you do. It's not unusual to dislike this in someone, but the way to properly express that isn't through lashing out, but rather by trying to obtain an equal or greater understanding of someone who is your superior in the game of golf and intelligence. That being me, of course.
As if any of that is actually correct. George is the only person here who doesn't seem to have an ego about something, since Joe seems to think he's going to win most of the games, but I know I'm smarter than him, so it evens out. Ben is even worse about this, but his meltdowns are really funny when he starts to completely fall apart. Donald is really obvious since he has to plaster his name on every failure he has. Trump Stakes, Trump University, Trump Tower, he even signed the Bible as if he's on the same level of importance.
Oh man, I really fell behind here, but at least I'll make it in before time runs out.
That's great, Joe, but Barack, there are some important things we need to mention. You do raise valid points, but Joe seems to have won the most maps of everyone here so far, so it's not unreasonable to think he's going to win based on the successes he's already had. In regards to the ego, you made a big point of that. Does make sense to a degree, but I do think I should ask you this. What did you decide to name your healthcare plan while you were president?
Well, that's an easy one. I named it Obamacare. Okay, I'm starting to see your point now.
That's right. Even though these flaws may be more prevalent and obvious in others, it is important to understand that all of us have these issues to resolve within ourselves, but at different degrees. Blaming these for your others' failings won't do anything except have us harbor more resentment to the parts of ourselves that we need to improve on.
Hey guys, I don't know how to follow up something like that, but I'm glad to be tied for first place now.
That's great, George. You're doing well, and you've given me a lot to think about, Jordan. I would like to apologize for getting a bit heated earlier with my reaction to having this change in our dynamic.
You're good, Barack, but dang it, I missed my shot pretty bad.
Yeah, and mine wasn't good either, but I'm glad there's more to the course than just going straight forward.
Well, avoiding these floating bars in the sky seems pretty important, so I'm just glad going slower here, and a slightly different angle gets me across without issue.
That sounds right, George, but I'm at a better angle since I can just shoot myself all the way over with no other balls blocking the way.
Oh yeah, you're not quite getting in there yet, but you should be in there in one more shot, and maybe you'll even beat me or Jordan on the leaderboard.
Don't get ahead of yourself, George. He may be getting ahead of you, but certainly not me right now.
Nah, I'm pretty sure I can get past both of you soon enough. It's just a matter of time. I'll just have to play it safe while waiting for you both to mess up, and then you'll see me succeed.
Ben, you better remember that I'm ahead of you on the leaderboard, and me making it in right now is only going to cement that further.
Wow, that was a great shot. It looks like there's some actual competition happening here.
All right, I need to focus up, otherwise there's no way I'm getting first place.
That wasn't a bad shot, but at the same time, you're going to have to take a different direction in order to get to the hole since you're too far to the right side.
You may be right, but you're also going too far to the right, though. Maybe you can get a really good angle and hit it to the end.
That might also just be wishful thinking, but I don't know. I did want to bring something up from earlier. I kind of wonder how it would be in these golfing games if I acted a lot differently and how the viewers would react.
I'm not sure what you mean by that, George.
So instead of being someone who isn't exactly sure of his place in the group and doesn't talk as much, I could be way more assertive with my statements around everyone. Like I could have catchphrases like calling myself Goated George and bow down, respect me while I'm constantly making goated shots.
I don't know, George. Maybe there's another version of you that would say things like that, but I don't think that would fit this group so much.
Okay, it's time for me to make it across and win now.
I don't know, that could have been a lot worse, but I don't think it went quite the way you were hoping for. Maybe you can still get it in a couple more shots.
And just like that, I'm getting in and at least didn't fall behind that much.
Yeah, I suppose that's one way of looking at it, but you'll still need to find a way to get ahead soon.
All right, guys, it's Bidening time.
Wow, Joe, that Bidening time of yours really paid off, didn't it?
It's not like your shot was that much better now, was it?
Now, it may look like I messed up, but I'm actually lining myself up for an incredible trick shot that allows me to make it in a really cool way.
Okay, keep telling yourself that.
I will. Just watch this.
Okay, I'll admit that was a really good shot, though I'm still not sure how you could have known that would happen.
It's just my golfer's instinct.
Despite Donald's alleged golfer's instinct, he is still in 5th place with little chance of recovery, but if he keeps making shots like that, then maybe he can still win.
Hey, speaking of winning, that reminds me of a story from my past, and I know how much you all love hearing those.
Oh, great, another one of Joe's stories that makes me less happy to be alive.
Wait a minute, Donald, this could prove valuable to my understanding of Joe and his connection with you. All Joe, if you would please tell us your story.
So there I was with my good friends Uglier Joe Harold and Luke Skywalker. We were all traveling through space in the Nostromo, which was this big ship. We went to this planet where everyone was investigating when suddenly Luke got his face attacked by a parasite or something. It was really weird since it didn't seem like it was hurting him, but at the same time we didn't want it on him. We got him back to the ship and removed whatever the thing was on his head. Everything was fine until Luke had this really bad stomach ache, which was actually caused by a small alien that came out of his stomach. It was really weird since I don't think that's supposed to happen with people. I don't know what happened to Harold and Uglier Joe, but I tried to fight the alien, which was difficult because his blood was made of acid, so I couldn't really fight him that well without injuring myself or the ship. After a while, other people on the ship were getting killed, but I can't remember their names, though I eventually escaped unharmed and lived to see other days. I think I adopted a girl after that, but she bit the dust off screen, so nothing much came of that. The end.
Okay, Jordan, you heard the story. I hope you're happy now since I know I'm not.
To be honest with you, Joe, I have absolutely no idea what to make of that story. The details you mentioned were just a shortened retelling of the plot for Alien, but with different character names, including one from Star Wars. In addition, you just added a few small details for Aliens and Alien 3 that weren't even a part of the first movie. That did not and will not happen in the real world, so this could not have happened to you. I truly could not imagine a way other people could believe this is something you have experienced in your lifetime.
I don't know why all of you keep denying that my stories happened, but one day I'll prove all of these events really happened in my past.
We were all so wrapped up in Joe's story that didn't happen to him that the entire hole went by without us making any mention of it.
It looks like Joe and myself got one shot ahead, but otherwise no change on the scores, though you and Jordan are still tied for first with me, only one behind.
I'm kind of thinking at this point that I'm not going to be winning. I'm like 7 behind, and I don't think I'll be catching up that much in the span of 4 holes. Doesn't mean I won't keep trying, though.
There you go, Donald finding a way to stay confident enough to keep trying, but without the sense of being overly sure of a sudden victory.
Hey guys, I went to the water down here, but I'm not really sure if that was the right path. Do any of you have any ideas?
Actually, yes, it appears as though I can actually make it up here by using the water to bounce back up. I'm not sure if this is really any better yet.
Hey, while we're all trying to get through the water section, I think someone mentioned our later plans with Jordan in our later videos.
Oh yes, we'll make this quick as to not take away from the game as much as we already have. Jordan is going to be joining us on the next new playthrough that we have been mentioning for quite a long time. We should be starting that at the beginning of June, and we think it will be a great experience for everyone once we share it, but not everyone here is even aware of what's being played yet.
I can't wait to learn what's coming out soon, as I'm always excited to start a new playthrough.
I don't think I'll be involved in it, though I look forward to see what's coming up in the following months.
That's all right. I'm sure you'll still be a part of this channel, so we don't want you to worry about feeling like you're not an integral part of the group.
No, don't worry about it. I am satisfied with the level of involvement I've had here.
Oh, okay, good. We didn't want you to feel like you've had any sort of lesser role here just because you've had less appearances so far.
Hey, did anyone ever figure out if the water path or the upper path was the best one to take? I didn't see any real advantage so far.
I don't think so, but I know Donald's strategy of hitting the structure from the floor didn't work well.
It was less of a strategy and more of just a mistake, but I think I'll get better next time.
Ah man, I almost made it in 2 shots. I guess the water path wasn't so bad after all.
I guess we'll find out if the upper path is better once Barack decides to make his shot.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
That worked perfectly except for that part that didn't, which was all of it.
Wait a minute. What does that even mean? I've never heard someone say that before.
So basically, Barack started saying that back in the desert map a long time ago, and then people in the comments seem to like it, so he keeps bringing back in nearly every map we do. Honestly, I think it's just his way of saying that something didn't work, but he words it in a way that doesn't really make sense until you think about it for a while.
That is very interesting. Do all of you have your own catchphrases too, or is it only something he does?
Well, Barack has that, and Joe has its biding time. I think Ben uses the facts and logic line a lot in different ways, but that started way before everyone started gaming together, so I don't think that counts. I don't have one for myself, and I don't think Donald does either, unless you count his golfing instinct, which only really happens during the golf games.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. I don't have any real commentary on any of that. I just wanted to see if everyone had their own catchphrase.
I was thinking about it, but I'm not sure what mine would be exactly, as I don't know if I really need one, but yeah, it would be good to have a recognizable phrase.
You probably don't need one at all, though. Maybe you can try one of those lines from Rick and Morty. I've been watching it with my younger family members, and they always laugh whenever Rick says wubba lubba dub dub, and I'm Pickle Rick.
I am absolutely not making my catchphrase as something like wubba lubba dub 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 or anything even remotely similar to that.
I think you added an extra dub in there.
Oh well, then I would like to formally apologize to those who felt wronged by me not getting the line correct. I hope everyone here can forgive me and move forward, even with my terrible mistakes soiling my otherwise perfect record as a human being.
Don't worry, Donald. It's understandable how a mistake like that can be made.
I wasn't serious, Joe. I don't care about messing up the line.
Oh no, the scoreboard showed I fell behind, and now Jordan is a little bit ahead of me now.
And I was hoping to catch up, but apparently I'm not now, since this hill isn't that easy to get up onto.
Don't worry, Ben, I'll show you how easy it is to get up here if you ever play this map again in your spare time.
Oh, okay, now if we all just copy exactly how Barack did the shot, then that pretty much means everyone else except him gets a hole in one. Not that it really mattered, as he was still in 4th place already, but still. And by him I meant Ben, not Barack.
Well, George, you won't be making it any further up on the scores this hole, but if you aim correctly, you can at least not fall behind, which is still an acceptable outcome.
Yeah, that is a good way of looking at it, and even if I don't win, I'm still doing way better than I did on the first map I played last time.
Okay, it's time for me to make it into a hole in one now.
That is definitely a more interesting way of getting a hole in one, but not one that looks very successful.
Yeah, I definitely didn't mean for that to happen. I don't think I was going to win this course anyway, but still it would have been nice to not fall behind even further than I already have.
That's okay at this point. You and I don't have much of a chance at getting first unless everyone messes up worse than they've ever done before, though I doubt that's going to happen.
Okay, I think I got this, and at least I didn't fall behind all that much. I still have a chance, even if it is minuscule.
You're probably not still winning, though, regardless.
All right, guys, you all know what's happening. It's biding time. Oh no, that wasn't what I meant.
Oh wow, it actually decided to stop.
Okay, for real now, it's biding time.
All right, good. I thought you were going to run out of time before actually getting it in. It seems aside from Ben and Joe falling a bit behind, nothing else of interest really happened there.
At this point, it really is just between the 3 main people on top, since everyone else isn't really close enough to catch up in 2 more holes.
And based on the fact that this hole is very straightforward, there isn't much room to catch up, unless that swinging part in the middle knocks a lot of people off course really often.
I'm pretty sure timing it like this will let me go right through and finally get myself a hole in one that I wanted last time.
Good job, Joe, and when I'm up, which seems to be now, I'm pretty confident I'll also be getting it in, which seems to be the case.
This seems like just a really easy hole, all things considered, so I doubt this is going to be any real challenge.
You better not get too confident or you're going to be falling behind at some point soon.
I'm going to be fine, but unfortunately my golfer's instincts tell me you will be falling behind in just a moment.
Oh no, that means I'm going from second place to third or maybe even further if I don't pull it together soon.
That's all right, George. Remember, you've still played a great game, and even if you don't win, nobody can dispute your level of skill you've shown despite a few slip-ups.
Yeah, you should still be known here as a good golfer. The only thing that would suggest otherwise is if you had an absolute disaster like I did on the Volcano map's ending. I know jokes have been made about it, but I've accepted how overconfident I can be at points.
Hey, there is something I've noticed about our match today. We really haven't been arguing all that much. It's been the case where we've been all dead set on winning wherever we can, but this time it's really not been our focus as much as figuring out how we all react to each other. I think having Jordan's presence and influence has allowed us to finally calm down a little bit. Granted, it's very possible that all of this will be completely gone in our golfing finale coming up soon, but it's nice that we've been able to have a relatively calm game of golf.
I think it's also just the lower stakes since we know the next map is going to be the last, then it's natural to be looking forward to that. Maybe it's also that we're only doing 10 holes today when it's less than we typically do. All the arguing and insults can be pretty entertaining, but for once it's nice to have a bit of change and possibly even personal growth. I think everyone has something they can take away from this.
What take away from who now? Sorry guys, I just woke up from one of those mid-game naps that I do every once in a while.
And then of course there's Joe, who probably hasn't learned anything for the past 130 years of his life or however old he is now.
Hey, so I wasn't really paying attention earlier. What are we supposed to do in this map? I think we all just fell down.
So it looks like you can go left or right, but then there's those things coming from the floor to avoid, and then once you go in the middle section, you're pretty much in the hole.
Man, I missed, and this could not be a worse time than to start messing up now when I'm really close to winning.
Okay, now this is my chance to get ahead of Jordan.
Well, with a shot like that, I don't think Jordan has anything to worry about right now. It seems as though whatever these are from the floor are easier to hit than we previously thought.
Yeah, I'm the golfing master, Donald Trump himself, and even I'm having a hard time getting around these things.
Don't worry guys, it's your old pal Joe here to show you how to get around these things. You know, this reminds me of a time where Uglier Joe and I were going to the store to buy some.
Sorry, Joe, we've already hit the one Joe story per video limit and we can't go further than that. We put in that rule because we were afraid Donald was going to leave if he had to hear more than one every time we play something together.
I insisted we put the limit at having no Joe stories at all, but I had to compromise. At this point, though, I'm starting to get more used to it after a while.
If you're getting used to it, then does that mean you want to be hearing more of them?
No, I definitely do not want to hear any more of them than I have to.
Back on the topic of golf, since Jordan is in and nobody that got it in before him managed to beat his score, then we already know he has won this game.
Good job, Jordan. It was great having you on, and you played this game very well. I think we'll still let everyone else finish up, even if there's no suspense on the winner.
That sounds good, and thank you, George. I appreciate you all letting me play through this and experience a game of golf in an unusual format. I look forward to my further involvement with the next playthrough that is happening on this channel, which is happening in early June, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, and I look forward to both that and the golf finale. It will be bittersweet since objectively most of the channel views come from these videos, but we want to move on while still not having these videos get too repetitive or uninteresting.
Yeah, it's been a fun ride, and it's nice to have a definitive endpoint to aim for at the same time.
Maybe I can stop missing and finally get this ball in the hole. We appreciate all the support we've been getting on each series.
I guess this is ending soon, but there's still more to come for the channel.
As always, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more.
And peace out, people.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Golf with Your Friends. Today, it's just Donald, Barack, Ben, and myself doing the last map for the series where we are going to go through all 18 holes of the forest map again to finish things off.
I'm sad to see it go, but I'm also happy to know there's more to come even after this, and we can give it a definitive ending this time.
I don't know about anyone else, but this is my last chance to get one more victory before the series is over.
I think all of us have that same mindset now, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sure I have the most wins anyway, but it wouldn't hurt to get one more just to be sure people know my skill level never fell off.
In your dreams, Joe, we all know it's Ben Shapiro's time to shine once more, as that's what I tend to do here.
Oh wow, your ego is back again. I can't say I'm surprised, but that just means I have to take you down again.
All right, guys, calm down. It's not even been a minute. We can't have you two fighting already before hole 2 comes up.
Hey, Barack, I'm pretty sure you're supposed to make it into the hole, not bounce back out of it. I would think playing 11 videos worth of maps would teach you that, but apparently not.
Yeah, I get it, Donald. No need to rub it in.
I don't know, Barack. I think Donald might be right on this. You messing up so soon is only a sign of things to come, as you're just going to keep getting further and further behind.
Don't try to play these mind games on me. I'm not losing my confidence just because I miss one time.
Hey guys, I don't mean to get off topic, but since we won't be doing this anymore in the golf videos, at least I think we should mention some more of the donations we've gotten through Super Thanks, since there have been a few over the past couple weeks.
Thank you, Joe. Let's mention them before the game gets too competitive. From Econ Justin, we got $5 after finishing the Metal Gear Solid playthrough. He was asking what the next playthrough was, and by the beginning of June, he and many others will have their answer.
And from Presidential Gaming Drive, we received $4.99 in pounds. We're thankful you have helped protect us in the Among Us sessions, but based on us landing Sonic heroes lower than expected in the Sonic tier list, we won't have that immunity anymore. Still, even though we'll have to watch our back in that game, we appreciate the support both have given us.
I'm glad we got those done on a hole where it was all hole-in-ones, so nothing really changed for us. But really, thank you to everyone who has ever decided these videos are so good that someone thought they were worth giving money to. It really means a lot. Plus, Donald needs to fund his campaign for the presidency somehow.
Hey, Donald, you don't have to spend the money from donations on your campaign. I'd be happy to give you a few million to help with costs.
Thanks, Joe. I'd be happy to take you up on that offer, but I'm also not planning on going easier on you in this hole, if that's what you're getting at.
No, I can beat you with your golfing instinct and everything. I don't need to pay you to go easy on me.
Yeah, you two can keep going at it meanwhile I'm getting it in.
Oh, really, since to me it looks like you just barely missed, while Joe Biden himself is actually making it in because he's better at the game than everyone else.
No amount of speaking in third person will ever prove that you're better than anyone else, especially me. I'm making it in next time, and then the greatest comeback in the history of golf with your friends will be happening.
Hold up, everyone. You're not that far behind. Pretty much everyone is in the same area for scores, so there's no insane lead that anyone's going to get 3 holes in.
Dang it, I got stuck with Ben and I could have made it in earlier.
And what's that supposed to mean, Donald? Is there something wrong with being stuck with me in particular that you'd like to share?
You don't exactly have a track record of wins, especially when compared to Joe, so I would try not to be stuck with you. So I have less of a chance of your bad skill rubbing off on me.
Hey, it's not like you have any more wins than I do. You constantly boast about your chances of winning by some imaginary instinct that somehow gets less accurate as time passes. Sure, I may be confident in myself, but I tend to get higher scores than you way more often, and you should consider it an honor to be stuck with me. Plus, you missing and me getting a hole-in-one is proof you should be focused on my skill more because I have more than you ever will.
In Donald's defense, Joe's ball was blocking him from making the progress he needed to, so it wasn't like he had that many options.
And Donald even helped me get in a much better position, so thank you, even if you didn't mean to do that.
Oh, don't worry about me, guys. I'm fine with being subjected to last place since I don't know what else I expected at this point. Perhaps my instincts aren't what I thought they were.
Donald, you have to believe in yourself. Sure, your instincts are completely made up, but just because someone stumbles and loses their way, it doesn't mean they're lost forever.
All right, Barack, I get it. You don't need to start quoting X-Men Days of Future Past to me.
In fairness to Barack, if he's going to start quoting X-Men movies, then at least he picked a good one to choose from. It's certainly better than anything else that Fox released afterwards, except for Deadpool and Logan.
Well, actually, I kind of thought The New Mutants was pretty good when I watched it.
Okay, Joe, you must be the literal only person to have ever said that. It did nothing for the series and was the least important one to watch.
Oh, I know. I just needed to say something so out of pocket that you would be distracted and mess up your aim.
Joe, normally I would commend you for having an actually coherent thought, but your aim was really bad, and now you're further back, so your strategy didn't help that much.
Oh, no, I think I'm actually falling behind because of that. At least I won't be back by too much by the end of this.
You'll still be ahead of Donald, so you won't quite be in last, but then again, that's not exactly hard to accomplish.
Yeah, keep insulting me, Ben. You won't be so confident when Joe manages to take first place away from you, and then you fall apart because you're a failure at this game.
It's actually sad that you have to rely on Joe winning because you know you won't be making it out of the deep depths of last place anytime this century. Just admit you failed, and then we can move on with my inevitable victory.
Oh, nice, I got a hole-in-one.
Good job, Joe. You got a hole-in-one on perhaps the second easiest hole this entire map. Anyone with an IQ about 5 can do it too, even Donald can.
Aside from that diss from Ben, I'm glad I didn't mess up, otherwise I know he would grill me for it.
Yeah, right, imagine missing this hole.
Oh, we don't have to imagine, Barack. It's happening right now, and maybe I should apologize to Donald as he's going to have some stiff competition for last place at this rate.
You know, I kind of liked it when Jordan was playing with us, as Ben wasn't as antagonistic while he was around. Perhaps he just likes his Daily Wire people more than us.
That's actually not quite true. Candace Owens and I had a bit of a disagreement through Twitter, and we're definitely not on good terms anymore. I imagine everyone was on my side through that whole thing, so I think I'll make it through just fine.
I actually don't think most people were on your side with it. I'm not sure how you could have possibly come to that conclusion, unless your delusion of being the best at golf has spread to you being confident about other parts of your life.
I can definitely be confident with a boring hole like this and otherwise inferior players here telling me that I'm not the best when I really am. I'm not sure how long it's going to take to convince you of my skill level, which definitely isn't luck, but I'll keep doing it forever if I have to.
I don't know how you can do it forever when this is the last map we're playing for the series.
I didn't mean it literally, but more importantly, let's pay attention to Barack missing again, because what else would we expect him to do but fall behind even more because he's terrible at the game?
I'm 2 behind first place. I'm not that far behind or anything insane like that.
Oh, hey, Barack, what do you know that worked perfectly except the part that didn't, which was all of it right? Is that what you're supposed to say when you mess up colossally? And now Donald is literally so terrible that the game itself doesn't even want to turn on collision detection to give him a chance at winning since it knows it will never happen.
Hey, let's not ignore the part where you just missed like Barack did, and now it's time for Joe to make a comeback like he should.
The game is just rigged in the collision detection and won't let good players like me get ahead because Ben probably paid the developers to make sure I don't win.
Hey Barack, you suck, don't miss you failure.
Dang it, that collision issue messed me up too, with no thanks to Daily Wire's most expendable member gloating all the skill that he doesn't have at us for the whole game.
Because I'm too focused on winning, I'm going to not react to your blatant Democrat lies about me being expendable to any degree and simply play the game successfully. I'm just playing it safe now since this hole is very erratic when it comes to having the walls just not work correctly when it comes to players like Donald and Barack, so I think slow and steady is the right call.
Barack, as much as I don't agree with his attitude, he is right when it comes to this strategy. You're still missing while we're making it ahead.
All right, fine, I'll take it slow and steady, but not because Ben said it was the way to do it.
As if. You know that I'm right, you just won't admit that I'm the better player and have the better strategies, and the leaderboards are about to show it very soon. Or perhaps not as soon if you keep missing like you've been doing for most of the game so far.
You know I can't wait for the game to be over so I can show you what a really superior player can do.
Oh sure, Joe, keep dreaming. It's what you do best with all the sleeping you do throughout the day. I'm surprised you're even still awake enough to do this match.
Hey, the jokes about Joe sleeping or my territory make fun of something else more original.
Oh, sorry about that with all the jokes about things like your spray tan color of skin and your weight and your inability to win the popular vote for 2, possibly 3 times in a row, your inability to win a marriage for 2, possibly 3 times in a row, and everything else that's a little hard to come up with something unique.
Wow, this is getting really personal all of a sudden.
Hey, this reminds me of a classic story from my youth if you all want to hear it.
I'd rather listen to Ben insult my personal life than to hear one of your stories.
He's going to tell the story anyway, isn't he?
Just like he always does.
So there I was traveling along the river with my good friends Uglier Joe, Rick, and Harold when we discovered a trail that led into a cave where the water was coming from. We had gone around this river many times but never thought about where the river was coming from, so we decided to go into it. We then found a bear who chased us out as I think it was his home or something, which was weird because I thought they lived at the North Pole or something. Anyway, the next day we decided to go back because Rick thought that he lost something the previous day. We found the bear again. He started running at the bear, which was weird since the bear wasn't even awake or running towards us, but he told us all to run away. He was totally getting mauled in the background, and we never went back. The end.
Joe, that was yet another terrible story with no semblance of enjoyment anywhere. Your friend clearly died on purpose or was just thinking that a sleeping bear was more dangerous and didn't even get the thing he was looking for.
Donald, you are right in the fact that Joe's story was terrible as always, but let's not let it distract from the fact that Barack is still messing up and is somehow taking over as the last place champion instead of you.
I was kind of hoping nobody would notice that amongst Joe's story happening.
This looks tough, don't mess it up.
Wow, Barack, you actually made a good shot. I didn't know you had it in you.
If Barack can do it, so can I.
Yeah, it's an easy hole. Pretty much anybody can do it.
Especially me.
You know what? Anything you 3 can do, I can do better.
Okay, so you made it a little further than we did. I'm sure we can probably make it in 2 shots each, even from where we are at.
Kind of weird for you to say since you did not make it from where you were at.
Okay, point taken, but I'll get it in soon. It'll be easy enough.
Ah, man, I didn't make it in, but at least we won't be falling behind by that much.
Maybe I can even get out of third soon, too.
Not going to happen, Donald, and also, Joe, I can't let you have any chance at getting ahead, so you're going to have to go away now.
Hey, that was a sabotage and not necessary to do at all.
Actually, Joe, it was necessary, you see. I'm sure Donald and Barack can fight each other over last place, but you are actually keeping up with me, so I have to take some more creative measures on ensuring you don't win today.
I would like to sabotage you back, but I think hitting you from this angle would just cause you to go towards the hole, so I'm not going to take that chance right now.
Okay, you two can fight this out amongst yourselves. I am not risking anything right now or getting involved more than I have to.
I'm really happy to have already made it in now. I can only imagine getting stuck in between this feud between you two.
It's not so much a feud, it's more of just me winning constantly today.
Okay, you know what? If it's a fight you want, then you'll get one. You have been overly confident this entire time.
Facts.
You have been insulting.
Facts.
You have been trying to tell me I'm not going to win.
Facts.
While I've won more than any one of you.
Facts.
I'm making it my mission to defeat you, Ben, and this time I'm fully awake and set on making sure you know who's the better golfer.
You have been spitting nothing but facts. Joe, I know you can do it.
Okay, Joe, we get it. You're denying me of my rightful place for golf champion, but that's no reason for you and Donald to start ripping off any other golf videos by other creators.
Okay, that's enough breaking the fourth wall. There's still way too much of the game left to devolve into fighting. After all, this is just a game for friends to get together. I'm sure it wasn't designed with political figures getting together to play it in mind.
I'm not sure what you expected when we got together to play this, really.
Ben, I know you haven't targeted me this hole yet, but I need to be proactive and get you away before you have any chances of your own.
Hey, Barack, if you sabotage Joe back, I'll let you take Candace Owens' spot on Daily Wire since she's definitely not coming back.
Sorry, Joe, I've really got nothing going on, so I might as well do something to occupy my time, and if sabotaging you is the price, then I'll have to take it.
Well, thanks, Barack. If I knew you were going to just backstab me like that, then I would never have become your vice president.
If only we could have played this game over a decade and a half ago, that would have been great for everyone.
I'll admit I do feel a little bit bad about that, but I think it'll be worth it in the end.
I'm tempted to join in on the fun, but if I have any chance of improving, I can't be a part of all this fighting between everyone else.
Wow, Donald is using strategy to get ahead instead of blind luck and his instincts that don't work. It's truly a miracle.
I've realized something about myself while playing these games. It's time for me to stop blaming some sense that I have, whether it's accurate or not, as ultimately it is me making the shots, and good or bad, I have to take responsibility for my losses. I may lose the golf match, but at the same time, if I can accept my own instincts instead of relying on some other unexplained cause, then I've won something even better. That being said, I'm making it ahead and about to trash all of you losers.
I really thought you had some great personal growth moment, but apparently not so much. I'm glad you've at least learned something about this.
Hey guys, it's been a while since I played this map. What do we do here again?
It's been a while since any of us have played this map, Joe, but anyway, we have to make it over to that ramp and get far enough to make it to the section with the hole, but not too little, as we'll go back to the starting position.
I do find it interesting how when we first played this map, we were taking nearly 20 minutes to get through 12 holes, and now we'll probably get it done in about 14 or so. It's nice how we've made so many improvements in our skill levels across the board.
Or it's more likely that the editor is just taking out more of the unnecessary content that takes up time for the viewer and leaving in the more important parts. It's probably not any of us improving except for me naturally.
Oh, hey, Donald, sorry our balls touched accidentally. I meant to get ahead of you.
Joe, was there really no other way you could have phrased that sentence?
Oh man, my trick shot failed.
That's all right, Barack, but now thanks to Joe messing up my angle, I can't just hit it forward without hitting him, so now I have to readjust myself.
Donald, if it helps you feel better, you weren't getting past third place anyway, so you may as well not try.
I don't know how that's supposed to help me feel any better.
Me neither, but I figured I would at least try. Maybe you should all just stop trying and let me win. I'm pretty sure there's a forfeit hole option if you pause the game, so that would speed things up by a lot, and then I can get back to writing my newest book called How I Beat the Presidents at Golf by Ben Shapiro, Golf Master, and also least expendable member of Daily Wire.
Well, I didn't get across the way I wanted to, but I made it so I won't fall behind that much.
Honestly, even though I want you all to give up, at least you're kind of keeping up with me while Donald and Barack are still struggling to make it through intact. I am going to bet their skills, or what's left of them, are going to tank fast.
Hey, what makes you say that?
We're going to be starting new holes that we haven't done before after this one is done, so you won't have any familiarity with what's happening next. Granted, I won't either, but I have the advantage with my score so far. And look at that, it's yet another successful shot by me now. I just have to wait for everyone else to catch up to me.
Don't bet against me yet, guys. I'm almost there, and I hope everyone can sooner or later.
Wow, that does look like a really close one. I'm glad you made it there. Anyways, yes, Donald and I should be making it in less than a minute, so we'll finally be able to move on to the new holes for us.
All right, I'll try not to boast for a little while, if it will actually increase your chances of winning, so I'll have more of an actual challenge.
Oh, wow, Ben, actually considering us, what a novel concept. Thanks for attempting to be good to us 14 minutes into the game.
You're welcome, Joe. I think you were being sarcastic, but your voice can be really monotone at points, so it's hard to tell for sure. I'll try to be generous for the next hole and not do any sabotaging unless provoked, so you better know not to mess with me.
All right, I think this wavy path might be a little riskier, but it's a more direct shot to the end, so if I have any chance of winning, I have to take it.
I think it's more of a curve, really, but close enough. I actually don't think it makes much of a difference in this case, so I'll just go the other way.
Well, that just takes away any real point in having two paths if there's no clear advantage in using either of them over the other.
For the first new hole in the video, this is not off to a great start.
And so far, we're all pretty much in the same place, except for Joe. This really could have been designed a lot better.
Hey, I just missed it entirely. I don't like this hole at all.
All right, guys, if I have any chance
Wait,
of
what?
winning, I'm going to have to start playing dirty, which means both of you have to get out of here.
Donald, I'm in last place. What are you doing trying to get me out?
I can't let you catch up.
You're going to have to try harder than that if you want me to not catch up, since I'm not letting you take me out without fighting back.
Yeah, if you two want to fight each other, then go right ahead, but make sure to keep me out of it if you don't mind.
If you think about it, me missing the first time kept me away from all your fighting, so maybe it wasn't so bad after all.
Yeah, keep rationalizing your failures into thinking there's something useful out of them when really you just got lucky that Donald couldn't target you at the same time.
Hey, I'm just trying to look at the positive. Sometimes it's nice to see the silver lining in things.
The only silver lining I see is that in about 13 or so minutes, we will all see the scoreboard and see Ben Shapiro on top. Also, you better believe I'm knocking you away since I can't have you just stay here unopposed by anyone else.
I don't know how I didn't see that coming earlier, but that's fine. It's a really simple design for the hole, so it's not going to take me long to get back.
If you keep flying off course, then it probably will take you a while to get back.
If anything, I think all of these extra shots just make it so Donald and myself have more time to catch up.
I'm not exactly worried about any of you winning, so I'll do a little bit of sabotaging since I know it's not going to result in me losing anytime soon or even at all.
All right, I definitely overshot that one, but that's okay. I know I won't be that far behind despite what Ben may be claiming. I know I can get myself into first place sometime soon.
Okay, that's fine. Keep doing whatever affirmations you need to do in order to keep yourself focused. I know they will end in failure, so I'm not worried.
All right, I'm supposed to hit these targets, though I'm not exactly sure where they're going to take me.
It looks like, based on the trajectory of your shot so far, you aren't going to be making it closer to the hole.
Yeah, Barack, we all noticed that, but thanks for pointing out the obvious. Maybe you can tell us next that Joe is failing it too while you're at it.
Oh yeah, then how about you show us how to do it then?
Very simple, I'm going to hit towards this target in such a way that I land much sooner and don't have hardly any airtime to minimize the chances of me going out of bounds. It's a little slower, but definitely safer than what you two have already tried.
I didn't quite get it the same way, but I'm in bounds, so I'll make it at least pretty soon, so it's something.
I have to keep trying, I can do this.
Donald, I have to agree with Ben that it's just not working. You're still falling behind and won't make it in at this rate.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to lose any chance of a lead that I had if I keep messing up like this.
Well, this isn't a good angle for me.
In case anyone didn't notice, I am right by the hole, which is not something any of you can say since you aren't as good as me.
Yeah, we got the idea, Ben. Thank you for the 48th reminder that you're the best golfer on the planet.
No, Barack, the planet is not good enough. Once I am done here, I will be golfing across the planets of the solar system until I become Ben Shapiro, best golfer of the galaxy. I already have it trademarked in case any of you think about profiting on my success.
Okay, guys, I think Ben has lost it now. I don't think he's considered a sane person at this point if he expects to be going through other planets and golfing as if there's even anyone else to golf with him.
The plan is that I travel to every planet and throw in Pluto for fun, then play a game by myself. And since there's nobody else to stop me, then I automatically am the best on the planet.
I don't think I can come up with a great response to that, so Barack, you can't let him throw you off, and Donald, you have to hit this well if you have a small chance of winning.
I'm trying, but I really don't know how to get ahead here well, and this angle I'm getting isn't doing me any favors at all.
All right, Joe, you can probably do this. Just aim it well and you'll be fine. Joe, may I ask why you hit my ball like that? It didn't even really get me far away. In fact, I think I'm slightly closer to the hole, but I can't imagine what your plan could have been.
I was trying to get both of us to the hole, but it didn't really work well.
Okay, what am I even supposed to do here? I have no angles that will help me, and I'm just stuck adjusting myself to maybe make it in later.
You just have a bad angle, Donald, but you definitely can make it through if you aim yourself correctly.
You're right, I can do this. I just need to believe in my instincts.
All right, let's see it happen.
Okay, I didn't mean to do that. That's better. That was a bit too hard.
And so is that meaning you will officially be out of time and your chances of winning have now become non-existent?
I'm sorry to say it, but yeah, you're pretty much out of it now.
No, I can still do it. I just have to get a hole-in-one on every hole and have everyone else get a 20 a few times, then I'll be the winner.
With shots like that, I'm not surprised you're in last place. I don't see how any of you can call me delusional with my thinking, while Donald is coping with the fact that he owns a golf course and is still somehow the worst golfer amongst us.
Hey, Donald, if you can somehow make it up here, then it looks like it's just a ramp up to the hole, so you wouldn't have to do that much afterwards unless a lot of sabotages happen between us.
If there's one thing that's good about being behind, it's that I typically don't have to get involved with sabotaging because there's a lot less incentive to mess with me, so I'll take what I can get.
Hey, it looks like you're actually pretty close by. Maybe you're not that far off on this hole specifically.
Barack, I'm sorry, but to hit Ben's ball, I have to get yours as well. I need to do it to win.
What do you mean, Joe? You'd even hit Ben's ball, it was just me? Not that I agree with Ben's ego, but I can see why he's doubting our ability to win at this rate.
Dang it, I missed and couldn't capitalize off of Joe's absolute failure in basic aiming. At least you're finally seeing why I'm doubting all of you when you pull things like that.
And now I'm back to the start. Granted, it's not hard to get back to where I was, but I could have gone without the inconvenience anyway.
For your sake, I hope he doesn't hit you out again, otherwise your chances are about as gone as mine are.
Actually, Donald Barack would have to get a 20 to be like you are, which is definitely possible, but I'm thinking you're likely to get another one more so than him getting one.
Okay, this time I'm aiming correctly, so Ben, you better get ready to change your plans since I'm sabotaging you now.
I'm not too sure about that one, Joe. He doesn't seem to have moved that far from where he was.
You seem to have forgotten, Joe, that I'm better than you, and even when you hit my ball, you didn't even mess me up, so I'll be getting it in very soon in spite of you.
Oh no, I might actually lose this after all.
Okay, I've got this. Oh no, sorry, Donald, I didn't mean to hit you away, and now I'm falling the wrong hole because of that.
Thanks, Barack. Now I'm behind yet again, and that time I had no control over it. This really isn't a great way for me to finish off the series.
In fairness to Barack, you just missed of your own volition, so it's not like you needed him to mess you up.
For some reason, this hole is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. I think some of it is because we keep hitting each other when it's not necessary, but this seems like it should only take a couple minutes.
If it were just me, then I would have easily gotten this in about 30 seconds at worst, but of course you three have to make things difficult. It just makes the wait for the first place even better since I know it's coming.
Sometimes I wonder why you are so fixated with first place in this game. I'm pretty sure the developers didn't intend for people to take it this seriously, and it's not like this would be some sort of major accomplishment anyway.
Don't try to minimize my victory in any way, Barack. I do not need you acting like this isn't the greatest accomplishment that can be done. While you all struggle to keep up with me, I'll be proving why my confidence has been so high this time. You'll see it soon.
I don't know, Ben. I feel like there are more worthwhile things in life than winning in a game of golf. I've been around a while and can think of at least 2 or 3 things off the top of my head.
Sorry, Joe, you're 7 behind, so I couldn't hear what you were saying all the way back there, but at least you're not 21 behind first place like failure Donald is.
Okay, Ben, that's enough insulting out of you. I think this game of pachinko or whatever this is could be tricky, but I think even if I miss, there may be a section at the bottom which will let us get over easily enough.
I think you're actually right about that. It shouldn't be too hard to make it over in that case then.
And leave it to Donald to mess up an easy shot because he hit it too hard and now he's still behind, but honestly, who didn't see that coming from a mile away?
There's no need to be that harsh against him, Ben. He just missed 1 shot.
You're right, Barack. You're also going to miss like the failure that you are because at this point, why wouldn't you?
Ben, it's going to be so satisfying when you miss this shot like Barack and Donald already have.
Not likely you're about to see a real master do his thing. Watch this.
That worked perfectly except for that part that didn't, which was all of it.
Okay, I knew you've been waiting to say that for a long time, but I'm sure Joe paid the map creators to make the logs at such a trajectory to where I would miss. That's the only logical conclusion I can come to.
Ben, it's fine to not be as good as you think you are and lose the competitive edge. I know I go back and forth with my confidence on these maps, but really it is just a game and shouldn't be so insulting to us by insinuating that things are rigged when they don't go in your favor.
You hear that everyone. It's today's lesson in irony with Donald Trump telling me not to complain about things being rigged when they're not in my favor. Do you even hear yourself before you talk?
Oh yeah, I just got a birdie. It's time for me to start catching up. Maybe if Ben keeps missing like he's doing, then I can at least get to second place, even if it's not all that likely.
It's about as likely as Donald making it in without timing out, which is to say impossible since he's failing just slightly more than you are. I know I keep missing, but I actually have a lead, so my gameplay matters unlike his.
I'm really happy to have made it in already and avoid all of this arguing for once. It's nice to just be happy with making it in and not gloating all day about my overblown skill level.
If anything, I am underestimating my skill level to you all.
I've had it with you, Ben. This is for saying my gameplay doesn't matter. I'm not winning, but I can at least mess you up so you don't either.
I should have expected you would try to mess me up in some way, but that's all right. I still have 2 more holes to show my superiority. Anyways, I don't plan on losing today, so even if I mess a little bit, I'll still be able to keep you out of the way for the rest of the hole.
No, this isn't some sort of grand plan or anything you just messed up and won't admit it.
Actually, I did plan it so I would make it to the other side where the hole would be. Then you would overshoot and get yourself back to the beginning. Soon after, I would make it in this hole while you absolutely struggle and run out of time. Then the next hole is where I achieve a hole-in-one, and then the last hole goes smoothly as well, making myself the winner of the final match.
Ben, there is no possible way you could have planned for each detail like that. You are clearly just making things up as you go along. You didn't factor in mine or Joe's gameplay and how we could hinder any plan you come up with.
I don't like to agree with Ben here, but I think he might actually be right. Donald's not making it in despite his best efforts and is about to run out of time yet again.
Hold on, guys, I can still make it in.
Something tells me the text ran out of time indicates a different ending than the one you thought of. I'll admit I fell behind a little bit here, but it's still not going to stop me from the victory I deserve.
Okay, if I wasn't already falling behind by this point, I think this would really be the moment where I would. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with these conveyor belts. They seem to be way too strong to plan around.
Yeah, I'll admit I have no idea either. I think if you go more slowly than I did, you'll put yourself in a better position, but I'm really not sure with this one.
I don't mean to brag or anything, but when I make my attempt, it will be a hole-in-one, just like I planned, so you can just see how the real expert does it.
You've been bragging the whole time. But anyway, let's actually see it instead of you just saying it's going to happen.
You did get close, but for a really good shot, just watch how I do it.
Guys, I have to be honest, I don't think we can beat Ben. I certainly can't with running out of time twice, and if he's going to be making shots like that, then it might be over for all of us, not just me.
I hate to say it too, Joe, but Ben has been doing quite well this entire time, and there's really not that much we can do, even if we all teamed up to sabotage him. He's just too far in the lead for any of us to do anything at this point.
See, Joe, everybody else took a while, but they're finally accepting the truth that I'm the best, so why don't you join us and we can celebrate my victory instead of desperately trying to fight against it. Things will be so much easier if you do it. Well, Joe, are you going to accept it, or did you fall asleep on us again?
I'm not accepting anything until it's over, which is only a few minutes away from now at this point.
Fine, you'll soon see what my victory looks like anyway, so I don't mind a few more minutes before you accept it.
If I'm looking at this map correctly, it seems that there's the big jump that looks like you could easily miss, and then a lot of logs that force us to time our shots to the hole near the end of it.
Well, the first part seems easy enough to get past. Unless you've been, of course, in that case, it's really difficult.
Okay, so I miss one shot. It's not going to ruin me winning or anything insane like that. Don't get ahead of yourself.
I don't know, Ben, everybody else made it just fine, but you haven't yet. That might set you back a lot.
Don't try to play mind games with me. I know I am the superior gamer, so I'm not going to let myself get worried by any outside factors.
I don't know about that one. We're all doing fine here ahead of you. Maybe not Donald since he had a bad shot, but he's still further.
Yeah, okay, keep imagining a world that I don't win. Take a look at my expert shot now.
Guys, Ben was mentioning an expert shot, but all I saw was an absolutely garbage shot. Are you seeing that the same way I did?
Yeah, I'll admit my shots haven't been all that good, but they're way better than out of bounds Ben's sad attempts at success.
I'm not sure how he thinks he can mess up that many times consecutively, then still try to call himself an expert or best golfer or anything like that.
No, I am not having you 3 failures tell me that I am not doing well. You all better believe this is just a minor setback on my grand championship level skill. I will be presenting to you all in a matter of minutes.
Sorry, Ben, I'm too far ahead to hear you well.
That's fine, I'm about to make it in.
That worked perfectly except for...
What in the world is happening to Ben?
I discovered his weakness. I know he had a similar catastrophic moment on the Volcano map, and that was because of his own decisions. It took me a while to figure it out, but I knew if we don't sabotage him and just let him wear himself out with his own ego, at some point he would lose his skill and fall apart at the last opportunity. He's going to try again, but he's also not going to succeed anymore.
No, I am going to win. It's going to happen right now.
That worked perfectly except for that part.
All right, guys, we finally made it. It took a long time, but we finally get to have Ben realize the true level of skill he has, that being none. You tried to ruin our confidence, sabotaged us when you could, told us that it was our fault that we were failures. But we didn't lose what we had, which was the ability to keep going regardless of the stakes. Donald, Barack, and I knew that we may not all beat you, but that somebody would if we just kept at it. And we did. This is the moment we show you what you really are, but it's not even just that. Do you really want to know what time it has been? I'll tell you. It's Bidening time.
Wow, that was certainly an insane ending, but I'm happy it ended that way. Great job, Joe, for pulling the final victory. I'm glad it was you out of any of us.
I'm not sure if this lowers the impact of your victory, but you would have had the most wins in the series, even if Ben won this map, but still you played a great game, and I'm happy that we were all here to be a part of it.
Well, that was embarrassing for a variety of reasons. I suppose I did get a bit too caught up in me wanting to win, so I would like to apologize for the things I said. Perhaps it made for a more entertaining final part, so maybe it had some value after all.
Don't worry about it, Ben. It still was a fun time. We would also like to acknowledge a few things to the viewers. We know a lot of you are sad that this series is ending, and that's understandable. It did so far bring in the most views, and while that is nice, it's not the main goal we were striving for to keep this going. We didn't want to upload gameplay of every map, especially if we weren't having fun on it.
We are also aware of other creators who have also done golfing matches that for one reason or the other have stopped uploading golf or videos altogether. We don't plan on stopping videos anytime soon, but we did want to give this an official ending so people knew when it was going to be over and not be hung up on waiting for new episodes when we knew they weren't coming out.
Now we would like to thank everyone who enjoyed the golf series in particular. It has been a great time making it, and we hope everybody enjoyed it. There's a lot more to come for the channel, so we also hope people stay around for that too.
We'll be back for more gaming content and tier lists on occasion in the things to come, so if you haven't, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And peace out, people.